Jodi Arias stand out among the many cases in the realm of true crime is the manner in which she attempts to navigate the system. She seems to believe that if she presents herself in a certain way and adopts a very specific character with very specific traits, it will give her the best chance at evading the consequences of her actions. In her mind, this character is a soft-spoken, sweet-natured, God-fearing individual. Yet to everyone else, is quite possibly the most universally annoying person to ever abide in the history of existence.
So, good evening, everybody. I just thought I'd make a very quick video, partly because I'm at a bit of a loose end of what to do on my evening, and partly because I'm slowly trying to get back into my drone flying. So I thought I'd make a quick video showing you the drone I'm using at the moment. This is a Simmer X5SC. I think it's pronounced Simmer anyway. Maybe Simmer, Simer. It doesn't really matter, I suppose, on that. This was a Christmas present going back probably about 6-7 years ago now that I got this. When I first got it, I did used to fly it quite a lot. I became a reasonably competent pilot with it. Unfortunately, during a house move, it got put away and it hasn't been out in the better part of 5 or 6 years now. I've been saying to myself recently that I am going to try and get back into my drone flying. Today I finally got it up and running. I managed to charge all the batteries that I have for it and had it flying around the house and in the garden. I am way out of practice. I fly this thing like it's my first day actually ever touching a drone, so I think before you see any more videos on the channel, I'm going to have to do a lot more practice with it. Also, it doesn't seem to be recording properly, but that might be my problem. Might be my fault rather than anything else. So this is the drone. It is a budget drone. I don't have the money for your big expensive ones, but this does me, really, at least for now. If I get a bit deeper into the hobby, I might look to get a different one. So this is the drone itself. As you can see, it's a fairly standard quadcopter design to it. On the underside, you have the camera. It's not much. They call it HD. It's about as good as, you know, a 5 to 7 year old smartphone camera. It does the job for the price. I mean, you can buy these for about £50 brand new, probably less now, because they're an older model. So yeah, you've got the camera in the front, takes video as well as still images, if you like. You've got the lights on the bottom, the red and the green, if you're flying it at night, say. You know, they can help you see it. They are surprisingly bright. They flash when the battery's getting low as well. And being different colours, they give you an idea of which way it's facing if you are flying at night on that. Landing legs or skids or whatever you want to call them, landing gear, they're nice and flexible. I've crashed this a good few times, and the most I managed to do was pop one of the lugs out. All I did was unscrew it and refit it. Yeah, it had some pretty bad crashes on it, and these stay intact. And you get these guards as well. These three things are removable. You can see just under there, there's a little screw. You can pull them off. You know, the camera is removable as well. If you're trying to save on battery power, if you're not too interested in taking pictures. I have heard it said, although I haven't tried it yet, that by removing the guards, the skids and the camera, it makes a big difference to the way this flies. I'll be honest, it does struggle in the wind. There was a light breeze in the garden today, and if it was blowing against the drone, you would just lose altitude even on, you know, full throttle, if you want to call it that. So yeah, it is quite susceptible to wind, but it's a cheap drone. But yeah, it's good fun. It has two modes on it, high and low speed mode. If you have it on high speed mode, you can get a real lick on if you've got a big open space, and it will go really quite high up as well before you lose connection to the controller. Certainly high enough that you can't actually see it, so that's one thing. But yeah, that is the basic drone. As you can probably tell by the way I'm handling it, it's very lightweight. But yeah, it's good fun. Just goes to show, and I do this with a lot of my hobbies, you don't have to spend a lot of money to have good fun with it. Not everything is about the most expensive kit. So also with it, I'll tell you what you get in the box. I bought the hard case for this separately, shortly after getting it. You get just about everything else that's in here in the box if you buy one of these, bar the extra batteries and the charger, which I'll talk about in a second. But you don't really get anything to carry it in, so I bought this. It was just an eBay job. You can get more expensive ones, but really, why do you need anything? You know, it does the job, it protects it, you can get all your gear in. So in here, instructions. For some reason I got 3 copies of the instruction book. No idea why. But yeah, they're All three are identical. I should really have thrown the other two away. But you get quite clear instructions on how to fly this thing. It has two modes, a standard mode and a headless mode. I'd say the headless mode works better for amateur flying if you're new to it until you get used to it. That's what I've been using today. The headless mode does make it a lot easier to fly. But that shows you how to set it up, details all the controls. Quite handy to look through because you're trying to figure all the buttons out on your own. You're bound to miss something. You'll have a much better experience if you know what you're doing going in. This here, I'll pull this out of here, is the standard battery that you get with it. It comes with one battery, so not much to it really. Plugs into a little compartment on the underside. If I show you in here, it's on what would be the back of the drone. You pop that out. The wire is where you plug it in. You just slot the battery in there, plug it in, and away you go. Like I say, it comes with one battery. It lasts 5-10 minutes, depending on how you're flying it. So on it, but only having one, naturally you're going to spend more time charging it. So I did buy 4 of these. As you can see, if I hold these up next to each other, the ones that I bought online are about twice the size of them. They're slightly wider. Does make them a little harder to fit into that battery compartment. I've got to force them in. But yeah, they last a bit longer. So, and having multiple of them gets you a lot more flying time. But yeah, those I bought separately. I did get 4 of them. One of them's on charge at the moment. You get one as standard. You get a screwdriver, which you need for opening the battery compartment on the back of the controller. It's the same screwdriver if you want to take any part of the drone apart. On that, if you want to remove anything or if you need to do any repairs. So that's quite a handy tool to have. It's just a cheap standard crosshead screwdriver, but it's good that they include it. It's quite useful. You get the charger. You can do one battery at a time as standard. Makes sense, they only supply you with one battery. What did come with the 4 that I bought was a USB one that can charge 4 batteries at once. If I'm honest though, it's not very good. You plug them in, if you move it slightly they just drop out to the batteries. So for what it's worth, I normally just charge them one at a time. You can charge all 4 one at a time in no time at all really. On that, also included with it, you do get a set of replacement blades or propellers or whatever you want to call them. I haven't used these yet, these are still brand new. If I show you the blades that are currently on it, as you can see there's a few grass marks. I don't know if it's going to come out on the video. There is a tiny chip on one of these, just because it's been crashed into so much. Hit a tree branch today with it. Also hit a light fitting when I was flying it inside the house. Good job with the other half didn't see. But yeah, but other than that, they've been incredibly durable. It is a really tough bit of kit is this. I've dropped it from its maximum altitude straight onto the ground. It just bounced and then I just reset it and flew it again. Like I say, it's flown into all manner of objects. And yeah, a lot of the time all you have to do is pick it up, put it back down flat, and then it resets itself and you just fly it off again. So yeah, it's a really good bit of kit. Controller. So looks complicated. It's not really. All you do, you turn it on. If the quadcopter was on, it would be looking to connect. To connect it, you push the throttle all the way to the top, all the way down. You can see the light goes solid, and if it was turned on, it would be flying now. That's the throttle up and down. So when the batteries are new, you need barely 25%, and the thing will fly straight up in the air. So as the battery runs down, you'll find you need more and more and more. One thing I have found with it is when the battery's really starting to die on it, you give it full power and it will just slowly bring itself down to earth. The quadcopter does know when the battery's running flat. One thing that it will do when they get too flat, once you've turned them off, stop them by dialing it all the way back down, they won't start again until you replace the battery. So it's quite handy, you know, it will bring itself down nice and gently as the battery fails, even on full throttle, and then once you stop it, it won't go up again. It's a nice little feature. So yeah, that does that. You can also move this side to side. This one. What that will do is cause the quadcopter to rotate like that as you do it. It's quite finicky, I've found. This is one of the things that needs some skill with it. I don't know if you can see on the control. It's telling me what I'm doing on the display, but getting it to rotate without adjusting the throttle takes a lot of practice, and you don't need much up and down to adjust for it to start moving up and down either. The right hand one's a bit different. This one literally only does direction, left, right, forward, back. That means it won't rotate, it will move that way, and depending on what mode it's in, that will either be, if it's in normal mode, it will move forward, because it will have a tail on it, a front and a back and a left and a right. If it's in headless mode, it's forward and back relative to your position. So if it goes out that way, you rotate it and then you press forward, it will keep going that way. That's what the headless mode does. It's a lot easier to fly because you're moving this relative to yourself rather than relative to the quadcopter. These two dials here are for the trim. So if you find it's moving to the left or the right without any input, you can use these to trim it, left or right, to try and keep it steady rather than having to hold this on ever so slightly just to keep it steady. This one controls the camera, up for photo, down to stop and start the video. So this one controls the modes. If you tap it, it will go from high speed to low speed. And if you hold it, it changes it from normal mode to headless flight mode on it. And this one does the loop the loops or flips that it can do. You hold it down and then move this left or right, and the quadcopter will do a full 360 flip in the air, which is quite a cool little trick for it to do. So that's the controller. There are videos online where people mod this. They get a Wi-Fi router antenna, put it in this, so it can double the range. If you fancy doing it, there's plenty of videos out there. I've thought about doing it, but I'm probably not gonna. If once you can fly this thing far enough away from yourself that you can barely see it, and if you're going straight up in the sky, you're never gonna see it. It just becomes a speck. So yeah, you can fly it far enough away that you can't even see it anyway. So why would you want it to go even further? So that's the controller. So with it, let's say you get the batteries, the controllers. I really like flying this. It's a lot of fun. I don't know why I left it in the locked away in the cupboard for 5 years. So well, I can think of some of the reasons, but I won't go into them on this video. But yeah, I'm trying to get back into a lot of my hobbies, and one of them is flying my drone. I've already uploaded 2 videos. They're quite old ones from when I was still learning to fly this. I did try and record some videos today, but for some reason when I plugged the memory card into my computer, it said the memory card was full, but there were no files, and there didn't seem to be any way to retrieve them. Clearly something had gone badly wrong with it, but I'll look into that. So I don't think there's anything wrong with the actual drone. I think it was probably me just doing something wrong with the way I was recording it. So whilst we're on with the camera, it's quite simple. As you see, it plugs into the drone. That's how it gets its power. You've got the on-off switch there. There's no battery in it at the moment, obviously. The camera is removable. You can press the tab down. It slides off, and then you just unplug it. I'll leave it attached for now. And the memory card is removable. You can see in there, it does come with a 4GB SD card that slots into the back. So if you've got spares, you should be able to record as much footage as you like. or you can put a bigger one in. It didn't state a limit in the instructions to the limit of the size of the card. So yeah, that's it. So I apologise if I bored you on it, but like I said, I was a bit of a loose end of what to do this evening, so I thought I'd make a quick video showing off my drone. These little pockets here don't really have anything in. Apart from that, that's one other thing. It's just a USB adapter for the SD card, so you can plug it into your laptop. That comes with the package. Like I say, everything that you see here, apart from the hard case and the spare batteries and the charger, everything else comes in the box. They're the only two accessories I've had to buy for this, a case and some spare batteries. But yeah, I think it's great. One thing that I do throughout my hobbies is I love budget equipment. I have an aversion to hobbies that you have to spend ridiculous amounts of money to get into. I just think it's unnecessary. The same goes for like my shooting hobby, which I've made a few videos about as well. Lots of people spend thousands of pounds on it. It's just unnecessary. You know, you're making it elitist, and it doesn't have to be. And I feel really quite strongly about that. So that's it. I'm going to close that up for now. So hopefully sometime soon I'll be able to get some half decent videos to put on the channel. But for now it can go away. And the dogs are looking at me like they want some attention as well. Okay, so that's it. Goodbye.
It might seem a funny way to break off a friendship, a 4-day house party of sorts with a dinner. It's an odd way to break up a friendship. It's a difficult way of putting it. That's a very stark way of putting it. Yes, you're absolutely right. But actually, the truth of it is that I actually only saw him for about the dinner party, the walk in the park, and probably passing in the passage.
You would be hard-pressed to find a more guilty-looking face in the history of investigative journalism. If this was a soap opera, the director would probably tell the actor to tone it down a little bit, to at least give the viewer a shred of doubt that he's not completely full of shit. So let's go to the
Bullshit level, DEFCON 5. Oh, come on now, that ain't even bullshit. That's horse shit. Warning, warning, bullshit alert. That was bullshit. Bullshit detected. Take precautions.
Alright, so good evening everyone. This video is going to be part of my hobby series. Granted, this isn't really an active hobby, it's more of an old hobby that I used to have when I was a kid. I have in this here storage box right here my old Scalextric set. This is some proper 90s going on here. You can show my age now. So as you can see, I have had half of what's in this box since I was, I don't know, 8 years old. My mother will probably tell me different, but there we go. On that, this was the hot toy when I first got it. On that, I used to spend many an hour playing with this. Probably hundreds, even thousands of hours were sending these little cars whirling around. As you can see, Renault Megane rally cars. This was the Renault's latest offering back in the day. Nowadays, I think it'd almost be classed as a classic by age at least, on that. So yeah, I said about half of this was originally mine. Going back a couple of years now, I was reminiscing. I used to love playing with my old Scalextric set. No idea if my parents still had it. This was about 10 years after I moved out of home and went to live on my own as an adult. Yeah, the person that I was reminiscing with decided they would buy me one. They found a set on eBay, I think it was, or I don't know, maybe Facebook Marketplace. I don't really remember. And that doesn't really matter. And they bought me a set, and it was nearly identical to the set that I had when I was young. except with different cars. You got 2 Formula 1 cars with it instead. I don't know what model these are meant to be. I think they're Honda. Oh, this one says BMW on it. Obviously old design. Like I said, these are some 90s toys right here. But then a short time after that, I think I'd also been telling my parents about it. It turns out they did used to have it. So in this is actually 2 sets of Scalextric. As you can see, I've got 4 controllers, 2 transformers. There'll be 2 power units in here somewhere. So I've actually got quite a lot of track here. And like I said, 4 cars. I mean, these look different, but they're not really any different. If you turn them over, you can see the basic construction is the same. Magnet to help hold it on the track, motor, and the little brushes that allow the electricity to be carried to the motor. I mean, you could say these are ever so slightly lighter. I don't think you're going to notice anything. These are very old toys now, and they weren't exactly that fast to begin with. You're not breaking any land speed records with a small plastic toy. So that's what this is. And see, I've got plenty of pieces. These crossover pieces weren't as standard in either box. I bought these sometime afterwards. Same with these pieces, just to make it a bit more fun. Yeah, I used to spend many an hour not just playing on this, but also building it. There's all sorts of different combinations. You use these to lift the track up if you want to make a bridge. You know, if you're doing a figure of 8, it needs to cross over in the middle. These barriers in here, these little run-off areas on that. I think I had about as much fun building it as I did actually playing with this as well. So yeah, it's been in this storage box. As you can tell by the state of the lid, it's full of dust and grime on it. It's been, well, in storage, been stuffed under the bed for about 2, 3, 4, maybe even 5 years since this was last out on that, and I thought I'd give it a go. If I step back slightly, you can see I've got this enormous dinner table. Got 6 chairs at it, but if I had some more, you could only get 8, even 10 people around it. Only me and my partner live here. You know, we've got this huge table and we never sit at it. We have a smaller dining table in the other room. So this mostly just gets crap piled on it. I've cleared it all off. We're going to get this built up, see what we can do with it, and see if it still works after all these years as well. It was working when it went in the box. It wasn't 100%. If I show you some of the brushes, you can see they're pretty worn out. Could do with some new ones, and they're pretty corroded and a bit thin in places, so it wasn't conducting the electricity to the cars very well. The Reynolds have lights in the headlights. I think it was only working on one of the cars. Can't remember which. If you look closely as well, you can see the tyres are pretty worn out as well. So I think I got so good with this at one point, I could actually do burnouts and power slides in these cars. Get them just fast enough in the corners and they will skid sideways without coming off the track. It's a balancing act. So that one's in slightly better condition, not by much though. So yeah, we'll see how it works, if it even works, and hopefully, I mean, there's some surface corrosion on the track. This is meant to be bright and shiny. As you can see, it's now this sort of dull grey colour. It's probably not helping either. Yeah, we'll get it built. I'll do a time-lapse video of it being built, because no one wants to spend any time watching me build this. It's probably going to take me a good couple of hours to figure it all out again. So I'll do a time-lapse video, and then we'll see how it runs. Alright, let's get this done then, shall we? So there it is. Didn't take me a couple of hours in the end. Took me more like half an hour. It is built. As you can see, I've got a lot of spare track, and over here quite a few spare accessories that go with it. I haven't counted, but it's probably safe to say I have more spare track than I actually have track in use. I decided rather than going too fancy, if we look on the old instructions here of 2 sets, because it was from 2 different boxes, I've gone with the simple figure of 8. That was what I built most of the time when I was living at home with my parents, you know, all those 20 bloody years ago now. Yeah, I normally built that. You can just go with the simple oval. I thought I'd go with the figure of 8 because I nearly always built that one. It's just much more exciting. You can see the other one does allow for more complex track designs. I might give one of those a go. See, there's ones that incorporate the crossover points. I haven't used any of them this time. I'll tell you what though, it's a fair bit bigger than I was expecting. It only just fits on this already great huge dining table. I seem to remember this being smaller when I was younger, which is an interesting way. Normally things feel bigger when you're a kid, but never mind. But no, it's built. I've put the barriers. The instructions do call for the barriers to only be on one end, which is a bit odd. I have got some spare. I might stick it on a bit later. Have to move the power supply for that because it'll get in the way. In terms of whether or not it works, it seems to half work. The eagle-eyed amongst you probably notice that there's certain bits of the track which are still nice and shiny. It seems to work on those. Then other bits have gone this very dull grey colour. If I look right in there, you can see bits of it have actually started to turn rusty. The cards seem to barely work on these darker parts, especially along the top. I couldn't get one to do a full circuit, even just holding it down. Holding the power down on full, it seems to get stuck on these. I'm sure it's probably just a matter of surface corrosion. If I get some fine grit sandpaper, that'll probably come clean off. That there's an old skid mark. I can't remember what I did there. I think I was trying to do burnouts with this tiny electric car and managed to burn a section into the track. But yeah, that's it. The cars work. As I pointed out last time, if we look underneath here, the brushes are pretty much on their last legs. Let's see if it'll focus on that or not. Right, and that's the same for both cars, really. You can see the brushes on it are knackered, but not a lot I can do about that. I have got some spare brushes. I might try changing them out, but it works, kind of. Just needs a bit of TLC. But I'm glad it works at least a little bit. I was expecting nothing to happen, or for me to plug this 20-odd-year-old 90s power base into it and the whole thing would just pop and there'd be smoke coming out of it, and then the dogs would be barking and other half would be shouting at me, and it'd just be a mess. But no, it seems to work. Interestingly, the transformer, I've got 3 of them. I don't know how I've ended up with 3 of them. But one of them's 16 volts, one of them's 13 volts, and one of them's 12 volts. I just plugged the 16 in, so I want it to go fast. So yeah, old-fashioned controllers. So all they are is literally a potentiometer that you move backwards and forwards, and you squeeze it. Now, if this was working properly, these cards would be shooting off as I do this, but obviously they're not. I'll put it on here. This power base is still nice and shiny. Another one. See, it works, but as soon as it goes onto the grey bit, it stops, and you just can't get it to move any further. But it works. Let's see what else I can do with it. I might try some different track designs. I need to get it working reliably first. Also, my other half is currently out doing some exercise, and today is their birthday, and I'm here building ski electric sets. So I have to see what their reaction is when they come home, and they may not be too happy. But no, I will keep you updated. I'll do a bit of work on this, see if we can get it working a bit more reliably. I'm sure I've got some more accessories for this as well, bits that you could put around the track, make it look a bit more realistic, and then we'll see how it goes. Alright, so it has been pretty much a full day. It's about 10 o'clock at night now. I haven't been playing with this all day. Me and my partner have been out for dinner at a lovely Vietnamese place down in Cambridge. Now, I originally built the figure of 8 that you can see here in the middle, and that you saw me building in the time lapse. After I'd built that, played with it for a bit, got it half working. You could probably see in the time lapse I'm sort of having to push the cars along every now and then. Some sections of the track are so badly corroded that the cars just can't run on them. So after a bit of trial and error, as you can see, the entirety of the figure of 8 has the nice shiny track on it. Some bits are better than others, but I managed to get them running reliably and quite quickly around the figure of 8. And then I watched a bit of telly, played with it a bit, but I had loads of track left over. Remember, I have 2 sets of Scalextrics in this big storage box. I wondered what to do with it, and I tried making some of the bigger tracks that are in the instructions, but this table just isn't big enough. I seem to have forgotten just how big and how much space one of these sets takes up. So I thought, well, how can I incorporate some of this extra text? So I've made, I call it an oval, it's more rectangular, and it slots in with the other one. You see, it starts over there where the 2 Formula 1 cars are, comes around, goes under one end of the figure of 8, then over the next bit, comes around. There was a nice section that narrows. That's in there partly because it's cool and partly because the corrosion was fairly light on those bits. Round under the other bit of figure of 8, there's a crossover section there. Again, it's quite cool and it wasn't that badly corroded. Then over the last bit and back around, so not really an oval, more of a rectangle, but it does its job. And of course I used up as many of the barriers as I could. Use them all up. You see this end one's a bit incomplete. I haven't got any of the straight pieces to finish it off. I'll probably order some of those online later. But both kits work on it. I have run out of these little risers, these pillars. As a result, some sections of the track aren't as well supported as I would like. This bit here, it's generated a bit of a kink because it can sag there. If you're not going fast enough, the cars can get stuck on it. Because initially, following the instructions, this wasn't high enough. So the cars were coming under here and getting stuck under the track, so I had to raise it all up a little bit. But of course, I then ran out of pieces to raise it up with. So yeah, sections of this, if we press on it, even just the weight of the car, it sags. Which doesn't look like much, but it does make a difference, and you can get stuck. And of course, it flies off more on that. So yeah, that's what I've spent the day doing. I've got 2 sets of it, 2 tracks set up, and if I'm honest, having them overlapping looks pretty damn cool. I think first things first, I'm going to order some more, I don't know what they call pillars, risers. These little grey things that hold the track up. Order some more of them so it can be properly supported. And then it's time to start looking at accessories on it. There's a very old accessories catalogue in the box. I've been looking on eBay. You can still buy loads of things. People build not just huge tracks of these, but everything that goes with it, the whole landscape on it. I don't know if I'm going to have the time or money to do that, but yeah, I can always add some bits to it. See what it looks like. It's winter right now, so it's a good indoor hobby. I could also do with some bits for the cars. The 2 Renaults are supposed to have lights on them, front and rear. There's a little bulb goes in there, you unscrew that. You need 2 bulbs. As you can see, the brushes are pretty much on their last legs, and so are the tyres. Tyres seem less urgent because they're still quite grippy, but brushes and bulbs definitely. This one I need to try and take apart. You can see him there. The driver is loose and has lost his head. wasn't like that before. It fell off the track and off the table onto the floor, and yeah, we killed the driver. And the same applies for the F1 style ones. The tyres on these are pretty good, but the brushes need changing. Interestingly, so the Formula 1 cars, nowhere near as fast as the rally cars. Now, I took them apart briefly. They have the same motor, same gearing on them. I mean, you know, they're the exact same car, just with a plastic shell on them. But these do not grip the track nearly as well. So if you come around a corner too fast, even slightly too fast, it's off. They're constantly spinning their wheels. You have to slow right down. In a straight line, they are fractionally faster. The motor spools up a lot faster. But these just have better traction, so you can just take the corners faster and you leave them for dead, which I wasn't expecting. I might have thought they'd be nearly identical, but yeah, these are definitely superior over the F1 style cars. So that's it for now. I am going off to bed. It's been a long day, but I shall keep updating about this. But yeah, this is my first day of the Scalextrics build, or Scalextric. Depends. Seems to depend who and where you are. Yeah, it's the first day, and I think it's come out pretty well for something that's been in storage for 20 years. And yeah, we'll just have to see how it goes. I think this could be quite an interesting winter hobby for me. Right, we have a bit of an issue here, Pappas. I'm just going to let Muffin out. See, here's Muffin. Oh, she's over here. Yeah, not too happy, are you, Muffin? Yeah, no. Going to let you out. We have an issue. We are trapped, and I'm afraid that gap is not big enough to get Muffin's fat ass through. Yes. Well, guess we'll die. Fortunately, Pappas, I am the master of escaping. I'm afraid I may owe you a new washing basket in a minute. I think we are going to escape from here. Muffin's still giving me mucky looks. This is not good, Pappas. And after all that effort, there she sits. Did you go in the garden, Muffin? Come on, go in the garden. Nope. Great escape artist skills that I have, and she doesn't want to go after all that. Fucking fat ass dog. Hello everyone, and welcome to this, my second ever video posted to YouTube, and the first one where I'm actually doing anything on that. Today I'm going to be trying my hand at terrarium building. Now, I came up with this idea once when I was drinking from this rather nice bottle here. It used to be a bottle of Old Rosie cider, which is mediocre cider, but they do come in these rather nice large glass bottles, and it seemed a shame to really just throw that away. It's quite a nice bottle. So I was sitting there thinking what could I do with it, and I had the idea of making a terrarium out of it. So I've been looking online, and largely inspired by a channel called Supercut Design. He's really good. I imagine anything I make is just going to look absolutely terrible and amateurish next to what he does. So give it a look if you're looking for something really impressive. So yeah, at some point I'm going to try and get some nice plants growing in this, probably that way up if I'm honest. I've been out, followed his channel for a while now, got myself a few tools for working inside it, so that should be good. Today, however, we're going to start with something a bit simpler. I have this old fish tank here, which, yeah, it's a bit small. I've had it a while. It has had fish in it in the past, but there's not really anywhere to attach a proper filter or air pump, and it doesn't really look very good on the side. And it's too small even for the smallest of fish, really. So I never really use it, so I thought I'd try and repurpose it. So as you can see, it's a bit mucky. We're going to have to start off by giving it a good clean with all this old lime scale, because we live in a hard water area here. The background is falling off. I'll probably just throw that away on it. I'm going to start with a cactus terrarium. I have a small collection of cacti or cactuses around the house, so I thought I'd give it a go making a nice landscaped cactus terrarium. This is what I'm going to be using today. I picked all of these up on Tuesday, which is about 3-4 days ago now. On that, they were all reduced. I picked them up for 50p each. I think the main reason was they were all dying, partly because the store hadn't watered them. So they've been sitting in this tray with some water in the bottom for 3 or 4 days now, and they've all perked up. All of these were all shriveled and dying, and yeah, they've all perked up and they're looking pretty good now. On that, I know they say you shouldn't overwater a cactus, but these were severely underwatered on that. I'm probably not going to use every single one, because there's no way that they will fit in there without looking crowded, but I thought I'd give myself some options, and I'm not going to build just one, I'm going to build more of these. I think they're going to be pretty cool. This is quite cool on a side note. This flower wasn't there last night. I went to bed and it just looked like a normal cactus, and then in the morning this flower had sprouted. Cactuses seem to be very slow growing, and then they'll have a sudden growth spurt out of nowhere. Yeah, they're really quite interesting plants. So we're going to get going. I need to start off by giving this a clean, especially this lid. It's just awful. The inside has got watermarks on it. We've got some spare gravel and some charcoal to use as well for the building, and I've got loads of compost. I have a very large garden. So yeah, start off by giving it a clean, and then we'll see where we go. Okay, so it's been about 10 minutes worth of work, and the old tank now is looking a lot better than it did before. I still need to finish drying it down and polishing it up, get rid of any lingering watermarks. There's a couple of marks here and there. I don't know if you can see them just on there. I don't know if it's lingering lime scale from when I sort of abandoned this tank and just let it dry for a while, or if they're just etchings on the glass. If I'm honest, I'm not overly concerned about getting those off. I'll just put them to the back and you're unlikely to even notice it. There's a few bits here and there where as it dries the dirt seems to reappear on there. You know, you scrub it, you think it's gone, and then you dry it and it's back again. So I think about another 5-10 minutes worth of work will get this just about perfect. But I'm quite impressed with how well it came up. I thought that was going to need a lot more work than it's actually needed. So yeah, just a few more minutes worth of cleaning and then we'll move on to the next stage. Okay, so quick update on the cleaning side of it. I've spent about another 10 minutes scrubbing this down here and there. For some reason my time-lapse camera hasn't recorded for that. May have been my fault. I probably didn't press the record button all the way down, but Yeah, whatever, it's my first video, so what are you going to do? I'm fairly happy with how the tank has come out. It's looking pretty good now. There's a few marks still near the back that I'm fairly convinced now are just etchings in the glass. They're just scratches I'm never going to get out. I'm not overly concerned. I'll put them to the back, and you're unlikely to even notice once I've built the nice landscape inside of it. They may even be nicely hidden by one of the plants. I don't know, I haven't really worked that part out yet. The lid for it, however, is proving somewhat more difficult to clean. It fits in like that. I haven't finished drying it yet, but as you can see along here, it's just not coming clean, isn't this bit? I don't really know if I'm going to bother using the lid or not, if I'll just leave it open. Probably just leave it open, given that it's cactuses. They need a lot of airflow through them anyway. But I think the problem is that the only filter that I could get to work in this small tank was an air-driven one. So you constantly had air bubbling up around here, which was fine. The fish that were in there seemed to enjoy that. They were only in here for a short time before I realised this wasn't a very good tank, and I moved them into my big one. But with it bubbling up, you've got little droplets of water constantly pooling on here. They've dried and left some pretty horrible watermarks. I might leave this to soak in a vinegar solution or something like that, see if it'll come clean, but if I'm honest, I probably won't use it anyway, so I'm not overly concerned about that. Moving on to the gravel now. This is the gravel that I had in the tank beforehand. It's just bog standard builder's gravel that I cleaned and washed down. Probably talking about 10 years ago that I got this. I spent a long time sieving it and cleaning all the dust out that you get with builder's gravel, and it's turned it into some pretty nice aquarium gravel. I do want to use this because, as you can see, it's all different shades of brown, maybe one or two black rocks in there as well. Given that I'm going to be using cactuses, yeah, I want to make a desert scene, and these are nice desert colours. Only problem is I don't think I'm going to have quite enough of this. I want to, do a bit of a landscape, raise up the back of it, with, your smaller plants towards the front, so rather than just having it all completely level and flat. What I'm going to do, because I don't really have time to go out and get any more, past few days I've been struggling to find any more gravel just like this as well. I do have a spare bag of Pets at Home premium aquarium gravel. I bought it, never used it. I have loads of this gravel everywhere. A lot of people rage about Pets at Home, say I should go to other shops. I've never had a problem with them. As you can see, it's all really the wrong colour. It's mostly white rocks. There's a few brown and black in there. If I get another handful, you can see it's really the wrong colour if you're trying to create a desert scene. I think what I'm going to do is just dump all of this in the bottom and then put my desert colours on top. I've got plenty of netting for separating substrates and soils out. I may just put 2 lots of netting in there to keep the 2 of them, but that should give me enough to landscape and shape the bottom of the terrarium as I see fit. So that is the next stage, refilling the tank and getting everything set up ready to put my cactuses in. Okay. Alright, gravel time. So, if anyone at home is watching this using earphones, I suggest you turn the volume down or take them out, because chances are the microphone on my camera is going to clip like crazy as I pull this in. So here we go. Level it off for now and see what sort of depth I'm getting from it. One thing I have noticed looking at other people's cactus terrariums is they want a nice thick substrate to allow the water to drain away. Too much water on a cactus plant, you start to rot the roots out, you get far too much moisture and humidity, and the whole plant will just die really quite quickly. That's not actually as bad looking as I thought it would be, really. I don't think I'll need quite all of my desert covered gravel on there. There's quite a bit more brown and black in there than I thought. And that's actually quite a bit deeper than I thought it was going to be as well. So yeah, I think I'll just put a thin layer of the other gravel on top of that. Level it off nicely. One thing I do want to do though, keep it keep the two separated. So I think what I'm going to do is work out where I want the plants to go, and the larger ones. Thinking probably towards this back corner. We've still got a couple of marks on the glass here and here. So if we build it up, so we're getting a ramp towards the back of this. So that's the back. The old chaps over at Supercut Design say you should use a paintbrush or a crafting brush or some sort of tool for doing this. If I'm honest, this gravel seems a bit coarse. I think I've just done it ruining a perfectly good paintbrush. I mean, they are the experts. I'm just drawing my inspiration from it. But then again, they're also the professionals and I'm the amateur, so it wouldn't be the same if I weren't doing something a bit amateurish. So that's not too bad. It's thinned it a bit down the front. Should be able to get one of the larger plants down the back. Problem I've got is I haven't quite decided which plants I want where. One thing I did draw from all the videos I've watched online, not just from Supercut Design, is that these need to be very organic type growth. If you set out with a plan, it almost certainly won't work. But sometimes you've just got to try things and be prepared to take it apart if it doesn't fit or you don't like the look of it. So I'm going to start with some of these larger ones. I'm not going to take them out of their pots just yet. I'm not quite ready for them, but I'll just hold them up and try and imagine where I want them to go. Some of you may have noticed as well, I started off with this piece of driftwood. This was one of the first ever fish tank ornaments that I bought, not for this tank but for another one that I still have running in the house. I quite like it. It's a nice design. Still got some of its wooden colours. I'm not using it in at the tank at the moment. As you can tell by the top here, it's an absolute magnet for algae, and I just have a real problem keeping on top of my algae. I find it really ruins the look of the fish tank very quickly with it. So I'm not using it at the moment. I haven't decided if I want to reintroduce it to my larger fish tank yet. I've got quite a few algae eaters in there that are keeping on top of the algae growth, but I haven't decided. If I can find a way to make it fit with the landscape in here without looking too out of place, then I will. If not, I'm due to be picking up a third fish tank later today anyway. I maybe use it in that. But yeah, I like it. It's got a lead weight embedded in the bottom, so it sits that way up if it's in the water. Obviously if it's in the open air, you can put it however you like. Put it that way. Haven't quite decided if I want to use that yet. So I'll put that there for now. So back to the cactus, I'm thinking probably either of these towards the rear. See, I have a very similar cactus to this out the front, and it is extremely slow growing. So I'm not overly concerned about where I put this one and it getting overgrown. This one I'm still not sure. I've only had it 4 days and it's already sprouted a few extra buds. Interesting, these spikes aren't sharp at all yet. I get the feeling this one's going to grow very quickly when it has a growth spurt, so I think that one may have to go near the back, so if it does grow, it doesn't eclipse everything else that I've got in here. This one was going to go in, but as I said earlier in the video, this flower wasn't there last night, so this one's clearly having a growth spurt, and I get the feeling it's going to grow really quite quickly. So if I do put it in, I need to be careful with the positioning so it doesn't start to steal light or take over the whole thing. Maybe that back corner, if I angle the flower inwards, that could look quite nice. Let's do that. This purple rainbow cactus I never had any intention of really using. I have another one in red that I wanted to go with it. That's the only reason I picked that one up, but I'm not going to use that. As nice as the colours are on it, I don't think it's going to match the scene that I'm trying to create here, but I'll put it in a new pot eventually and it'll look nice with my other collection. Thinking maybe this. I've got a few succulents as well to go with this. I'm not going to be making all cactuses in here, so that one down near the front. I've got a few of these small ones here. These were all shriveled up and dead when I got them. About half a day sitting in some nice water, soak it up and perk right up. It's amazing how plants can recover sometimes. Yeah, these obviously need a lot more water than the cactuses, so these are likely put down the front in the shallower substrate probably, so that they've got easier access to the water. Don't know if I'll put all of these in because that one has grown even in the past few days. I think these little ones can all go along the front like that. This one in this front corner, don't know about that one yet. So yeah, I think that's what might happen. Either this one or this one in this back corner, forming back here. This one, I think I'll angle here, try and build up this corner a bit more to raise it off the bottom slightly. And if there's space, maybe this one. I think this one's going to be a bit too big, sat in the middle. With the other two cactuses and succulents around it, it's going to look a bit crowded. I think I'll leave that one out, it's a bit too big. Same with this one. I may be able to fit it in somewhere, maybe down this front corner. It's very similar looking to this one as well. So I put the two of them too close together, people are either going to think it's one plant or it's then just going to look cluttered and crowded. So after all, they say variety is the spice of life. So let's finish shaping this gravel and see how we get. But first, I need a fresh cup of tea. Okay, so nice cup of tea. Certainly brightens the day every time. Cup of Earl Grey always sorts me out if anyone's wondering. So, in the meantime, whilst I was making that cup of tea, I've pretty much decided what sort of shape I want. I've thinned the gravel out down the front here, like that. That's where I'm going to put these small plants here. Like I said earlier, I want these to have a thinner substrate to them because, well, they need more water than the cactuses. I'm going to put here and here. Put these two raised sections here. I've pretty much decided what I'm going to put in. I want these four along the front. So maybe this one in the middle, sort of here, if it doesn't look too crowded. This one is going to go in this back corner, and I think I'm going to use the larger one of these two in here, just there, like that. I think that should look pretty good. Hopefully it won't be too crowded. I'm trying not to create too much of a void in the middle, but of course I need some space between the plants. If it doesn't look too bad, I may put that in there, or I may see if I can angle the two around. Maybe if I plop my driftwood in there like that, with the plants dotted around it, and a few stones and twigs dotted about. I'm trying to create a nice desert scene here, so that actually doesn't look too bad. That might stay like that. First up, as I said earlier, I want to keep my two layers of substrate separated as much as I can, partly because I'm limited in the nice brown gravel that I want to use, and I still want to keep a little bit back to sprinkle over the top once I've got all the sand and the twigs in place, just to give it that real desert feel to it. So I've already cut a piece of mesh to shape. It's slightly oversized for the tank because I need to fit it into the contours that I've put in there. This is just plastic window screen mesh. That's obviously it's fairly cheap. I bought about 2 meters of this off eBay for £2.50. You can get large rolls of it if you're going to be doing this a lot, but as you can see, I've cut out the first piece that I need, and I still have plenty of it left. It's made of plastic, it's harmless to plants, it's not going to dissolve, but crucially, what it does is when you put the soil on top, it stops the soil making its way down into the substrates. won't stop it forever. Eventually you will have to rebuild all this, but it just likes to keep the two separated and give you good drainage in your terrarium, so you're not rotting off your roots of your cactuses or whatever other plant in there. So pop this in here, like this. Now this side is going to be the front of it, so I'll just try and get as little overlap there as possible. Not overly concerned about the back, because no one's going to be looking at the back. I've got a nice little alcove section to what's slowly becoming my plant and animal room. Used to be the front living room. It's full of fish tanks and various potted plants now in there. A nice alcove that this can sit in. I think it'll look great in there. So put that in there. And then we're just going to gently add the second layer. Now, of all the instructions I've read and watched, none of them actually put 2 layers of substrate in. I don't think it's actually bad for the plants. Some of the cactus terrariums I was looking at had much thicker substrate layers. So all I'm doing really is creating a thick one like you need. But I think it's more that they don't do it because it's unnecessary, but yeah, the whole hobby is unnecessary really in the grand scheme of things. I'm just doing it because I want to do it. I'm trying to get this on and shape it so it fits everywhere. Like that. Just a thin layer to hold it down, because we're only going to cover this in soil anyway. I mostly just don't want to mix together the 2 types of rocks. Some might think that's weird. I don't really care on that. What I don't want is to get into adding the soil and be mixing it around and be pulling up horrible white looking rocks that just ruin the aesthetic of it. So that's the reason we do all this, it's for aesthetics. So that is generating a nice bit of coverage. A few of them have gone through, but never mind. I wasn't expecting 100% separation. So just add a touch more on the edges. And there. I'm losing some of my contouring. Just try and get a bit more up on the 2 hills, if you want to call them that. If anyone's wondering if this is about as exciting as my life gets, the answer is yes. I work in insurance, for Christ's sake. Of course it's as exciting as my life gets. Okay, it's coming along nicely. Imagine that sitting there. That's not going to get too tall. One thing I don't want, which I put it on because I think it would look terrible, is if the plant starts sticking out at the top. Now obviously they're going to grow upwards, especially this one, but and I may end up having to trim them or repot them or even just replace them with others. One thing I have learned about these things don't last forever. You'll have to redo them, but to be perfectly honest, random leaf. That's my dog, by the way, off to savage the neighbour who's tending to her garden, which is far more impressive and well looked after than my garden. But there you go. It's not quite hiding the netting at the back. I'm not overly concerned about that. Last few scraggly bits of rock. That's about the general shape that I wanted. So now I'm going to cut out another section of this to go on top of that. then we can start getting the soil in, and then we can start getting the plants in. Alright, so quick side note, whilst I was cutting out the second layer of mesh for my new terrarium build, I get a message from someone I contacted, well, a couple of days ago on Facebook about this new fish tank that they were selling. Well, it's not new to me, but not really new to them. It's one of the nice fluval edge ones. I do quite like the design on these. They've had this a while now. You can see on top the grill's a bit rusty. Let's see if I can pull that off, clean it up, and I may even paint this whole top thing. I like the design of them, but I don't think the colouring on this really goes well with the rest of the room. So as you can see, it comes with the filter and the pump, and the lights are all built in as well. So they also threw in a black moor fish with it. Apparently they bought him barely a week ago, and he was getting bullied, and the other fish in the tank were nipping at his fins, so they had to move him on his own. And they were selling this tank anyway, so they included him with him. As you can probably tell, Muffin, my black pug, is very interested in seeing him. Anything new, she wants to say hello, don't you, Muffin? But yeah, obviously he's not going to stay in there. It's just a bare tank. It needs a fair bit of work, because this tank needs a good clean to get it working. But I've wanted one of these for a while, but I just think they're a bit expensive for the size that they are. This one was all of £20 to buy. So yeah, pretty impressed. So I'll start getting a new fish nice and acclimatised, and eventually I'll move him to my larger tank that's already got 2 black moors in there. There's a couple of fancy goldfish as well, just small ones, a number of other fish, but they all get on well, none of them are aggressive. So I think he'll have a good home. Oh, there comes Muffin jumping on the table. You're not allowed on the table, Muffin. She really wants to get to this fish, and I'm not going to let her. So yeah, bit of a bumpy ride home, but you're home now, little fella. I'll give you a nice new home, and I've got a new project to work on. They did throw in the ornaments that come with it. You can see this has been in a kid's bedroom. Got a few girly looking ornaments. I can't see me using these, but if it's thrown in with something, I'll rarely ever turn it down. Got some lovely bright pink gravel. Some people like this sort of thing, they like really brightly coloured tanks. I personally don't really like it at all. If I've got the patience, I might take out all these white rocks. I've got some nice larger white pebbles in there that I might use for something. Doubt I'm going to use it. Plastic plant there as well. Mostly green and purple. It's probably the least garish bit about this. And of course some spare filter sponges. It's a bit beaten up. Might be good to use. But yeah, main reason why it's for the tank. Muffin obviously wants to say hello to the fish. I'm never going to let her, because she'll just... well, you'll eat it, won't you? Eh? Fat lump. Eh? Yeah, thought so. Get down off the table. Go on, down. So yeah, little side note, whilst I was building my terrarium, they messaged me at 5:30 saying, oh, can you come at 6? And they're about 10 miles away. Isn't mine on Facebook great? Alright, so second netting all nice and cut out. Maybe a bit too much at the back, but that's okay. We're going to cover it with soil now anyway on that. But yeah, that is a substrate layer in. So we're now going to build up the soil. I want to get probably about an inch or so of soil along the top, shape it nicely, and then all that'll be left to do is get the plants in, and that'll be it. The first terrarium build done. Alright, so the soil that I'm going to be using today is just your generic garden grade soil. I pulled this out of an old plant pot that I've had in my potting shed for a while. There was nothing growing in it, it was just sitting there waiting to be used for something, so I pulled it out, mainly because, as you can see, it's nice and dry and crumbly, should make it easy to work with. Also, we don't want it to be too moist because, well, cactus grows in a dry environment, so if it was too all wet and damp, that's not going to be very good for the plant. Now, some might say I should use something more specialist for this. If I'm honest, one thing you'll learn about me is I like to do things on a budget, and I like to make, do and mend. I'll never throw anything away if I think it might be useful later. And I have about a dozen different cactuses now growing in this sort of stuff, and they're quite happy and they're quite long lived as well, and they're very healthy plants, so that should be fine. I've just, rather than bringing the whole pot, it's a big pot, and I've got another big sack of soil out there as well. I've just put it in a plastic box that I have lying about the garden, because as you can see, I am doing this work on the kitchen table. Hopefully the girlfriend isn't going to wake up anytime soon from her night shift and see this, because I don't think she'll be too happy when she tries to have dinner and it's full of cactuses and soil. So yeah, we're going to get this all spread out in here, get it all nicely shaped, and then we can start putting in our cactuses and our plants. Lovely. Alright, here we go. Trying a slightly different angle on the camera, trying to show you what it is that I'm doing right now. But essentially, we're just going to get handfuls and start laying the soil in there. The first few handfuls, from what I could see online, just have to be a little careful, make sure your mesh doesn't move. And then once you've got a bit of weight holding it in place, it should be fine. So I'll put this on, I'm just going to try and spread it out evenly across the different contours. You can see there's a few bits of what used to be in here. I think it was some coriander that just didn't take. Pick that out. So there's a few bits of dead leaves and such like in. If I'm honest, if they stay in the soil, fine. If they end up on the surface, well, it's going to be a desert scene anyway, so a few bits of dead leaves, a few twigs maybe, probably not going to be that bad. Probably add to how it will look. So I'm just going to get all this in here. Trying to create a nice even layer. Build up the two little hills that I made. And see a few more bits of leaves and such like to take that out. As I've said already, once this layer is done, we can start adding the plants. Now you may have noticed already that I haven't been wearing gloves to handle the cactuses because I haven't really been touching them. I mean, if you want to handle them without gloves, that's fine, if you can do it. Personally, I find that they can give you a really nasty stab. Those spikes are sharp on it. So when I come to actually handle them properly, not just in the pots, you'll notice I'll be wearing 2 pairs of gardening gloves. And in all likelihood they'll probably still manage to stab me, but I hope at least, that the results of this will be worth it. That's looking pretty good. What are we doing on the thickness? Alright, I'm just going to get a bit more around the front here. So where the plants that I've picked out for this front part, these ones, are not cactus. So I'm actually creating something rather unique here. I'm going to want the back to drain well, so it stays nice and dry for these fellas. But I want the front to be nice and moist. Yes, I did just say moist on the internet. So see how watering it goes over the months. I'll likely do an update in a month or two. See how this is going once it's all planted. And smooth it out. If you can hear my dogs, I think they're growling at the neighbour. She's still in her front garden. See, plants that are going in it already come with soil. I'll try and break it off, and I'll use this as much as I can as well. Try and get them nice and planted in. So yeah, that's not half bad. Let's see if I can show you a little bit better and clip you from the tripod. So that's what it looks like. Now, as you can see, I've got the two slopes, and I've one here, this little fella here will go here. I'll try and get him upright as possible, and then this big fella back here is going to go in that back corner. I'm quite happy to angle him. I think that'll look quite good at a nice angle. And then these small ones are going to be dotted around the front for now. Okay. I think that's pretty much it for the soil. Next stage, it's time to get potting. I need to go and get my gardening gloves first, and I think another cup of tea is in order. Alright, so I'm still trying to find a better camera angle to show you the potting. I've been trying to show you this from all angles that I can. I thought I'd start just by showing you quickly what gardening gloves I'm going to use. Now, my first port of call was my heavy duty suede gardening gloves. Unfortunately, I used them pretty much all day every day during the first coronavirus lockdown for about a full 3 months, and they are worn out and knackered, and you may as well not wear them when you're handling something like this. They're still good for light gardening work, but the spikes go straight through them. I've worn the fabric completely thin. I think it's going to be time for a new set once payday comes around. So what I've got left, I've got my light ones. Not even going to consider using these. As you can see, they're brand new. They came free with my heavier duty ones. They actually barely fit on my hands. They're okay, I suppose, for potting, but as you can see, I've never worn them on that. I don't find your light duty gloves that useful. I figure if you need gloves, you need heavy duty ones. Otherwise, you can get by perfectly fine using your hands. I've got my thick rubberized chemical gloves. These are handy if you're handling things like fertilizer or weed killer, or something that's harmful to your skin, or if you're working with something that's very, very damp and muddy and is likely to stain you, just trying to keep your hands a bit clean. They're quite good. Only thing is they, as you can see, they're a bit bigger, a bit thicker, and you do lose some dexterity using them. And I've always found potting plants, especially small ones, require some delicate work. So we're going to try the medium ones. They've got rubberized grips on them. Otherwise, the fabric is quite thin. I'm hoping this rubber works, and I don't end up with sore hands at the end of it after potting these. My main concern is this plant here. This one, the spikes aren't sharp at all. You can just touch them, as you can see. You know, if you touch it a bit too hard, it probably will prick you, but you can gently touch it and it's quite safe. This, however, you'll have to touch it very lightly and it won't break the skin, as it just did there. So, we're going to start with these. If they don't work, I'll have to use that, but hopefully it's only going to be the one plant that I have to use them for. Alright, let's get going. One thing I have just realised, I'm really hoping you're enjoying all the different angles I'm giving you on this build. I feel like I've spent probably half of my day today moving tripods, adjusting different angles, changing cameras. I have 3 cameras that I'm using for this. I have my camcorder which I've had about 10 years now. It has no zoom function, and it's quite oddly, it was expensive when I bought it, but nowadays I think you can pick them up for about £20 from CEX. But it does record in full HD, and the image stabilisation works quite well still, so it's handy for the odd job here and there. Plus it has a good memory on it. Now these gloves, I don't know if you can see, if I rest the plant on my palm, they do protect me from the spikes, but the slightest bit of movement does get through, so I'll try not to handle this as much. Now this came in quite a deep pot, it's actually deeper than the soil that I've put in. So what I'm trying to do, without breaking the roots off too much, or if I break a few off I'll probably survive, is just bring that soil down, and I'm going to try and plant it where I want it. Now one thing that may happen as you do this is you get bits of soil stuck to the cactus. If it was a big bit, you could probably just gently pull it off. If not, it's not the end of the world. It'll dry out and then you can just get a straw and blow it off. I'd stay away from compressed air, partly because it's pointless and partly because it's probably a bit too powerful. Just get a regular old plastic drinking straw, or paper if it's McDonald's I suppose. I just blow it off once it's all dried and it'll come away nice and clean. So, most of that off. All I'm doing here really is just gently rubbing it, trying to get the soil to come away. I was telling you about my cameras, so I have the camcorder. I have the one that I'm talking to you on now, which is my good camera. I mostly use that for photography. It's got a good zoom lens on it. It also has a video function, and it mounts much more easily on my tripod. And because of the decent lens on it, I can get much better angles than the camcorder. I can move it in much closer without losing focus. I can give you more detail, but also giving you a wider view at the same time. It's just generally better for this sort of filming. And the time lapse, which I have running at the same time at a slightly different angle over there, is running on my phone. If anyone's looking for a new phone, I highly recommend the Google Pixel 5. By far the best phone I've ever had. Far cheaper than your iPhone. A cracking camera on it as well. I've taken some really good pictures with it that are as good, if not better, than what I can do with my photography camera. Okay. Let's come down and see, I've got the roots, they're intact. May have broken a few, but it's not going to be the end of the world. The cactus is quite a hardy plant, really. As you see, what I'm doing is I'm just letting this soil fall down into here. There's no point in wasting it, I'll just spread it out into it like that. It's got a bit of moisture to it because it's been sitting in the tray with the water for a few days. So it'll be a bit less of a shock to the plant as well, if it's possible to shock a cactus. Alright, so that's about as far as it's going to go. So I'm just going to try and make a slight indentation in here. Let's pull some of the soil off the mound that I've made. And we're just going to gently position it where we want it. A bit like that maybe. Yeah, I think the larger of these, call them baubles or bulbs, whatever you want to call them, to the back, gives them more space further in. And I'm just going to pack the soil back in around it like that. Try not to block the camera angle, but unfortunately I do need to get all around it. I'll be sure to give you a good close-up before sitting proud ever so slightly. I'm not going to worry too much about that. It's not supposed to be an even landscape at all. Looking closely, I may have flattened a few of the spikes off whilst I was handling the plant. That'll be fine. Spikes are meant to be a defensive mechanism for these plants anyway. I can't imagine when they do their job, breaking them off harms the plant in any way. Otherwise they're not really protecting it, are they? They'll protect it once and then the plant will die anyway. So yeah, it's sitting proud ever so slightly, but that's fine really. That's in. It's not looking too bad. If anything, it's sitting slightly up from the surface, actually enhances that side. It's a little bigger than I thought it was going to be, but no. Happy with that. First ever plant in my first ever terrarium, made from an old fish tank. It's not bad. So, if you're going to do this yourself, it's inevitable that you're going to get dirt everywhere. Don't worry about it too much. After you get dirt on the cactus, like you can see here, it'll dry out, and then you can just blow it off with a straw later. Okay, right, let's do the next one. Now, this one, as I said, the spikes aren't sharp. If you look very closely, I think I've got the angle right there. There are a few, they look almost like hairs, but they're actually rigid and they will stick you. It may not look like much, but if they get under your skin, it's going to be quite painful for quite a long time. So I'm going to keep the gloves on as I handle this. But yeah, this one should be a little easier to pot. So all I do to remove my plants is tip them up. I don't have to grip it. I'm just holding it like that, and then you just slide the pot away. That's all there is to it. Sometimes different plants, especially if the soil's a lot wetter, you may have to press the base in, or if it's got holes in, just poke something through just to give it a little nudge out. But once you move it the first centimetre or so, it's almost like you break the seal and it'll just pop out. So I think that way around, again a taller bit to the back. I want to sort of sweeping upwards with this. Now, just going to do the same as I did last time, just rub the soil away, try and break it off. Try not to break the roots. Letting the soil that's in there fall into it. Let's not want that. Alright, so we're back on. Those cheapest chips batteries that I was telling you about died completely in my camera in under 10 minutes. So that's a bit disappointing. Got a 10 pack, there's 6 of them left. I don't know what I'm going to do with them, they don't seem very good for anything. Maybe they'll be okay for my photography. Seems that when it's recording video it just kills them and it keels over in just a few minutes. But turn it off for 5 minutes, turn it back on, it says it's got full battery. I think maybe they're just not good for demanding tasks like recording video, but taking the odd picture here and there, they might be okay. Failing that, I'll just slowly use them in the TV remote if that's all they're good for. Fresh cup of Yorkshire tea though. See, every time there's an interruption I get an excuse to make a cup of tea, so I can't complain that much really. So, we're now recording on my camcorder, the old one. The quality may be a bit lowered, it's what we've got. I want to carry on with this, I want to get this done. We've only got these last few to pot. I'll start with this big one, which I think I'm going to put in the middle at the back there for it. So, as always, just tip it up. Not gripping the plant. This one I'm just having to press the bottom because the soil's a bit damper. Alright, there we go, pop it out. So, I'm just going to gently break away the soil, just using the fingertips. This is a bit looser packed, so it's just falling away nicely. It's very damp, is this soil. This plant, when I brought it home, this was one of the 50p ones, and this was all brown and dying, and within 5-6 hours of me bringing it home, putting it in some water, it had turned green again. The tips of the leaves have got a nice purpley colour to them. They've got a slight spike on them, each one as well. I wouldn't call this a cactus, but it has cactus qualities. That one's especially sharp. But yeah, some of these plants I find can go one of two ways. They either die no matter what, or they are remarkably resilient. They can look almost beyond repair. You give them a bit of sunlight, a bit of water, they'll recover very quickly indeed, as this one did. See, for all the soil that was in that pot, actually finding very little in the way of roots, which is good because it means I don't need to dig such a deep hole for it. So let's put that pile away. Soil that I've broken off, I'm just going to move into roughly where I'm going to plant it. Again, just trying to avoid such a shock for the plant. They've been sitting in the soil they came from the shop with, which is in something of an unknown quantity. Whereas this garden soil that I have here is nice. It's a combination of shop-bought compost and the nice fertile fenland soil that we have out here in rural Cambridgeshire. How's that looking? Too bad actually. There's a couple of other little sprouts from it. Little one there, big one there. There's one or two round the back here as well. Thought I'd put the bigger one to the front. It's going to get them more light. Yeah. Love it when things go in perfectly first time. Bit of dirt on that plant. See, if you're able to lift it off, if it's a clump, it's not too bad. But here it's got into all the spikes, so that'll just need blowing off a bit later. I will show you how to do that. I'll find a straw, got one in the house somewhere. So now I'm thinking, that one, maybe. I want to get this one in. This one was the most remarkable recovery. As you can see, there's a few brown leaves on it still, but this one was shriveled up, it was tiny. I thought, oh, that's probably going to die. This one was actually one whole penny. Oh, screw it for a penny, try it. Brought it home, it opened back out like it was a flower. The leaves are still a bit curled on the ends, but I think that's maybe just the shape of the plant now. Been a bit traumatic, being basically turned into some sort of plant jerky it was. But yeah, within a few hours it had opened out and now it's lovely again. So we'll have this one. This is probably one of the more remarkable recoveries from my little plant rescue mission. Let's just put all this in. So again, this soil in here, just going to drop it in. It's quite clumpy and moist, so I made sure that, well, I did water the cactuses because they'd been starved of water for a long time as well. Even they were starting to show signs of it. They've recovered quite well too. Showed you the one that's had a growth spurt with the flower earlier, but these do need water, so I made sure these were well watered. So I'll just pull that way, drop it in there. So I'm going to put this one, I think, there. Just dig a small hole for it. That. Just plop it there. It's touching the glass slightly, but I don't think that looks too bad. Press it down slightly. There we go. That looks, took that leaf under there. That's not too bad, really. Not overly keen on it touching the glass. I may need to come back out and go somewhere else, I think. Yeah. So to take it out, I'm just going to dig my fingers in either side, trying not to touch the plant, and just lift it back out. It's only been in a few seconds, so it's not going to be established in any way, you're not hurting it. Put that, fill that hole back in, and then we'll put it over here instead. So dig another small hole, plop it in there. Yeah, that's not too bad really. And as it grows, of course, it's probably going to end up touching the glass as well. Maybe I'll have to prune it, but yeah, that's not too bad actually. I think this little baby's going to fit. I mean, I could put it in, but it'd be just the one on its own. I think it'd look too crowded. We're going to go with these. This one's lost a few leaves down one edge from its starvation of water in the shop. That's fine, we'll just put the bald side to the back. If anything, it'll make it easier to fit in with everything else. I'll have almost like a cutout. And I think we'll get this one in as well if there's space. So let's just break the soil off this one. Small ones can go down the front. There for it. Like I said, put the broken bit to the back. I'll just push it into there. That helps there. That's not too bad either. Just took some soil underneath it to prop it up. That's quite alright. I think, looking at it, adding another will probably make it look a bit crowded on the plant front. So I think we're going to call that it for plants. That's some good progress made there, really. To say this was the delicate side of the operation, that's not gone too badly. And it hasn't taken too long. I'll return the ones that I'm not using to this tray. Still a little bit of water in it. Put plants in it. Cactuses have got more than enough. throughout my cactus collecting is whether it's cactuses or cacti. I seem to use both interchangeably. I'm sure anyone who watches this will have their own opinion in the comments. There we go. Yeah, I think that's some good progress. So now I'm off to go and find the sand that we need to cover this with. So it is going to be a desert scene, and whilst it's still light outside, so it is getting late, I'll see if I can find some twigs and dead leaves to try and litter around the place. It's summer at the moment, but it's been raining a few days, so I don't think I'm going to find any dried twigs that you to give it the real desert scene. I might have to wait for that, but I've got some spare gravel, I've got some sand, we'll make a nice desert scene, I guess. Okay. Alright, so at this point, the last 10-20 minutes worth of video I haven't been able to include. I don't know what's happened to it. The file is playable on its own, but for whatever reason, Lightworks just will not handle it. I believe, playing it back slowly, that there is an amount of corruption towards the end of the file. Something happens to the video, and for whatever reason, Lightworks just can't get past that. If I play it in the editor, it plays fine up to a point and then it just crashes. The same when I'm trying to export it, it will get to about 90% and then it just stops, and there's no saving it from there. I even struggle to exit the program. A lot of the time I have to Control-Alt-Delete and just kill Lightworks off from there. So there wasn't much left to do, as you're probably already watching in this time-lapse. I finished getting the plants in, and then the main thing left to do was to put the sand on over the top, which I do. I also put a few pebbles and a few little bits of twigs and such like in there to finish off the desert look, and then I use a straw to blow the sand off the top of the plants. Finished product I was pretty proud of. Granted, there are some pros out there that will probably be quite angry with themselves, but I liked it. I think it turned out quite well, and it's actually been a while now since I recorded this, and the terrarium is flourishing. The plants have all grown somewhat at different rates for each one, but it looks quite nice on that. So I'll leave the video here. Thank you for watching. I am at some point going to do an update on the terrarium just to show you how it got on after finishing it off after the end of this video, but for now we'll leave it there. Thank you for watching. a really rather exciting day for me today, for it is new laptop day for me. Now this is, believe it or not, the first new laptop I've had since 2009. I bought myself a new MacBook to go away to university with. I had that for a number of years, coming on to 2015, I think, 2016. And it eventually just completely died. It had been painfully slow to use for quite some time, and then one day it just wouldn't turn on, and that was the end of that. I then went back to Windows. First Windows I'd had since, well, in a number of years. I think before getting my current laptop, I'd been on Windows XP. That's how long it had been. So yeah, I went back to Windows. I got myself a second-hand model from CEX, in perfectly good condition, grade A, but it was sort of already 5 years old when I got it, and I've had that since 2016. So that in itself is getting on for 6 years in my ownership, plus the 5. It's an 11-year-old laptop. It still works. It still does mainly what I need it to. I work from home. It handles the remote connections to my work fairly well. But there are times when it starts to show its age. The battery in it is completely useless, so it's not really a laptop anymore. It has to be plugged in on my desk for it to be of any good. There's been a few instances I have a second monitor plugged into it. That will just go black randomly for a few seconds, then come back, or occasionally flicker. Bit of research and taking a bit of advice on it. It looks like that might be early motherboard failure. And there's a few other little niggles with it. It's one of the USB ports. If it's not in at the right angle, or if you jiggle the wire, it will disconnect and reconnect. Almost like there's a dry joint or a bit of a bad circuit in there. Not exactly ideal. And the other USB port, for some reason, doesn't like having my mouse plugged into it. Sort of. Once or twice an hour, the USB mouse just stops working. I have to unplug it and plug it back in. So yeah, it's starting to show its age. And whilst it's still perfectly useful, I could probably keep going for a long time yet with it. There are some things, like I'm starting to do more video editing now, and it's quite obvious that I'm starting to overtax it. It's a good office laptop. I do a lot of writing on it, or I have been doing a lot of writing on it, so things like Word documents, normal work use, it's perfectly fine, browsing the web, but it does show its age sometimes. Things like it seems to take a long time just to fire up Chrome, which it shouldn't be doing, really. And other things, if I tap the CD drive on it, it will randomly eject. Shouldn't really be doing that. So yeah, it's showing its age. It still works, and it'll probably keep working for some time, but I thought, time for a new one on that before things get too bad with it. Like I say, I need it for work, so I need to keep it going. So it was my birthday recently. I thought, screw it, I want a new laptop, so I've bought myself one. First new laptop since, like I said, 2009. So here it is. It's just arrived via courier, via DPD. I bought it via PC World, or Courier's PC World. I did a lot of shopping around for my budgets. They were pretty much spot on price. You're talking about saving 10, 20 quid here or there. I think the biggest saving that I could make was through an American website for this same spec of laptop, and from dollars into pounds it saved me 50 quid, but it didn't really work out for me. I would have to have waited ages for it to arrive, and ended up having to take out credit agreements in America to get it, and it's not worth it. So for what it was worth, I just ordered it from Courier's PC World. And to be fair to them, I've just checked my emails. I ordered it at 6:03 PM on the Friday night, and it's just arrived at 1 in the afternoon on the Saturday. So I can't complain about their delivery time. So there we go. Like I say, it's just arrived. So let's open it up and see what we get. I'm going to feel rather silly if this turns out not to be what I ordered. I'll just be jabbering on about it. But it looks to be one. There's the Acer logo. I've ordered an Acer Nitro gaming laptop. Now, the reason I went with a gaming laptop, well, there's the box. Not because I consider myself a gamer. The most complicated PC game I play most of the time is Age of Empires 2. I've been playing that since I was about 8 years old. Cracking game. Well, but no, I went for a gaming one, partly because of the video editing. It's quite obvious that I was overtaxing my normal laptop, and because I wanted something that would give me a bit of longevity, wouldn't be out of date, you know, within a few months. So I went with something a bit of a higher spec. Thought I'd go with one of these. Didn't go with a desktop because I just don't have the budget to be buying new monitors and all the peripheries and accessories that go with it. So I just went with a laptop. It suits me better. So here it is, and it has arrived. See, there's a nice little handle on the top. That's all there is to it, really. Check contents if seal is broken. Well, the seal isn't broken, and the box is in remarkably good nick. So I've gone with this. Let's see what's inside the box. This is a very exciting time. First laptop since 2009. It's certainly well packaged as well as polystyrene blocks already in. Box here. Just an empty carry box out of the way. Quick sip of Earl Grey. Alright, so this would appear to be the main laptop. It's packaged in this type of polystyrene, I'm not sure what it's called. That nice shock absorbent stuff, that's good. And this box and this is the charger. Yep, there's the charger. There's the transformer, the bit that plugs into the laptop, and the bit that plugs into the wall. Not sure what that is. HDD upgrade cable. Okay. Right, come back to that. What's this? HDD upgrade screw. Okay. So I suppose I didn't mention that when I was ordering it, but fine. The hard drive in this is a 256 gigabyte SSD solid state drive. Not as big as my last one. My current laptop has a terabyte hard drive in it. Although, to be fair, I haven't used even half of that. There was a 512 gigabyte one that I was trying to get. I was in town just yesterday, so I went into one of their stores looking to order one, and they didn't have one, even though it said they did on the website. When I went to try and order it through the website, it then let me get all the way to the end and went, oh, sorry, it's out of stock. So we went with this one, which was slightly more expensive, about another 30 quid. Similar specs, slightly higher specs, apart from the hard drive, which is smaller. But yeah, I don't need that much space. If I find myself running out, I've got about 4 external hard drives lying around. I've got 3 to 4 terabytes worth of external hard drive lying about the house that I never use, so yeah, storage won't be an issue. And I also have my Google Cloud storage, my Google Drive, which does a good job. So let's open this out and see what's in. Let's just take the packaging. Oh, that's upside down. This is some sort of felt carry bag. I'm just meant to protect it from scratches. It's not a long-term storage solution. If I pull on it too hard, it will probably rip, but it's obviously just meant for scratch protection. And there it is, the Acer Nitro. So, looks pretty much exactly as it did on the website. As with all gaming laptops, it's got its It's vents on the back, and it's always red and black styling with these. My current one is a nice white styling with black keys on the keyboard, very office-like, very professional looking. The gaming ones, they always seem to be black and red. Not that I dislike it, it's just sometimes it'd be nice to get something different, but you know, whatever. So we shall open this up, open it up at an angle so you can see. There we go. Another bit of protective felt in there. And there she is. Hopefully you can see that. There it is. The Acer Nitro. Built-in graphics card. I'll leave the full specs in the description if anyone's interested. That is exactly what I wanted. I like having number pads in my keyboards. I use that a lot when I'm working. So if it didn't have that, you'd be surprised at the inconvenience it is. It sounds petty, but if you have a keyboard that doesn't have this and you're having to use these numbers along the top, it can be a real pain in the ass because I have to work quickly on that. So, you know, I'm blasting through my work on that. So yeah, that's certainly good. And of course, as with any laptop, they've raised the W, A, S and D keys and given this extra bit of highlighting. Same here. Not entirely sure what this button's for. It just says N on it. I suppose I'll find out. I should probably read the instructions. So there it is. I'm rather fond of the styling on this. So I like the way here there's Acer and then it says Nitro, if you can see that. And when it's closed, you can still see it. So there it is. It's got good connectivity down the side. It's got my 2 USB ports, Ethernet, headphones, and then we've got another USB port, HDMI, oh, and a micro USB port. Sorry, no, that's Type-C USB on that side. I didn't expect that. That wasn't in the specs either. And of course, I don't know if you can see them under these vents here, 2 big cooling fans, because, well, of course, it's a gaming laptop. So yeah, quite impressed with that. Have a quick look at the rest of it. This is nothing special. Power cable, of course. Transformer. Plug that into there. That's all there is. And there's this thing. I'm guessing this is if you ever need to upgrade the hard drive on it. I didn't even think about that. I suppose I could. Sounds a bit too much like hard work. You get the feeling that's going to end up in a drawer. You can't see me upgrading the hard drive on it. I'm not one for fiddling with things. I used to be. I used to build my own computers back in the day, but I just ain't got the time or the patience for it now. And the other 2 things in the box. Instruction manual, Acer Nitro setup guide. Give that a look in a bit. How to plug the power in, of course. So, looks like it's pretty much plug it in, turn it on. That is pretty much what it says. Plug it in, make sure you get the plug in the right way and all the way in. Press the power button. That's how you turn it on. Okay, I think I could figure that out on my own. And then there's this. Oh, this is the warranty guide. I'll open that in a minute. I will register the warranty with this. I didn't bother to buy the insurance that they're always peddling. Not that I think it's a bad product, but truth be told, I work for an insurance company that does gadget insurance. So I'll just get it through work. So, yeah. Oh, and on the back we get these, what are they, stickers? Good luck gamer. Planet 9. So I don't think I really want to put them all over my new laptop, but you know, some people might want to. Planet9.gg. Shows how out of touch I am. I have no idea what that is. So yeah, that's what's in the box. It's a Nitro gaming laptop. Not the most expensive, just about within budget for me. And it should be perfect for my needs. It should last me a decent length of time as well. So, and anyone who knows me knows, yes, there are more expensive things, and yes, they probably are a bit better, but I've just never viewed the most expensive kit as being necessary. If you see any of my other videos, or if you ever meet me in person, none of my kit is the most expensive thing on the market. I've never believed it necessary. If you say if I go shooting, all of my guns, most of them are second hand, and even my main rifle, that's second hand, and it's a budget Springer. And you know what? If you practice with something like that, you can be just as good with it as the tarts that turn up with the most expensive gear. I don't believe it's necessary. At least not. There are instances when going for the top-notch stuff works, but for what I needed, this is perfect. So yeah, we shall go away. We'll get this started up. So we're going to cut for now. I'm going to swig my tea a bit. We'll get this powered up and charged, and then we'll watch the first ever startup sequence for it. Alright, so we've come upstairs to my, well, sometimes I call it the study. This is my desk. I do a lot of my work, so you could call it the office. But I've also got my entire book collection and a lot of other hobby-related material in here, so I tend to call it the study. I've put it where it's going to spend most of its life, the new laptop, on this stand that I use. Just helps raise it up slightly, makes it easier to type on if you're using that. I do have a wireless keyboard that normally sits here, and of course I've got my USB mouse as well. I haven't plugged any of that in as yet. I'm just going to see how it goes just on its own. The only thing plugged in at the moment obviously is the power cable. I don't know if I'll be using this straight away on Monday for work. I may end up going back to my old laptop whilst I get everything working on this. There's a lot of software I need to move over. And I've got to find some way of moving about 300 to 400 gigabytes of personal files across as well. I'll get to that in a minute though. But no, for now, come on, we've plugged it in. I don't know if you can see just here, little orange light has come on. See, it's plugged in and charging. So, first turn on, let's see how we go with it then. It's already got frigging dog hair on it, Jesus Christ. Alright. Blue power light has come on. Keyboard is lit up. It's very quiet. This is actually the first computer I've had. Well, I do have another MacBook actually that's got a solid state drive. But even that manages to make noise on start. This is completely silent because there's no disk for it to spin. One thing I did notice as I was plugging this in.
Hi there. I'm Cortana, and I'm here to help. A little sign in here, a touch of Wi-Fi there, and we'll have your PC ready for all you plan to do.
Okay.
Use your voice or the keyboard along the way, and if you'd like me to stay quiet, just select the little microphone icon towards the bottom of your screen.
I never
If you
use
need an
Cortana.
assistive screen reader, press the Windows, Control and Enter keys at the same time to turn on narrator. Okay, enough intro. Let's dig in. Your region is set to United Kingdom. Is that correct?
I'd say yes. Okay, I didn't
Your
even have to
keyboard
click.
is set to United Kingdom. Would you like to stick with that?
Yes.
Do you also type with another keyboard layout?
Skip.
Now, let's get you connected to a network. That way, you can get updates, apps, and cat videos as soon as possible. How about the first one on the list? Would you like to use that one?
No, that's my printer. Don't connect to that.
Okay, how about this next one on the list?
Yes, that one. Yes.
Now, type your credentials.
So I've cut out the bit here where I scramble to find my Wi-Fi password and then put it in wrong and have to start all over again because it's boring and nobody wants to see that.
Mission accomplished. You're all linked up.
Okay, next.
Now we have some important setting up to do.
Oh, like.
Sit back and relax while we work our magic.
Okay.
Please don't turn off your device.
Why would I do that?
Still setting things up.
I can see that.
Please don't turn off your device.
I wasn't planning to. You've already told me that.
Your computer will restart before you continue.
Okay. Well, anyway, as I was saying before this thing started jabbering away at me, which, by the way, is actually pretty cool. You know, I can just talk to it to set it up. I did notice that that little bit of cable that came for expanding or replacing the hard drive. I initially thought that was you take the original hard drive out and put another one in. That just says on this little sticker here, there's available slots for 2 SSD drives and 1 HDD drive. Which is quite handy, you know. Telling me you can get up to 3
Next
hard
up,
drives in
the
this little
legal
thing.
stuff. In short, you'll need to select Accept to use Windows. You can decline, but then, you know, no Windows.
Oh, well, that's not much of a choice, really, is it? I suppose. Well, of course, I'm going to read through this in full, in the same way that everyone else reads these things in full, and I'll just click Accept.
Type your email address or phone number, then follow the instructions to sign in. I'll catch up with you once that's done.
Oh, like my Windows account or my Microsoft account. Never use it. Alright, I think it's this. Now, obviously, I'm not going to show you my email and password, or username and password. That would just be daft. I was thinking about that. But yeah, we've got this expansion slot here.
Want to set up a PIN?
Alright, sure, let's create a PIN. I prefer passwords, but whatever. No, you don't get to see my PIN number either. Yeah, anyway, I found out what this N button does. Apparently it's the Nitro Sense
Now,
button.
choose if you want to let Microsoft and other apps use your location to help you with directions, weather and more.
No, I don't need to use my location. I never really use the Microsoft stuff. Bit of a Google fanboy, really, but never mind.
And if you ever lose your device, here is where you get to choose if you want help finding it.
Alright, well, I've found my device. That's fine.
Next, choose whether or not you want to help Microsoft diagnose and fix issues.
Well, that would be handy. I mean, I'm hoping there's not going to be any issues, but yeah, whatever.
And if you want to help improve language recognition and suggestions for apps and services that run on Windows, you can choose to do that here.
What? off later.
If you want tips, offers and suggestions that are tailored to you, just select accept.
No, I don't want tips and such like. No, I just want the damn thing to work. So, but yeah. Anyway, as I said, I still have no idea what Nitro Sense is. Again, none of this was actually mentioned on the website when I bought it. I mean, I'm happy it's there, but I mean, you're getting things that you weren't expecting is pretty cool. No idea what it actually does. Also says Cool Boost. I don't know if that makes me cooler. That's a bit of a tall ask from a laptop, but give it a go.
Finally, for these settings, choose whether or not you want your ads to be more relevant to you.
No, sod your ads, bugger off.
Based on the activities you choose here, you will get a personalized experience as you set up your device.
Okay, that's interesting. Alright, let's go with I do with that. I mean, Age of Empires 2, I suppose that counts as gaming. Creativity, yes. Yeah. Yeah, we do a lot of that. Family members, no, I can just ring them. Take notes, write essay, and collaborate on projects. It's not school use, but I do that. I do a lot of writing and such like. I will leave it. It's not like I'm actually losing any features, it's just going to like recommend shit to me.
We can work some magic so you can use your Android phone from your PC. Make calls, send text messages, use your mobile apps, and more. If this sounds useful, we'll send you a reminder to finish setting up your phone app.
Now, I did give this a go on my last laptop, but it didn't seem to work properly. But then again, that laptop was on its last legs, so I'll like remind later. Not doing it right now. I just want to use my damn laptop.
Want to automatically save files and photos to OneDrive for some added peace of mind?
No. Don't want to do that right now.
Your PC comes with a free 1-month trial of Microsoft 365 Family. Should we get it ready for you to use?
Okay. Yes. I haven't used Microsoft Office in years.
Okay, here's where you add your credit card details.
No.
Your PC comes with a free 1-month trial of Microsoft 365 Family.
I'm not adding my credit card right now. Do that later.
With Xbox Game Pass, you can play a library of games right on your PC. Would you like to join?
No.
Hey look,
More of a
that's me,
PlayStation type of
Cortana.
guy.
Can I have permission to use the info I need to do my best work?
Yes.
Your device manufacturer would like your contact details to send you updates and helpful info.
Okay. Fine.
Same again, personal information, you ain't having it.
Send me offers. I don't want offers. I don't really want you sharing that here either. No, I don't want to do any of this crap. What's new from Windows? Alright.
The next version of Windows is ready for you to download and install. Whenever you're ready, select Upgrade and we'll download it in the background while you continue setting up.
Now that's something I was hoping for actually. I mean, I did do a bit of research and it said this was Windows 11 compatible, so yeah, I mean, I'm happy with Windows 10 for now. I've been using it for a good few years, but I'm quite happy about that. Alright, let's just get it. Download a few minutes after you reach your desktop. We'll let you know when it's time to... Oh, okay. Come to that later.
Almost done now. We just need to get a few more things polished up for you, and Windows will be all yours. Looking forward to helping out.
may well be looking forward to it, Katana, but I'm probably just going to turn you off as soon as I get the chance. This might take several minutes. Well, I certainly won't not.
Now, it didn't take several minutes, it actually took exactly 1 minute to do, but I decided to cut it out anyway because, well, you didn't come here to watch me stare at a blue screen and jabber for a bit about how good the screen is. It's a good screen, but I've just left that bit out because, well, it's boring.
Almost there. No, I wasn't expecting that. That's interesting. That is my wallpaper on my old laptop. So clearly some of the information is transferable across. Be interesting to see what else it's pulled across. I mean, this looks to be good to go now. Oh, look at all this. Here. Killer Control Center. NVIDIA Control Panel. There's a lot of stuff in here I'm probably going to get rid of. I haven't used Skype in years. I don't know anyone who does use Skype. Planet 9 link. I can't see me using most of this. Facebook Messenger built in. Express VPN comes with it. I didn't ask for any of this. I'll download if I need it. Alright. Of course there's nothing in recent files. This PC. No, of course there's nothing actually in here. And even just going through these, it is faster. Alright, so there it is. There is the startup of it. Yeah, looks pretty good. Use Cortana to set it up. It's supposed to be downloading Windows 11 in the background. I might make another video if and when that finally updates to itself. Looks like there's a fair bit of, I suppose you could call it bloatware. It comes ready installed. What's that? Dropbox promotion. I can't see me using half of this crap. So, but yeah, there it is. Starting up. It's looking good. So I've now got probably a day, maybe more, of trying to transfer my files onto it, get everything else working. But I think this is gonna be good. So we'll call that it for now on the video, and I think I'll maybe add some more a bit later. Okay, so one last thing before we go. I just thought I'd show you this. So I've spent, how long have I been at this now? About 3 hours or so. Just downloading all the applications again that I have on my old laptop that I want to keep using. And transferring all of my files onto an external hard drive, and then the ones that I want on my new laptop are now on there. And that's everything on. The big thing as well is it, as you saw earlier, it almost immediately prompted me, do you want Windows 11? I said yes. It's downloaded that and installed it. It took it, I don't know, 2 minutes to do that. And when it comes up and it says you need to restart, it took it literally 2 minutes. I've just shut it down briefly. So that, well, I shut down just to see what it's like to start up from. So far it seems to be running Windows 11 pretty seamlessly. It is different from Windows 10, I'll give it that. A few bits that might take some getting used to, but other than that it seems pretty good. I just wanted to show you this, because this I thought was quite impressive. My old laptop used to take ages to start up. There's been times when I've actually been late for work before because I'm sat there waiting for it to boot up. But this one, press the power button. You get the Acer logo. And there it is, ready to log on. Put my pin in, and it's on. I have never had a computer that boots up that fast. I've had computers that can't even come out of standby that fast or exit their own screensavers that fast. So yeah, pretty impressed with this so far. It's doing really well. So yeah, I've just got a few more bits I need to sort out on it, but I am pretty damned impressed with the Acer Nitro 5 so far. Alright, so one last thing about this, because I'm sure you're probably getting a bit sick of me parroting on about my new laptop, but this just goes to show the sort of difference it can make. This is a video project that I started on last year. My last laptop just would not export it. It'd get part way through, not even that far through it, and would get stuck, and even when it was working, it would take hours. Hours and hours of waiting for it to export. Half of the time I'd set it going, go to bed and check on it in the morning to find that it failed. Or I'd set it going in the morning and come back later in the afternoon and it's still trying to export. Whereas this has just finished an hour and 20-minute project. I don't know if you can see it there. In 23 minutes. That is pretty damn impressive. It just mullered through it. The CPU and the GPU just got going and have eaten this. So yeah, I'll leave it at that. No more talking about it, but I'm really impressed with this. Mug!
Yeah, facts don't care about your feelings.
Cunt!
I slept with 1,036.
Attempted to explain herself. Quote, Sarah lifted her head and started to talk. She started with, I am sorry, but you have to understand where I am coming from. She also said, lots of people can't understand me because I have such a high intellect, it is beyond their grasp. Excuse us for being sane, bitch. They eventually learned that she had used friends' help to get past the screening process.
So, a thing has come today. I don't know what it is, but let's just do a quick unboxing video, because why not? I'll let her open it. can't help but think they could have just posted that instead of putting that in there, but alright. Let's see what this looks like. Look at that. Bit of branding. Actually quite impressed with that. Yeah. That's exactly the red I wanted as well. Excellent. We'll get this framed. Bit of branding for the channel. That's actually really nice. Courtesy of Vistaprint. Well, not courtesy. I paid for it, but I bought quite a few things with them. Always quite good. So yeah, here we go. Happy with that. This is just a simple picture frame that I've had lying about the house for a while. I did order the poster to be the same size as the picture frame. It wasn't just accidental. Yeah, quite happy with that. Nice bit of branding for it. I've got some filming to do a bit later today, so this will be showing in the background. I think just adds a bit of a nice touch to any future videos that I do. Alright, so we're going to try this again. We're going to actually go on a day shooting today. As you can probably tell, the weather is far nicer than last time, and I've actually checked the forecast this time as well. It's supposed to be a nice day. But also we're starting the day to that sunrise. It is absolutely gorgeous living where I do. Here we are then at last, all set up. I'm in one of the hides. Whilst it is a lovely sunny day, there is a bitterly cold wind, and if I'm honest, within a few minutes of getting here, my hands were frozen, and it's difficult to enjoy shooting when it's like that. So I've come into one of the hands to keep me out of the wind, one of the hides rather, to keep me out of the wind, and yeah, we're hopefully going to have a decent day shooting.
But of course, it's just never that simple, is it?
God, it's a fucking barn door today.
Now, the reason why I couldn't hit a barn door at this point, although I hadn't quite realised it just yet, wasn't the wind, and it wasn't entirely me either, being so far out of practice. For whatever reason, the zero on the rifle was way off. As in, more than it should have been, especially considering I hadn't actually used it for about 6 months. So you'll hear me talking about that in a minute. I did eventually get it zeroed in about as much as you could on a breezy day, but yeah, all in all, it led to a pretty frustrating day shooting. Did that.
Long last. Fucking hell, I'm out of practice.
I was, I'll admit that, but that wasn't the only problem.
That is really quite frustrating. There's a spinner exactly on my 0 range. Hit it spot on, it didn't spin, I think it might be bust. So, never mind. Let's try it again, see if it'll move. Completely fucking missed it this time. I think what I've done by coming in here, whilst it is nice and warm and I'm out of the wind, is now it's harder to tell just how much the wind is blowing. And there's a few leaves blowing around, but I was hitting stuff outside, now I can't seem to hit the cow's arse.
So at this point I'm talking about the wind a fair bit. I hadn't realised yet just how far off the 0 was on it, and that's why I was having such a bad time hitting anything. To be fair, I had no real reason to suspect it would be off, at least not by as much as it was. As you'll find out later, it was between 2 and 3 mil dots up and to the left, which is a hell of a long way to be off. And it was perfect when I put the gun away. Granted, that was about 6 months ago, but it hasn't moved since it's been in storage, so I had no real reason at this point to suspect that it was as far off as it was. Truth be told, this gun, you generally don't have to worry about wind that much unless it's really blowing. I use RWS Superdome pellets in it. It's a 2.2 and they're 14.5 grain. They're quite hefty pellets and they're not really affected by wind that much. Maybe a little bit if it's gusting quite a lot, but not really. So apologies, but at this point I keep going on about the wind. Eventually, as you'll see later, I do realise just how far off the 0 is and start taking steps to correct that.
Dislodged it. It's now rotated the right way up. No, I actually saw the pellet that time. I sailed right over the top of it.
So there, you just saw me, I was looking through the scope, and then I just moved back, looked away, took a breath, and then went back to looking through the scope and took the shots. You do that when you've got the shakes, or you just, for whatever reason, just can't seem to get your aim on. Sometimes if you just relax, have a breath, and then do it again, you will hit the target, and it's the right thing to do. And it will work for you. At least when the gun's zeroed correctly, which it wasn't here. But it is still the right thing to do. Just take a breath and try again. As you've probably heard, there's a sigh of frustration creeping in there. Unfortunately, when you're having a bad day shooting, it is very easy for you to start getting frustrated, and unfortunately it in no way helps. You start rushing things, you start just wanting to get from shot to shot, you're determined to hit it, and as you'll see, I take 4 more shots and then decide to have a break, because things just aren't going to get any better once you get into that mindset.
That's ridiculous. So this gun is, last time I had it out was perfectly zeroed to 25 yards. Now I'm shooting over that same distance and I'm having to use 2 whole mil dots of hold under to hit the target.
Thinking back, it was actually 30 yards, but that still doesn't account for just how far off it had gone.
Let's do the same again, see what happens. Oh, there it is again. If it does it a third time, I think it's safe to say that the zero has shifted by a lot. Which is frustrating given that it's basically been sat on its stand all this time, hasn't been used. I wouldn't understand it if I'd been using it all that time. Oh, that bit of time I missed by a mile. I think it's just me. Time for a break.
And now for your viewing pleasure, a slow motion Springer shot. Or rather a slow motion Springer miss. So after that first bit of footage, I finally came to the realisation that it was the zero on the gun that was off, way off. And it wasn't so much the wind or myself that was making me miss. Well, at least it wasn't entirely me and my fault that was making me miss. So I spent some time re-zeroing the gun, making some pretty big adjustments to the scope to get it back how it's supposed to be. And then in this next clip, you'll hear me talking about how I finally realised and corrected it. And as you'll see and hear, I made a lot more successful shots. I mean, it still wasn't the most successful shooting day, but things did seem to pick up from here, at least for a while anyway.
So, as it turns out, the zero was off. Way off. 2 mil dots to the left and 2 mil dots too high. Now, it was zeroed perfectly. When I put it away, I've never heard of a gun losing its zero without being used, but that's what has happened. It seems to be pretty much spot on now after a lot of tinkering and fiddling. It's better. Let's see if we can hit something now and make a bit of noise. I wish I had something with a proper zoom lens, because that sent that little pigeon-shaped spinner. Got a spinner. There we go. Yeah, spot on again. Still a little to the left, but still a little bit of a breeze, so I'm not going to go for really precise zeroing. There's just no point.
And then another slow motion shot. This time you actually hear it hit something. You see, it does happen sometimes. Just poking my head around the fourth wall here, I'm really thinking at this point of just turning all the raw footage from this shooting day into a big long ASMR video. I think I've got enough, and it's actually really quite relaxing watching this. You know what, I am going to do that. I think I'll call it ASMR for the discerning airgun shooter. But for now, I'm just going to sort of speed through this, and we can move on to the next bit. So as you can tell, I cut down that last bit of footage by a fair bit actually. There was just over 20 minutes worth of footage that I've cut down to just a couple. And towards the end of it, I started to miss more and more and was getting increasingly frustrated. So from here on, I'd put the Cometer Phoenix away. As I said earlier, it's important to take breaks, especially when you start missing and start getting frustrated, because it's never going to pick up until you do take a break. But I decided to change gun and try out one or two of the other ones that I'd brought with me. Starting, in this case, with my other Cometer rifle, the Cometer Model 5.
Alright, time for something a bit different. Getting a bit frustrated with the Cometer Phoenix. Nothing wrong with it, it's perfectly accurate. Just sort of found out practice. I'm getting annoyed with it, so I can't hit a barn door. Time to try out some of the antiques. Cometer Model 5. Now, no safety on this gun. Be extra careful. Single stage trigger. Very old, simple design as well. Literally just a hook on the back of the pistol. Not near as much power, so let's aim for something a bit closer, shall we? And as you can see, I went on missing. As it turned out, the zero on this gun was off in almost the exact same way as the Cometer Phoenix. The point of impact was up and to the left by between 2 and 3 mil dots in each direction. Never seen anything like it before. And by that I mean two completely different guns. The Phoenix and the Mod 5 are there's several decades separating them,
and whilst they're both brick barrel springers, the designs couldn't really be more different, and yet they were both off by pretty much the exact same way, and off by a lot after 6 months of basically not being used at all. In case you're wondering, I'm aiming for another metal spinner target, this one at about the 15-yard mark. So when I eventually hit it, you'll hear the classic metallic ding. Unfortunately, that does take a while in this case. You'll notice as well here that after each shot I'm just taking a little longer than I normally do to keep looking through the scope. What I'm doing is I'm watching where the pellet is landing compared to where I was aiming for it, and just making a mental note and building up a picture of just where it's going each and every time. I was realising much faster than I did with the Phoenix that the zero was off on this gun as well by this point, and also begin to get a bit puzzled as to how it can be off by so much and in almost the exact same way as the Phoenix as well. And there you go, missed every single one. It was quite obvious to me by this point that it was time for yet more zeroing on this gun as well.
Alright, so Commodore Model 5 finally zeroed in somewhat. I mean, it's an antique, is this thing. It was a junior rifle to begin with, so I'm not going for pinpoint accuracy at great range. Just one of the little flip-up spinners that you can see at 25 yards there. But it seems to be hitting them pretty consistently. Partway through, the left and right knob fell off. Just fell on the floor. You can still adjust it, but if you tip it over, it will just drop off. So yeah, great. It was a free scope anyway. It's an old thing, only 4 times the magnification. Let's see if we can get a few more hits on something with it before we put it away. This is when I just cock it up and listen after music. Of course.
So although you can hear me actually hitting the target with that metallic ding that we're looking for, being a 177 and a junior rifle, it doesn't actually have the power to make the spinner spin over. So I'm hitting it, but not actually doing very much. So at this point I'd decided I'd had enough of serious and semi-serious rifle shooting and decided to go and have a bit of fun, make a bit of noise with some of my blowback pistols that I'd brought with me. Now I was going to leave this part out, but I've decided to put it in just because it will then show the complete day. But this was actually the final disappointment. I tried 2 of my CO2 powered blowback pistols, the Remington 1911 that you're about to see, and then a little bit later I had the Gammo P25 out. Unfortunately, owing to the bitter cold on the day, being CO2 powered, they were so lackluster that it just sapped out the usual fun that you get from these guns. They normally go off with a proper crack, they have decent power for what they are, and with the blowback action working in that way you get a nice bit of a kick to it, and they're great fun to shoot. In this case though, it just dumbed them down. They were so lackluster that there was so little fun to be had. So I just finished off what I could get out of the CO2 capsule and then went home after this. And then there was just a little bit more added to the day's disappointment. Not only was the kid to my left, that you can see in the background, getting far more successful shots than I was, but the 1911 then decided to jam up on me. It had managed to feed 2 BBs forward when I'd released the slide on it. I suspect this was my fault. Well, I don't suspect, I know it was my fault. I didn't seat the last BB properly in the magazine before putting it in the gun. This then meant that top BB was loose. As soon as the magazine clicked into place, it will have fallen forwards into the breech. But then when the slide has come forward, it's tried to feed the next BB in behind it, and that then just jams it up. You just get 2 of them stacked on top of each other, and it can't push them both all the way forwards, and then it just will not shoot. So it's a fairly simple thing to fix. You just get a cleaning rod and push them out the other way. Sometimes they can get really jammed in there, so you've got to give them a good shove. It's fairly simple to fix. It actually, interestingly, used to happen a lot when I first got that gun. So I was given some Remington BBs to go with it. I was thinking, well, it's a Remington guns, we'll have Remington ammunition. Shouldn't be an issue. Turns out it was. They were double feeding almost every other shot, and sometimes more. And I almost took the gun back, thinking it was just crap. I noticed eventually that it didn't take much to push them out of the little clip at the top of the magazine. In fact, if you just shook it, you would get them just dropping out. So I ordered some different BBs. These are some Umarex ones off eBay. And the size difference, even though they both say 5.5mm on the packet, the size difference you can just see with the naked eye. And the silver ones I'm using here, the Umarex ones, work perfectly. This is the first time I've actually had a double feed, and like I say, it was actually my fault for not loading the magazine correctly. Right. So yeah, a little bit of knowledge there. Remington gun, you'd have thought Remington ammunition. No. Unfortunately, I try not to slag off products from various manufacturers on that, as so many people are keen to do. But in this case, pretty poor show from Remington on their BBs. They are just the wrong size, and it causes issues, unfortunately. Now, as you saw just there, that very first shot with a brand new CO2 capsule was about as close as this gun got to its normal functioning. You can see there's a little bit of a vapour from the discharging CO2, and there's a bit of a kick, but nowhere near what it normally is when on, say, a nice summer's day. And it didn't improve from there, obviously, and if I'm honest, it left me with this similar feeling to the 1911. A bit disappointed. Not the gun's fault at all. I still think they're both great guns. I've got quite a few CO2 pistols now. I just think they're great fun to shoot, but unfortunately the weather just wasn't on my side this time. And now we're really beginning to see it on the Pydeeny 5, on this second magazine of pellets. It's really muted down, and you can actually see, especially if you know the P25, if you own one or if you've shot one before, it's not performing anywhere near as well as it should. And one thing that this gun will start doing when it starts to run low on gas pressure is when it can't push the slide back far enough, it isn't able to then cock the hammer that's on the back of the gun. That doesn't stop you shooting it initially because the trigger is double action as well as single action, but it is a sign that the gas is about to run out and you've got maybe a magazine's worth of ammunition left, probably more like half of one. And the fact that it started doing this after only 2 loads of the magazines shows just how much of an effect the cold weather was having. Normally I get 4 or more, and it's 16 shots to a magazine. I actually almost forgot about this last gun. It serves me right for not reviewing my own footage properly. I had one go before I went home with my Diana Model 16 gun I brought with me. Now this is, for lack of a better term, a kid's gun. It's quite small, it's extremely low on power, it's the lowest power gun I own, and it's not really good for anything other than knocking over empty Coke cans at very short range. The pellet will rarely even pierce the empty Coke can, or it might only pierce one side of it and then get stuck inside if you're lucky. It will knock it over though, but that's about all it's good for. It is actually though a very pretty gun to look at, so I'm quite glad I got it. I didn't pay very much for it, so I always like to have a little bit of a go with the old Diana. Alright, so that's the day pretty much done with. Okay day, it was nice to be out and see people again, nice to socialise, well, nice to be shooting as well. I have to say though, not the best day I've ever had. Wasn't shooting very well. For some reason I had 3 guns, the scopes were off by the exact same amount. It was literally 4 mil dots up and to the left on all 3. Don't know how that's happened, but yeah, I had to re-zero them all before they were even close to going in the right direction. And then when I finally got on there, it just wasn't enjoyable to shoot them. So damn cold and windy. Half of the people that have come have gone after an hour or so. Yeah, nobody's enjoying it. All you can think about is keeping warm. But I'm glad I got out. Hopefully as things start to warm up, it's February right now. Hopefully as things start to warm up as we go into spring, I'll have some more enjoyable days, but for now I'm going home and I want some hot food in me. And yeah, to have some feeling in my fingers would be nice as well. So yeah, we'll call that it for first ever filmed shooting day. Would have been nice to get some more filming done, but there were a few people here that weren't too keen on being filmed. I wasn't filming them. But you know, they were potentially in the shot, and they were starting to get a bit worked up on that. Nobody said anything, but they were, you could hear them talking, saying, "What's he doing? Is he filming us?" Yeah, didn't get that much filming done. Most of it, as you'll see, or as you've just seen, was in one of the hides. I did manage to get a bit done outside after most people had left. But by then the day was pretty much over and I wasn't really enjoying it. Also, all my CO2 guns aren't working properly, it's just too damn cold for them. They are very temperature sensitive and it's so frigging cold that they don't work properly. So yeah, that's it for now. Hopefully some better videos to come, some more enjoyable ones to watch. But as always, I just document these things. I do stuff and I film it. Oh, and one more thing. I've just stopped, as I do a fair bit actually, at the BP Blondis petrol station on the A148 coming back from Holt, where the shooting range is. I normally get a coffee there, partly because it's really nice. Now all it is one of those normal Costa Express machines, as you can see,
I don't know what they're putting in it, but it is really nice. It's nicer than the normal express machines that you get in petrol stations. I don't know if they're putting different beans in it, if they're, I don't know, extra fresh for some reason, or if they're just, I don't know, putting a sprinkling of crack in it. I don't know. But the coffee is really nice. I don't know why, but I tend to stop here most times I come out this way. So, yeah, if you pass in and you want one, petrol station's the way to go on this occasion. Alright, so it is about 6:30 in the morning. I forgot to look. And today I've decided I am going to be going shooting. I've been planning on making a lot of shooting videos for some time now. But truth be told, I haven't actually been out in about 6 months' time for various reasons, time, money, that sort of thing. But I'm determined to go this time. As you can see, the sun's barely come up yet. So, but no, I'm determined to get out. So that's what we're going to do. We're just going to go pick the other half up from work first, and then we can get going.
So, as you can probably tell from the title of the video, things didn't exactly go as I planned. I picked the other half up from work, came back, plan was to have a quick cup of tea and then get going. Then, unfortunately, this happened. Alright, so that's not exactly what happened, really. Some of that was actually in Cornwall, about 200 miles away. Some of that was a nuclear explosion, some of that was some ridiculous film from about 10 years ago, and some of it was from Stargate. So I may be exaggerating, but if I am, it's not by much. So what we're going to do instead is something that involves being nice and warm and dry and indoors, and that's a quick run through of all the guns that I own, so that if and when you see them in my future videos, you'll know what they are.
Hello and welcome to another video on Pydeeny doing stuff and filming it. I'm not Ian McCullen, although I am shamelessly ripping off his introduction style. Today we're going to be taking a look at my own airgun collection. As you saw from the introduction, and you could probably tell from the title of the video as well, I did have a day out shooting planned. I was going to be going up to my favourite airgun range, which is Holt Woodland Archery and Airgun Club, up in Holt in Norfolk. But that didn't exactly go to plan. The weather turned rather quickly, and it was just never going to happen. It was never going to be enjoyable, rather. Even as I filmed this, we're having a bit of weather outside. We've just got the tail end of Storm Eunice passing through. There's still a fair bit of wind and rain out there. So what we're going to do instead, we're going to go through all my guns in roughly the order that I bought them in. Quick introduction. I am going to do a more detailed video on each of these in the future, but for now we're going to do a quick introduction and a quick look around some of the equipment that I've built up over my years of shooting as well. Okay, so starting off with this gun, for no other reason than this is the first gun I ever bought. Not the first gun I ever shot. I did used to do a fair bit of airgun shooting when I was a kid, when I was in the Scouts. But seemed like a good place to start. This is a Cometer Phoenix, otherwise known as a Cometer Phoenix 400 or Mod 400. It is a break barrel Springer gun. As you see, it comes down there. It's a full power rifle, pushing out at the moment about 11.5 to 11.8 foot-pounds. Legal limit for those of you that aren't in the UK is 12 foot-pounds where we are. I have a Hawk scope on the top. This is the third scope I've had on this rifle. I still have the other two. I'm using them on other guns, but slowly over time I ended up needing to upgrade the scope. It's running on Sports Match single piece mounts, and the other thing is it's got a brass trigger guard in here. That's a custom job from a very good friend of mine. And lastly, you can see that little sticker there. It's also running on a Welsh Willy tuning kit on that. I will admit I had some problems with this rifle some time ago, and one of those tuning kits sorted it right out. So that's my first gun. I also describe it as my main gun. It's by far and away the best objectively that I have, and it's a very good all-rounder as well. It's great for plinking, target shooting, and I have known people to go hunting with this gun as well, the previous owner, for example. So that's the Commodore Phoenix to start off with. Alright, so next up is the BSA Cadet Major. This is part of what I call my antique collection. It's dated sometime in the 50s, as far as I can tell from the serial number. Although, as always, when you're doing research on the internet, you do get a lot of conflicting information, but the general consensus seems to be sometime in the 1950s for it. This is another brick barrel Springer on there, like that, and it's also just a very nice gun to shoot. It really has stood the test of time, which is testament to the old BSA guns. Feels great to hold it. It is a junior rifle, which I suppose only adds to the shooting experience. When you're an adult, it's very easy to keep a hold of. But yeah, it's lovely to shoot. It really is. Open sights, iron sights only with it. There's no scope rail. But yeah, that's the second rifle I bought. Got it second hand, obviously. I got it cheap on Ely Market, to be precise. So that's the second one, the BSA Cadet Major. Alright, so up next we're actually going to do two at once here, because they are, although they look very different, actually the same gun. The Crossman 2240 CO2 powered pistol. I have two of these. I got this one first. This one was second hand on the Ely Market. Got it really quite cheap, and when I saw it, I bought it mainly for two reasons. One, you don't often see air guns for sale just out on an open public market on that. So yeah, I was quite keen to have it for that reason. Also, at the time, I was really into season 1 of Stranger Things on Netflix. And if you look closely, you do actually see this gun used as a prop. It's dressed up as a sort of tranquilizer gun in it. I was sat there watching that episode thinking, I know that gun. Where have I seen that before? And of course, I'd seen them online. I knew it as the Crossman 2240. So the opportunity came up to buy one. Literally a day or two later after seeing them on telly. So I had to have it. So I have the one. This is a second-hand one. It's quite old. The 2240 has been in production for quite some time on that. And then we have the next one, which is another 2240. See if I hold this one up there. You can see how it slots into all these extra bits. And that's the same gun. This one I bought brand new from Thetford Guns and Country Clothing over in Thetford. It was a 30th birthday present from myself to myself on that, and I'd seen a number of guns online. Anyone who knows a little bit about the 2240 will know they are very easily modified, and custom jobs are extremely popular with them. And I wanted to go down the route of making a rat catcher style type of gun. So we started with a base 2240. The scope was a spare one. This is one of the scopes that used to be on my Commodore Phoenix. And that's actually the scope that was on it when I first bought it. And we got the mounts on there. I didn't go down the steel breech options. At the time, I didn't have the money. And over time it's actually proven unnecessary. I don't really need it. So we went with the Sports Match Pro Blocks mounts for the 2240 that allow you to add a scope. The stock is a official Crossman accessory, and that was on eBay. And that's this little thing here that holds the spare CO2 capsules. That was actually on Wish.com. It's designed to hold like 50 caliber ammunition out in we're allowed those things out in America, but I just use it to put spare CO2 capsules in, and it fits nicely over the stock. The light is taken from my old mountain bike. I don't get out nearly as much as I should on the bike, but there we go. It was spare, and it makes a really good gun lamp. It's adjustable, so you can adjust the width of the beam. And the silencer or suppressor, depending on which way you're inclined, is actually designed for a 2.2 rimfire rifle. So on a simple CO2 powered pistol, it actually does a really good job of quietening it down. The loudest noise you hear from this, even on a brand new CO2 capsule, is the noise of the action rather than the muzzle report. Right. So that is my birthday present to myself. Modified 2240, and it does exactly what I wanted it. So it's really compact. You can get it right in. The only downside is you don't really have anywhere to hold it. You can hold it here by the lamp, but then you find that bit, it does have some flex in it. So if you're looking through the scope, the light is moving around, and you don't really want to be holding it by here. That's just a bit daft. For one, you're going to get your thumb in the way of the scope, and yeah, you want to try avoid holding the barrel of a gun whilst you're shooting it. So the only real place to put your other hand is here. Unfortunately, that does then mean that you're supporting most of the gun weight with this arm, and it does ache a bit. But if the opportunity ever comes up to do some ratting, this would be my first port of call, especially if it's in some compact places or tight spots. You can really get in, and it's a really compact system that we've got here. So yeah, I'm quite proud of it, and it's one of my favourite guns. Is that, and the 2240 is very accurate as well. On that, you can really do some spot on shooting with it. Okay, moving on. So moving on to another member of what I call my antique collection. This is a Cometer Model 5, or Mod 5, depending on who you ask. It's yet another brick barrel Springer. You can probably tell by now I'm a big fan of the old Springer rifles. Becoming a bit of a Cometer fanboy, I'll admit. I really love my Cometer Phoenix, so when the opportunity came up to get one of these on Gun Trader, just couldn't pass it up, really. The scope is the third scope that used to be on my Cometer Phoenix. On that, it works. It's perfectly good. It's just that the Phoenix is better, so it needed a better scope on it. So this was lying around. It does come with a dovetail rail built in, so I had some spare mounts. Put it on. Why not? You do get open sights with it, but they're a bit poor. They are adjustable for windage and elevation, but yeah, they're not that good. So I decided not to use them. And that's simple single stage trigger. No safety. I believe this was a junior rifle, and it's dated approximately the same as the BSA Cadet Major, although I don't personally believe it's quite as old. So yeah, that is the Cometer Model 5. One more rifle to do, and then we'll move on to the pistols. Alright, so last of the rifles, this is a Diana Mod 16 on it. Now, this is, for lack of a better word, a kid's rifle. I won't even call it a junior rifle, it's a kid's rifle. You can tell as I hold it, I'm so hunched in, it's very, very small. It has almost no power. I think the most I recorded out of it on the chronograph was literally 1 foot-pound with some very light pellets. It's below even that most of the time. It's a plinking gun. It has no other purpose. You're there, you're knocking tin cans over, and you won't even pierce the cans, you will just knock them over. I bought it because it was cheap and it looked nice. And to be fair, it's actually quite a pretty gun on that. It really does remind me of the old cowboy rifles. That's it. It's another brick barrel Springer. Single action trigger, no safety. Another part of my antique collection, you could say. On that. But actually quite a pleasure to shoot. It is accurate to about 5 yards. It's about the only gun that I probably could shoot indoors as well if I was so inclined, because it has so little power. But I don't regret buying it. It's very pretty. I've looked into restoration and power gains, but there's not really much to be had, and not much point even if you do get them. So yeah, that's the Diana Model 16. The smallest, least powerful, but I have to say probably one of the prettiest guns I own. All right. So that is it for the rifles. Let's move on to the pistols. Alright, so first of the pistol collection, and starting with this, the Gamma P900. Starting with it for the same reason as I started with the Comet Phoenix. This is the first pistol that I owned. It is another brick barrel Springer. You bring it all the way down like that to cock it. Although technically it's not actually a Springer. This is the IGT version. It's Gamma's inert gas technology. It actually has a gas ram inside of it in place of a spring. They do a Springer version, but that wasn't in stock when I went to buy it, so I had to get this, which was slightly more expensive. It's another plinking gun. It is accurate out to about 10 meters, which is about the most you can really expect from a pistol anyway. On that, the sights are pretty good. You have a luminous yellow bit and then a red fibre optic part at the front. It does the job. On that, it's great for plinking. You can plink all day with it. Being a break barrel, it will just keep on going and going for you. But that's about the limit of it. You're not going to win any competitions with it. You just don't have the right sights. And of course, who uses a Springer in target competitions? And it's certainly not suitable for hunting. None of the pistols are. I've yet to actually see a pistol, with the exception of a modified 2240 or a 2250, that can be made suitable for hunting. So yeah, that is the Gamma P900. Alright, so next up is another Gamma. This is the Gamma P25 blowback. This is a lot of fun, as any blowback pistol is. It will shoot as fast as you can pull the trigger. You have a 16 round magazine, which is in 2 lots of 8. You put 8 in this little wheel here at the top, and 8 in the next one. Once you've shot it, you drop the magazine out, flip it over, put it back in, and do the next 8 on that. And each time you pull the trigger, this slide moves back. And especially when it's a fresh capsule of CO2, it moves back with some kick. You really feel like you're shooting a gun with this on that. Interesting trigger. It is single stage, but feels like a 2-stage trigger, because as you pull it, there's a click. If you can hear that. What you're actually doing with that first stage is rotating the top bit of the magazine to bring the next pellet in line with the barrel. So whilst it's kind of a single stage, it actually feels like a 2-stage, because with each trigger pull, you get the click that rotates the magazine, and then you get the actual shooting of the gun. So yeah, a lot of fun, highly recommend. Obviously, you're not going to win any accuracy competitions, but that's not the point of a gun like this. So yeah, that is the Gamma P25. Alright, so next up is one of only 2 replica guns that I own. This is the Webley Service Revolver. I love this gun. I would have to say, with the exception of the 2240, although I count that as in my rifle collection, this is probably my favourite pistol. It is an iconic firearm used by British Armed Forces, as well as a number of other organisations, for literally decades on that, including in 2 world wars. On that, it has the exact same function as the original revolver. You get 6 shots in it. It is single action and double action. The only real difference being that this is legal, because actual handguns are illegal here in the UK and have been for some time. This is a CO2 powered pellet pistol, and it's absolutely brilliant, really. It's got rave reviews. There's actually 2 other versions of this available now since I bought this. They do a police version and a civilian version, the main difference being different barrel lengths. I do plan on getting those 2 as well when I can get the money together. But yeah, this is the Webley Service Revolver. The other thing that's quite cool that you get with it is in the box you get a copy of the Small Arms Training pamphlet from 1937. They handed these out to soldiers. I believe it was mainly officers that did this sort of training. They were the sort of people that carried this as their sidearm. Regular enlisted men would have, of course, had a rifle. But yeah, it shows you the correct way to hold the weapon and to ready yourself for combat. And it introduces you to a new discipline of shooting that's called point shooting. You literally bring the gun up and shoot. No time to aim, and you were expected to be accurate using that type of shooting back in the day with this gun. So yeah, very interesting. It was great fun learning to do it the way they used to do it, and also just look at it. It's just gorgeous as well. So it's a brilliant example there made by Webley as well. Webley is still around. They're making air guns, not making actual powder burners anymore, but they're still making air guns. And of course, they've released this. Okay, moving on to the second to last pistol now. Alright, so the second to last gun in the collection. This is a Remington 1911. It's the only other replica gun that I own. It's a replica, of course, the Colt 1911, made famous from, well, just about any American war film. You will see this gun on that. And just like my other one, it's a gorgeous gun and it's great fun. It's blowback. It works single action for the first shot, and then with each one the slide moves back with each shot after that and cocks the hammer, just like the original real 1911. You even get, when the magazine is empty like it is now, the slide will lock open and you have to reload it and release it before you can carry on shooting. Grip safety on that. The only difference is they have added manual safety to it. To my knowledge, the original 1911 didn't have that, but they've obviously just added that to meet modern safety standards. And the main difference with this, or the only other difference really, is it's a BB gun. It's the only one of my guns, or rather the only one of my guns that I actually take to the range and use that uses BBs. It's not really an issue. Even if it's shot pellets, you're never going to win any accuracy competitions with this. It's literally just a lot of fun to shoot. You've got the blowback action, the way you can, the slide locks open, you can, it locks open like that, and then you eject the magazine. And that holds your BBs and your CO2 capsule. You can eject it without losing all the gas, which is good as well to reload it. And you whack it back in, and away you go again. It's great fun. Just to cock that. So yeah, not the best in terms of finish quality. Some of the paint has started to come off around the grip, but it was second hand, it was cheap, and it works regardless of the paint that's on it. So it's still a lot of fun. Great for making a lot of noise down the range and being a little bit antisocial. Alright, so a few of you are probably noticing the change in camera angle as I go into this last gun. Reason being is, for whatever reason, the microphone dropped out when I recorded this last night. So I'm just about getting towards the end of the edit, and I noticed that, so I'm having to re-record this bit. This is the last gun and last pistol. Normally you save the best for last. In this case, I've actually saved the worst for last. This is, I can't even remember what make this is because it's not actually on here. I think it's an FS, whatever that means. Just says FS 1207 on here. That's the model number, but I don't know what the make is. And this is the worst gun I own.
It probably should have been an indication when I was able to pick it up for less than £30 on a car boot sale, brand new. But I just bought it anyway. I mean, it's an airsoft gun. It shoots plastic BBs. It can't handle metal ones. It jams up, and then you have real difficulty clearing it. But I know that there are some good quality airsoft guns out there, and this isn't one of them. You could probably use it for airsoft, and if I ever do get into that, which seems unlikely, I'll take this with me. But no, I mean the grips just come off. They're meant to be attached because they broke, and I had to glue it down on that. The main thing is it has this safety here at the side of it. At the moment it's on fire and there's no gas in it, so it's safe to do this. You can pull it, and that's perfectly fine. If you put it to safe, it feels like it stops, but all you have to do is pull the trigger a little bit harder and it will still fire on that. Good points about it, it is an all metal construction apart from these plastic grips. Even the magazine has a fair bit of weight to it. It feels like a quality bit of kit. Unfortunately, shooting it is another matter. So yeah, save the worst till last, and I have had to record this section, although, to be fair, the first time around I realised I did spend far too long talking about this. I will still do a proper review of this gun, as I'm going to do with all my other ones, just in case anyone is interested in hearing more about it. Don't know why. But yeah, that's the last one. Save the worst till last. And we're now going to move on to look at some of the equipment that I've built up over the years.
Alright, so contrary to what I've just said a couple of seconds ago in this video, I was going to do a walkthrough of all my other equipment, but that section of footage is actually just over 17 minutes long all on its own, and doing the edit now I'm acutely aware that this video is already a bit longer than I originally intended it to be. I'm still going to publish the walkthrough, but I'm going to do it as a separate video, a sort of part 2 to this introduction. And I'll set them to release both at the same time, so you'll be able to watch them both. But for now, all that remains to be said is thank you for watching, and if you do want to check out any of my other content, I make a wide range of content for it. I have a wide range of hobbies which form the source for most of my content. I try and make videos as often as I can as well, and that's pretty much what I do. I go through life, I do things, and I film them. Hello and welcome to another video on Pydeeny doing stuff and filming it. This evening we're going to be taking a look around some of my shooting gear. Now this was originally going to be the second half of my introduction to the guns video, but during the edit I realised that it was just far too long already, that first video, so I decided to break it up into two. It was already over 20 minutes before I even got onto the gear. And then I looked and had about 18 more minutes just talking about this. So we'll do a second video just talking about the gear, but not necessarily the guns. Now, I'll admit you don't actually need most of this to go on a shooting day. In theory, if you're using something like this, just a normal spring gun, or a springer as they're called, all you really need is the gun and a tin of pellets. That being said, I would call some of this essential stuff. I'd say some of it, is essential to, say, a shooting day, and some of it is just essential to being a keen airgun shooter, and some of it I have just because I like it. But I would recommend pretty much everything that you see here. You don't have to get it all at once, but I've built this up over a number of years. So we'll start off at this end. Here we have two gun bags, one for the rifle, one for the pistol. These are quite handy. They make it so much easier to carry your guns around, especially if you have more than one like I do. And that's, got a handle on there. They help protect it from knocks and, from if you drop it, and also from getting scratched and beaten up in transport. They also have the added effect of disguising the gun when you're outdoors with it. Now, walking around with something like this in your hand when you're at a range, not a problem, not that unusual, nothing's going to happen. But say if you're loading this into your car, you come out your front door holding a rifle and walking towards your car with it. If your neighbours see it and they're a bit panicky, or some random stranger member of the public sees you with it, it only takes one panicked phone call to the police, and that's all the justification they need to come up and ruin your day and take all your guns off you. And good luck getting them back, even when you've done nothing wrong. So yeah, highly recommend gun bags, at least one per gun on that, and they can be of any sort. This is a cheap one. I think I actually got this one for free. This one is a specific Gammo one. It's made strictly for the P25, so you get little ways of holding the gun and your CO2 capsules, but it doesn't have to be like that. You can get very cheap examples. I think a few of mine I got off eBay. They do the job perfectly well. It doesn't have to be anything fancy. Here we have a big ammo box. Doesn't actually have any ammunition in it. I use this for storing my CO2 capsules. Crack this open. You see we've got a few of them in here. There's actually about 200 in there. I buy them in bulk. Have quite a few CO2 guns. I'd say not necessary for a shooting day, but it is recommended. Just in the off chance that one of them does end up being pierced, at least you've got it in a nice sturdy container, and nothing's going to happen. You can just keep them in a cardboard box if you like, and you'll probably be perfectly safe, but it also makes them quite handy to carry around. I originally bought that as a lunchbox to take to work, but it's a bit heavy for that, and I found a better use for it. So yeah, we have that. Here, now this you definitely don't need for a shooting day. I've never actually taken it on a shooting day. This is like a gun stand, as you can see, that I've turned into a workbench. Now, it was originally made to help zero the gun by a friend of mine. I had the best intentions, but a spring gun, it needs to be able to recoil, which this doesn't allow, so it can barely move. So it turned out to be not all that good for its intended purpose. But it's very handy for working on it. These are some metal drawers that I've just screwed into the wood. As you can see in here, if I move this out of the way briefly, I keep all my bits in here. I've got various tools in here, different types. Got various cleaning cloths and a few spare parts as well. Spare scope mounts. That's a pot of grease left over from one of my Welsh Willy tuning kits. So, and I keep all the essential bits together. That's a chronograph, come on to that in a minute. A ball scope as well. If you have a look at some of my other videos, I've got one where I fed it into this silencer and another, so you can have a look inside. Silicon gun oil, always handy to have. And I have a few other things like little torches, handy if you just need a bit of extra light. That's just some cheap camo tape that I bought off wish.com that I haven't actually used for anything other than wrapping around the chronograph for no real reason. And I've kept all my instruction books and manuals together in here as well. So it's quite handy to have. You've got these little pockets. You keep all your little bits and pieces, your screws together. It gives you a nice stable platform to work on if you're working on the gun. On there. Bit of kit in here. Chronograph. If you're doing any sort of tuning to your gun that's going to result in an increase in power, it's important to have one of these. According to the law and the authorities that enforce that law, you are absolutely responsible for the power of your gun. If it goes over, ignorance is not a defence. If you go over the legal power limit on that, so if you're doing any sort of work, you need to shoot it through the chronograph and work out the power on it. And if it does go over, you need to take some pretty swift action on that. But yeah, this was a wish.com purchase. I think it was about 20 quid. Does the job perfectly fine. I turn it on. We've got an illuminated display, and I measured this up against, we did a comparison at the range once against a much more expensive chronograph. Perfectly accurate, nothing wrong with this. Kind of annoyed the guy who wanted the really expensive one. He wasn't too pleased that I was able to get something that does the job just as well. And it also has in the bottom, you'll see here, I don't think I've got the tripod with me, but your standard camera tripod can be screwed into the bottom there to put it on a stand, so it doesn't have to just sit on the desk. So yeah, chronograph, handy bit of kit. This is a set of Wayne scales. These are accurate to 0.01 of a gram on that, which is very handy if you're into extreme accuracy like bench rest shooting and you're going to be weighing your pellets. You're going to need something like this. I don't need to own it. I'm not that good of a shot, if I'm honest. The weight of my pellets really makes any difference to my performance. But I thought this was quite cool. You get a nice rubberized case on them. It's a nice bit of kit. Again, eBay, not expensive, perfectly good bit of kit. So that's pretty much everything we've got in here. Move around the corner. Here is my spotting scope. Now this wasn't eBay. This was actually a Aldi purchase. Or it might have been Lidl. Can't remember now. So, but anyway, it wasn't expensive. It comes with all the bells and whistles. This is a 20 to 60 by 60 millimeter scope. And if you are trying to zero gun at a long range, then this is quite handy. You can take the shot, peer through it, and see where it's landed, make your adjustments, because if it's so far away, you're just not going to see where it's landed. And yeah, it comes with everything you need. As you see, this cap on here covers the front lens, nice big high quality lens, and this bit here does pull out as well to act as a bit of shade. If the sun is low in the sky, this bit here helps you to adjust the magnification, and this cap screws off as well. Sorry, that's the magnification. That bit helps you to focus it. You twist this bit to adjust magnification, going from 20, turn it all the way around to 60, like that. Like I say, cheap, good bit of kit. So this isn't the tripod that it came with. I would show you the tripod it came with, but the camera is currently on it. But it actually came with a really good tripod. It's adjustable, and I actually use it for my photography. I have my big expensive camera mounted to it. Well, not expensive. My big camera, my nice camera, certainly wasn't expensive. I got it for free. On that, so yeah. But this is another. This actually came with my ring light, which is also on the tripod that the camera's attached to. But because it's a universal fitting, I decided to just use it with the spotting scope instead. That does keep falling off, which is a little frustrating, but never mind. In fact, I'll quickly show you it attached to this. That's it, it's a universal. It's the standard screw-in fitting that you get on most digital cameras. You see that can screw in on there. So they're both quite useful. Put them out of the way for now. So moving around into the corner, toolbox. This I do always take shooting with me. Around a little. It has all my essential gear in it. Let's just move that out of the way so we can have a proper look. So in here we have, we'll start off with the lid. These little pockets, and I keep my pellet lube. This is Napier Power Pellet Lube. Got 2 tubs of it. One of them's a little old, seems to have discoloured. I'll probably have to bin that. As well as little tools, Allen keys. Wilco spectacle wipes, good for cleaning lenses, etc. Glassware like your scope. Of course, I keep a small screwdriver in here as well, just in case I need to do any in-field repairs. In the top, and this normally sits here on the top, and I keep all my pellets in here. I have several different types. One thing that you really should do when you get a new gun is try different types of pellets in it, different brands, until you find the right one. I've done that with most of my guns now, and this is why I have so many. So these ones, the 2.2 RWS Superdomes, work well in this. I found the 177 Superdomes work well in my other Springer rifles. At least the ones that have got a bit of power to it. They don't work so well in the Daisy, but never mind. Webley Velocipel, also in 177. They work brilliantly in my pistols because they're just so lightweight. And they also work in the Daisy Model 16 because it has so little power. Crossman, I go in my Crossman guns. Makes sense, works perfectly well. And these, now I actually got half a tin of these free when I bought one of my second-hand Crossman pistols. They work perfectly well, but no better than anything else, but yeah, they're just nice to look at. If I open them, they have a nice shine to them, like that. They are very hard pellets as well. On that, like one of them hits the metal plate on my pellet catcher, and it barely deforms at all. If you were so inclined, you could put it back in the gun and shoot it again. Unlike the lead ones, which just sort of flatten out into a little disc, the copper ones barely move at all. Also in the top here, keep my other screwdriver. Got extra bits attached to it. Quite handy to carry. And a couple of spare gun lamps. Now, in case you can't tell, I'm a big fan of doing things on a budget. These are just your cheap torches. You can get them from any supermarket. Get 3 AAA batteries in them. And then the red filter on the front is nothing more, I have another one here, than the red plastic from a box of roses. I think it's roses anyway. The ones where you get the sweets wrapped in different types of plastic. So yeah, eat all the chocolates, keep the red bins, make yourself a gun lamp. Simple as that. Don't have to be anything fancy. Underneath, where's the bits of kit? This beanbag rest. You can fill them with whatever you like. This is a mixture of polystyrene balls and dried rice, so I get the right amount of weight. It's also quite firm. It does need topping up slightly. It's getting a bit deflated for my liking. Cleaning rod kit. There we are. You get a number of different attachments with this. I'll be honest, a lot of these don't ever get used. There's a copper brush and a steel wire brush. They're mainly designed for your rim fires, your pounder burners. They get the barrel will get coked up a lot. You don't really need those on an air gun. You can get leading in them, but I struggle to justify using something so abrasive in it. If you do want to clean it, you get a number of these little felt brushes with it, which will do the job. And then this attachment is used for removing stuck pellets on that. I've only ever had it happen once, a stuck pellet in this gun, but my Remington BB gun, the 1911 replica, gets BBs stuck in it all the time, so this does get used a lot. Not expensive, as you can probably tell by now. I think it was again an eBay job, but again, does the job perfectly well. Set of binoculars. If you're out and about, especially if you're in the field, if you're hunting, it's a lot easier to bring a set of binoculars up to your face than bring a rifle up to your face every time you want to look at something. So, always handy. Rangefinder. Not much use on a professional range, but if you're, say, hunting, you want to know, you see your quarry or a rabbit or whatever, want to just check how far away it is. Rangefinder, always handy. All you do with this is you just look through the eyepiece. It's magnified slightly, although it doesn't say by how much. No, it doesn't say on there. It's only about 2 times magnification, but you look through it, press the button, and on the inside you get a little readout in yards on how far away it is. Sometimes it's useful at the range because, well, you get the odd little scrote that moves the range markers for some reason. They allow kids up there. I don't object to that, but children. And of course, safety glasses. Personal choice. A lot of people don't bother. It's up to you. I'd say if you're going to be working on your gun, especially if it's a gas gun and not just a Springer like this, definitely wear something like this. Compressed air can be lethal. Or if you're somewhat unsure about the gun's condition, you think there might be something wrong with it, always just stick on the glasses. They're literally, you can get them for like £1 or £2, and they'll meet modern safety standards. And if you search on YouTube, there are videos of these sorts of cheap glasses stopping an air rifle pellet. So, no, there's not really an excuse not to own them, even if you don't want to use them. They're always handy. I suppose if you're dealing with ricochets as well, if you're shooting steel ball bearings, they do ricochet, so definitely recommend that. That's about all that's in there. That's just the back half that goes with this. So it sits behind it, you can rest it in there. I've sort of emptied out some of the contents into this to top it up, because I never use it. And there. I'm trying not to sneeze on camera. And your last bit of kit. Now, I recommend this. This is a copy of Airgun Shooter magazine. I recommend this because if you search for literally anything on the internet, you will find just a wealth of information, and everything contradicts everything else, and it's always full of opinions. If you ask a question, you'll get one serious answer and then 100 people telling you that you're wrong and you shouldn't be allowed to shoot. And if I'm honest, they can all piss off, really. No one has the right to tell you you can't do something just for a lack of knowledge. So I would definitely recommend a proper professional publication like this. This is written by people who've been shooting for literally decades, and they really know their stuff, so you can rely on the advice that's in one of these. Other publications are available, but of course, I think this one is superior. I'll show you why. You get this handsome devil occasionally popping up in it as well. So that is the run through of the kit. Like I said, I've built this up over years. Not all of it is actually in shot. I've removed some of the copies and such like. You know, I didn't need to show you every single gun bag that I own, but this is pretty much it. But if you're starting off in the sport, you don't think that you have to go out and buy all of this in one go. You just don't. Like I said, in theory, if you have a Springer, all you need is this and a tin of pellets to go shooting. So don't worry about getting it all in one go. But this is the sort of kit that I recommend you start looking at getting over time on that. And don't think you need to take all of this with you shooting. I mean, this thing has never left the house. The toolbox always goes with me, but that's quite handy. But yeah, the chronograph I only ever use in the garden. Doesn't need to come to the range with me. The spotting scope's gone with me a couple of times, but generally not. So yeah. So I hope this has been informative and that you've enjoyed it. I'll leave a link in the description for part 1, which was the introduction to the guns. Like I said in that one, I'm going to do more detailed reviews of each gun. We'll look at each one can have its own full-length video rather than trying to do them all in one quick introduction. And I will probably do the same with some of the more complicated bits of kit on here as well. I'll look at them individually and you can see exactly how they work. But for now, all that's left to say is thank you for watching. Oh, one more thing. I'm just packing all this stuff away before my other half comes home and sees that I've left crap all over the table again. This is also quite an essential bit of kit. Notepad, pen and paper. Probably one of the most useful things you can get for, well, any application in the world, really. But on here I've been recording chronograph readings. I was doing some work on my Webley service revolver. Well, I was writing a review for it. But yeah, if you're doing any sort of work on it, it's handy to just make notes. Even if you draw yourself a little diagram of where screws go as you're taking stuff apart, or record your readings, or just note stuff down that you learn along the way. So yeah, pen and paper. Never underestimate the power of it.
Balance personal rights with social duties. I mean, obviously. Interestingly, something that we're dealing with right now. It's like, yo, young people, like myself, obviously, I mean, not obviously, but statistically, it seems like my risk of COVID, basically, fairly minimal, because I'm a healthy, relatively young man. Risk of COVID jab, also extremely minimal, because I'm a healthy young man, but they're also kind of like about the same risk. So it's like, why would I intentionally get a vaccine? And it's like, well, because I'm not a piece of and I want to do my part for society that I live in so that I don't get sick and then pass it all on to some old person that I kill. But mostly because I'm not a piece of shit. Go get a vaccine.
You're goddamn right.
Oh my god, some people are going to be smashing that dislike button being like, Simon, I'm a sovereign citizen. Wait, hang on. Let me put on my appropriate voice list. Simon, I'm a sovereign citizen and I will do as I please with my body as given to me by Jesus.
What the hell is he talking about?
So it is Sunday the 27th of February and we are having what feels like the first sunny and warm day of the year, and it is just a gorgeous day. Look at that, not a cloud in the sky. I have made something of a resolution to myself this year. I wouldn't really call it a New Year's resolution, close enough, and that is to try and get my garden back up to snuff. When I moved in, this used to be a really nice garden, and over the past sort of year or two, I've just let it slip. It's become very overgrown. As you can see down there, there's dead patches in the lawn. It's full of crap. The memorial bench that I have under the tree for my grandparents needs repainting. Yeah, if we go down the bottom in a minute, you'll see what I mean. But up here on the decking, I've sort of gathered a lot of stuff as well, bits for the lawnmower, stuff that needs to go to the tip, my bikes. The pugs can stay, that's about it. But no, today's finally a good day to start some restoration work, but I'll just give you a quick walkthrough of this. This can be part of my gardening series on the channel. So that bush used to be nicely trimmed, and now it's nearly the size of the fucking summer house. And come down here through all this crap. So the inside of the summer house is okay. It's a bit untidy, but the sofa's in there. It's all nice and clean. Hasn't picked up any damp over the winter, which is good. The outside of it needs a bit of TLC though. It's a bit overgrown. It's in reasonably good nick. I need to do a bit of work on the roof. Shed definitely needs some work. The roof has started leaking. You can see a bit of the felt has come off at the top, and all the paint needs repainting. Needs actually some quite major work. There's some holes in the walls now where the wood has started to come apart. I'm thinking of getting that corrugated plastic. Well, actually, I'll show you the stuff that you can see up there on my neighbour's garage roof. Thinking of putting that on the roof and the walls, just make the thing, well, like a tiny bomb shelter. But yeah, all this crap needs clearing away. This stuff, these bloody thorns, thistles, whatever you want to call them, just seem to fucking grow out of everywhere and spread like mad. Look, there's another one over there that's going up the actual tree. So yeah, clear that away. I've got about 2 tons worth of slate that used to be down the bottom of the garden. I used to have a pool area made up and slate decorating it. I don't have that anymore, but I still haven't managed to get rid of the 2 tons of fucking slate that's lying around. There's various other bits of crap in there. The bird cage got blown down in the last storm. It obviously didn't have a bird in it, but it was just decorative. You can see my shooting hide. That survived the storms. Well, it survived as in it's in one piece. But it did get blown over. It was leaning up against the shed. So I had to prop it up. These 2 big aluminium beams. Stop it getting blown over. Put some weight in it in the form of a load of spare wheels. And see down here, the only damage it did do when it got blown over was it ripped up this underground cable. The cable's still intact, it's no longer underground, which is an issue considering I'm going to start by mowing the lawn later. But yeah, I was impressed with that. That stayed in one piece despite it being on its side. My tool shed didn't fare so well. That's fucked. I might be able to repurpose the wood for something, but it's not going to be a shed ever again. Moving down here, this is my nice barbecue area that I built during lockdown when I was on furlough back in 2020 for 3 months. It was pretty nice when I built it. And yeah, over winter it's just gotten overgrown as well. That should be fairly easy to sort out. I just need to go at it with some weed killer and rip everything up, and that'll look nice again in no time. I used to have a flag up on my pole, but it just all fell apart, got ripped up, so I decided it can have a floodlight on it instead. That little bracket that you see used to have a clock on it, like a railway style clock. That was another casualty of the recent storms. It got blown off. It's currently on my dining room table.
I haven't decided if or how I'm going to reattach it now, but that's minor. I mean, it was like it cost me about a fiver from B&M. The pond. This used to be an above ground pool. I dug a massive hole and put it in there. Needs some work. I never did manage to get a working filter for it. It'd be nice to get that going this summer, but it's just fucking money. Money, money, money. That's all it ever is. But yeah, I won't mind doing something with this, make it look a bit less unsightly, even if I just do something to hide the remaining bits of the liner. You know, put some decorative logs around it or something like that. And then we have the bottom of the garden. This used to be like a pool barbecue area. So the pool was in this corner, and all this bit where you can see the grass sort of ends, forms an L shape around here, was covered in ground sheet. What are you eating, Bella? Yeah, you know you're not meant to be doing that. Give up. So yeah, we had like a barbecue and a bar in this corner, but yeah, there was a ground sheet down with all sorts of the 2 tons of slate over it. Of course, killed all the grass that was underneath. I ripped it all up, got rid of it. But of course, regrowing the grass has proved difficult, because fucking nettles come back way faster than grass does. We've made some inroads, there's patches of grass in it, but you put grass seed down, the pigeons come and eat it. Put wildflower seeds down, try to turn this into like a miniature meadow. They don't take, and the weeds just kill everything. So yeah, fuck knows what I'm going to do with this. I'm probably just going to have to churn it up, somewhat chronic, like a tilling machine, and then replant and find some way to protect it from the birds until the grass can grow back, if I can't get the wildflowers to take. Also got whatever the fuck this is. Some sort of fungus, like a sponge. You can kick it, it's dusty as hell. If you press into it, apart from the dust, you'll leave a footprint. I don't know what it is, some kind of funky mushroom. There's another one over here. There was one in the corner. I ran that over with the lawnmower a few months back. You can see there's still bits of it there. Bits of a dead bird. There's nothing to eat, Bella. So, yeah, I don't know what I'm going to do down here. I wanted to put a small fence in and make my own little wildflower meadow. Because if this was full of flowers, it'd attract bees and insects and be my own little contribution to the environment. We'll have to see. So, yeah, today's the day, day 1. We've got all summer, as long as the weather holds out before it starts getting too cold again, to get this sorted. We'll start by mowing the fucking lawn and then seeing where we go from there. I think that's about all we're going to have time for today. I've been working most of the day. I'll get the lawnmower out. It's also, there she goes, first time Bella's actually seen a lawnmower. She's 6 months old now, and this is the first time I've had the lawnmower out, so it'll be interesting to see how she reacts to it. So yeah, time for a bit of time lapse, and yeah, then the next scene will be whatever I decide to do next.
So that's the mowing of the back garden done. It's taken me about 20 minutes, half hour. I wasn't really paying attention. It's too much of a nice day to be worrying about time. Now, I don't know if it's coming across on the camera, but it's amazing what mowing the lawn does. When the grass wasn't even that long, it hasn't really grown over the winter. So I think the longest it had grown in places was, I don't know, an extra 3 or 4 inches. And that was only in tufts. Most of it was just the same. But it's made a lovely difference. Just propped all that crap up against the wall. I'll deal with that later. Half of it's just going to be going in the bin. But yeah, I don't know if it's coming across, but I mean, don't get me wrong, it's still a pile of shit, but it looks a lot better. It's a much nicer looking pile of shit now. Up the top of the garden, it's made less of a difference. The grass hasn't grown as much up here. It doesn't get as much sunlight up here because of the fence and the house. But yeah, the bottom bit looks nice. So I'm going to put the lawnmower away, find the dog. She ran a mile when I started the lawnmower. Might do the front garden. That one needs mowing a lot more. That catches a lot more sun. I'll figure out what I'm going to do next. Oh, there's still some time in the day. You know what? Fuck it. Let's do the front garden as well. You can see that's a lot more overgrown. This normally gets a lot more sun than the back garden. The sun rises just over that field over there. So yeah, we'll do this and you'll be able to see what I mean by the difference it makes when you just mow the grass without doing anything else. Alright, well, there you go. It looks shorter up close. It actually looks a little worse, but that's because the grass had gotten so long that sort of bottom bit of it that's left isn't green anymore. So for those of you who don't know, if you let your grass get too long, the bottom of it turns white. So when you mow it, it looks like you've just got a big dead lawn. But it has made a bit of a difference. I think it'd look better if we didn't have the footpath down the middle of it. That's there because of the amount of people that keep walking over it because we can't walk down the driveway at the moment. If I'm honest, I'm not that fussed about the front garden. Truth be told, I'm not planning on keeping it as much of a garden for much longer anyway. I want to put some sort of extension or ramp along the driveway, and that way we'll be able to park the cars widthways using the entire front garden. You can see we've got one parked out on the verge. The Dodge at the back is sort of sticking out, and then the others are parked bumper to bumper on that. So yeah, if I can park them all widthways, we're able to get them all in, plenty of room, and it'll make working on them a lot easier, because I do plan on making a car series at some point as well from working on my cars. There's these two here are my project cars, and the Mazda outside belongs to the other half, and that was meant to be a joint project. Fuck knows when we're going to get started on them. But yeah, there we go. Front lawn, mown. Let's see what else we can get up to.
So unfortunately at this point there's nothing much more to see for this video. I went back inside, had a cup of tea, and I had a long think about what I wanted to do, and then by that point there wasn't actually that much daylight left, and the long day that I'd already had was starting to catch up to me. I have, however, been able to have a good long think, and I know pretty much what I'm going to do, and you know, I've started making a list of things that need to be done to get the garden back to where I want it to be. So for now I'm going to say watch this space, and thank you for watching. One thing I did manage to do before the end of the day, I managed to get a nice long video of the sun setting over the fenland countryside from the very bottom of the garden, and I've turned that into a long relaxation video, sort of thing that can help people fall asleep at night. So I'll leave a link in the description for that. Go and have a look.
Alright, so welcome everybody, and today we are going to be doing, well, a bit of a double unboxing, but mainly a product review, really. I had an Amazon package come today, which is a bit of a rare occurrence for me. I can probably count on one hand the number of times I've actually used Amazon in my life. More of an eBay guy, not for any particular reason, it's just that I always find myself using eBay. And in it was these two things that I ordered. Now, one of them is a fairly simple 4-way USB splitter. I've got a couple of these about the house which were just cheap, crappy things that I got off eBay, naturally. And if I'm honest, they're cheap and crappy. And that's the unfortunate thing about eBay sometimes. You search for something and all you see is hundreds and hundreds of listings of the same thing or very close to the same thing. Yeah, it's my biggest criticism of it, and they don't seem to want to do anything about it. If you want to find quality products, it can be difficult. Not all the time. I get a lot of my shooting stuff off eBay and it's perfectly good stuff, but yeah, type in USB splitter and it's one of those searches that eBay just kind of lets you down at. So I got that. It was £8-ish plus postage or something. I'll have a quick look inside before we go on to the main thing, which is this. This was the main purchase, the Logitech C920 Pro HD webcam. I'll touch on that in a minute because that's the main reason. Let's have a look at this quickly. Open it up. Obviously, I've taken these out of the box, the Amazon box, because that's just fairly standard. This is actually the first time I've opened this. Extend your warranty up to 2 years on a cable. Okay, whatever. Nice bit of packaging, nice solid bit of foam. There it is. And untwizzle this wire. Yeah, just length of cable. Well, I don't know what it said. I think they said it was 50 centimetres. I'm not going to need even half that. They could have made it that long and it'd been perfect for my use, but whatever. It actually looks and feels like a decent bit of kit. You get these little power switches on there so you can turn them on and off. I'll leave a link in the description to the actual item to be found on Amazon. They do a powered version as well if you're going to be running things off it. I plan on having keyboard, mouse, one hard drive, second hard drive, and that's it. Yeah, that's all I plan on running off it. The two hard drives have their own power supply and the keyboard and mouse are just fine on USB power. But if you wanted to run lots of devices on it, and you know it wasn't able to power it just off the laptop, they do a powered version. Simply there's another plug goes in. I don't know how it works. Yeah, get these little switches on here. Interestingly, they pop out to different heights. Whatever, as long as they work. So yeah, like I say, you can get them you can get them off Wish.com USB splitters for less than £1. And you can get more or less the same thing again off eBay for a little bit more. But I decided to go for something a bit more quality because, well, I mean, the thing with the eBay ones, I've got one off eBay, one off Wish.com, and every now and then the mouse just stops working. And I look and the little light underneath is just blinking away. And you either just have to wait, and it can be seconds or it can be minutes, or you have to unplug the whole splitter and plug it all back in to get it to work, which is really annoying when you're trying to work. So yeah, hopefully that'll be a bit better. Right. Anyway, main purchase, the webcam. I bought this, well, because the webcam built into my laptop is, well, it's atrocious. really. I think it's 0.9 megapixels. It looks like I'm recording myself on a potato. It's, yeah. I think I had a digital camera back in like the early 2000s, which gave better pictures, and that was like 0.3 of a megapixel. Or it might have been 1.3, and that was like the best you could get at the time. So, yeah. So we've got this. I mean, I had some, I'll be honest, it didn't technically cost me anything. I had some vouchers left over from Christmas, which just so happened to be for the same amount that this is. This was £50 or like 48 and some change. Call it £50 on that. No idea what that is elsewhere. And yeah, I've got a series that I'm trying to make at the moment, but I just needed a better camera. Yeah, but rather than trying to set up all the camera equipment in the study, and then trying to synchronize them with the microphone, I have a condenser microphone up connected to my laptop. I thought just get a camera, plug it in, and go for it. I tried using the webcam with the condenser microphone. It was just stupid. It just looked ridiculous. It would have been embarrassing. So let's just open this up, shall we? Following this little bit of an unboxing, I will show you some footage of it, and you'll get to see my pretty face. It's bloody well packaged. For some reason it looked bigger in the pictures. But then again, the tiny box should have been a giveaway. Anyway, it doesn't actually say what megapixels these are, but they're not as important on the cameras, especially webcams. It is full 1080p, 30 frames per second, so that'll do the job. That is a really thick instruction manual. Actually, what on earth? What on earth? What? Am I supposed to read War and Peace? How complicated can it be? Oh, good lord. Every language under the sun. Where's English? Francais? Bloody hell. Pa, L webcam, L butthole. Don't put the webcam up your butthole. Oh, okay. I'll find the English later. It's supposed to be plug and play, so I'll do the man thing and just not read the instructions. See how well it goes. Let's open this up. Funny thing about all this is I'm doing a product review of something that I bought after reading a product review. But screw it, it's my channel, do what I like. So there we are. That is the thing. Quite a simple device. Plug it into your USB port and away you go, it says. I'll leave all the little plastic stickers on it. But yeah. That's a slightly bigger lens than my phone camera. Bodes well. These little grills here are meant to be microphones, but of course I'm going to be using the condenser microphone, so they're probably a little bit redundant, although we will test them to see how good they are. Take this bit of plastic off the bottom. How do I get this off? Yeah, that pops out. So that's designed, you can either hook it over the top of your laptop, so it will sit kind of like that. You've got little rubberized bits on the inside to allow you to do that. That one's adjustable, so you're not scratching up your laptop. The inside of that's nicely rubberized as well. It's got rubber bits on the bottom of the microphone, of the camera for some reason. It's a nice sturdy bit of kit, actually. It's alright, actually. And yeah, this is quite a handy thing. This is one of the things that sold it on me. Little tripod stand, standard to any camera fitting. Actually got this is a cheap and nasty one that came with a cheap and nasty. Well, actually, it's cheap, it's not nasty. This little tripod has stood me in good stead over the years. Certainly longer than the camcorder that it came with. You pop those legs out. There we go, look at that. So, I don't know if that's the actual tripod I'm going to use to mount it. I'm not going to hook it over the top of my laptop. It will be going on the desk somewhere. I've got various different tripods. Yeah, so that is it. Different angles. The wire, I'll show you the wire length. Again, this is almost certainly going to be more than I need. There we go. I'm not sure what that is. That's about a metre, I'm guessing. Doesn't say. So yeah, there it is, the Logitech C920 Pro HD webcam. So we're going to tidy up all this, try and find the English version of don't put the webcam up your butthole. Italiano. Right, okay. So, oh, there's the English bit. Could have just sent me that bit. Right, there we go. I'm supposed to send them all over the world. I should be tolerant, shouldn't I? But then again, we thought, why not just have lots of these? And if you're shipping a shit ton of them to France, put all the French ones in the box. And if you're sending them all to Italy, put all the Italian ones in the box. Why send me all these? I don't know, there's probably some very good reason that's undeniable as to why they do it this way. It probably does save them money to just put all the instructions in all at once. But then again, I've got to wonder. I need... Let's count. 1, 2, 3. Right, it's double-sided, but on this main side there's 15 different languages. So you're shipping me a piece of paper that's 15 times bigger than it actually needs to be. I mean, apart from it being bad for the planet, I've got to wonder, how hard can it be to just put the English instructions in the ones on their way to Britain or any other English-speaking country? You know, there's Polish on here, you know, if it's going to Poland, put the Polish bits of paper in there. So, I mean, Christ, if you wanted to, just include pictures for people to follow. I don't see why you need all this text. Plug and play, for Christ's sake. Plug it in, get going. Don't put it up your butthole. Whatever. Anyway, I'll stop ranting. Let's go and get this thing plugged in. And yeah, we'll see how the USB port performs as well. So yeah, let's get going. Alright, so we've moved upstairs. We're going to do a quick setup. First things first though, I need a tasty beverage. So, all those people that go on about how Coke is better than Pepsi or Pepsi is better than Coke, you are all very, very wrong. That's the end of the matter. You are wrong. Anywho, so this is my usual setup. Yeah, you can see it's a little crowd, but it does me. I've got everything within arm's reach here, and that's. This white wire here that you can see isn't normally there. This is connected up to the camera, which is my phone, because we're on 5% battery. So yeah, I'll just plug it in so that we can keep filming, because it's getting a bit late at night and I wouldn't mind going to bed at some point. But other than that, this is pretty much how things are. I'll work anything up to 9-10 hours sat at this desk. That's just in my day job. And then, you know, in the evenings I do things like make crappy YouTube videos. So yeah, we'll start off just because with the splitter. So I'll show you what I mean. So as I said, this isn't normally plugged in. This is a Type C port anyway, on that. But yeah, we have here USB hard drive, and then next to it that's a HDMI port. So that can't be used. And over here, headphone jack, USB splitter, and then this is the USB sound card that goes up to my condenser microphone here, which I'm just going to leave out of the way because we're not using it at the moment. Leave it up there. But I shall unplug this and I'll show you what I've been using. At the moment it's only got the USB mouse, and this is the little receiver for the keyboard on that. If you're wondering why I've got a bright pink keyboard, I used to have one that was a nice lovely blue colour, exactly the same design, white keys and everything, but it was blue and it died. Part of my own fault. I didn't change the batteries in it for quite a long time, and well, the weird thing was one of the batteries burst, but the thing kept working somehow, and then it slowly corroded the terminals, and even though I've cleaned them up and it all looks nice again, it still doesn't fucking work. So yeah, and then when I went back to the store, back to the shop with it, they didn't have the blue ones anymore. They only had the pink ones left. I thought, well, cock it, it's my office. It's not like I'm on show, so I got a pink one. So actually, it looks a little childish, but it's actually really nice to type on, especially when you're on your computer all day like I am. So this is what I've been using so far up till now. Hopefully you can see that okay. This was, I can't remember if this was the wish.com job or the eBay job. I think it was the eBay one. This doesn't really matter, it's the same bloody product, but I mean you can tell just by looking at it. If you look there, I don't know if it's obvious, get the angle right, that USB port isn't in correctly. So if I, here we go, get an old USB stick and plug it in. Look at the angle on that, it just pokes up in the air. That's how well built this is, and they don't stay in properly. Same with the top, the connections are crap on it, and it keeps cutting out. The mouse, I'll turn it over, that normally lights up blue. I'll show you, just plug it back in. See? But that will just be very dim and flickering every now and then. And you can't use the mouse. And you have to unplug the whole lot and start again. Which is really annoying because it can be quite fast paced come my day job. And when your mouse cuts out partway through talking to a client, you're fucked. So, yeah. I'm not going to bin it because it does kind of work. I have other applications. Downstairs in the storeroom I have an old laptop that I use occasionally for checking emails. I'll just stick it with that. And this one, I mean, it just looks and feels better. I mean, I paid a lot more for it. So, paid like 8 times as much, so it fucking better be better. So, we'll plug this in, see what it does. As I said, the plan is to have keyboard, mouse, hard drive, and then I have another external hard drive which isn't plugged in at the moment because I've run out of places to plug it into. Couldn't plug it into this because the data transfer speed on it was just atrocious. To transfer 1 gig, my computer was saying it would take like a day. I'm like, Jesus Christ. So yeah, give this a go. This is USB 3, it says. You actually get the little blue bit in the end. Look at that. Blue means better, I suppose. So we're just going to try something here. Let's find a video. Let's say, okay, so this is the very first video I ever uploaded. It's literally a 1-hour video of the fish tank. It's 9.97 gigabytes. So we're going to copy and then go to the hard drive. So it's transferring from one hard drive to the other through the splitter, which is fully loaded. I mean, I know only two of them are actually hard drives, the other two is a keyboard and mouse. It's averaging, well, it's fluctuating a little bit, but it's doing about 16.5 MBS, and it's saying about 10 minutes now. It's starting at about 11 minutes to transfer basically a 10 gig file. See, that's about half the speed going from the laptop onto one of the hard drives, but that's still pretty good considering using this thing. This could have taken, I don't know, the rest of my fucking natural life. Who fucking knows? So yeah, so we'll leave that going for now. Actually, no, we'll cancel it off for now. Let's just leave that. Yeah, we'll leave that off for now. But yeah, impressed with that, because that now means I've freed up a USB port. That can be tucked away. All my wires nice and tidily put away. That just lives under there with all the extra cable. So yeah, I'm impressed with that. So if you're looking for a decent USB splitter, I'll leave a link in the description. Don't buy cheap crap off eBay. I mean, buy cheap crap off eBay if you like, but just beware that occasionally it will be cheap crap. And I've been using eBay for a good 20 years, and only very rarely is it cheap crap. Don't want to, talk shit about eBay. But yeah, just be careful what you're buying. Every now and then you need to go to the dark side. Over there. Right over there. Right, next up, the main event. Spent far too long on that. Webcam. So yeah, probably going to put this on a tripod of some sort, but for now we'll just see what it looks like on top of the laptop. So quick change of camera angle so you can see what I'm doing on this. One frustrating thing I've just realised, I could really do with another USB splitter, which is quite annoying. Because, the plan was to put both hard drives on, keyboard and mouse onto the splitter. I'm leaving my microphone plugged directly into the laptop, just because I've been buying all sorts of wires and sound cards and stuff, trying to get the sound quality through this microphone to be tip top. And I think I'm there. What I don't want to do is then ruin it by having it plugged in through a splitter. I mean, it's a decent split. I might give it a go later. But yeah, the plan was to have this ring light, which is just out of shot. You can see the tripod for it here, plugged into the laptop as well. For no other reason than it then just gives me indefinite power. I can sit here and record and do things as long as I like. Which would have worked, but I forgot. This needs a USB port as well. So I've ordered a splitter, which has given me 4 USB ports. I mean, I had 4 already, although it wasn't really usable. So I suppose you could say it's given me 2 extra ones, because plugging more than 2 things into this was just an exercise in futility. So I've gone from being 1 USB port short, I've gained 2, and I'm still a USB port short. I mean, how the fuck does that work? Oh, whatever. Anyway, I'm just going to roughly mount this. I'll tidy up cables later. It's a good job the back of this is rubberized, because it's going to sit over the built-in camera on the laptop, which, whilst it is shit, this is a new laptop. I don't want to fuck it. So it said it was plug and play on the website, so let's see what happens. It needs to spin one of the hard drives up to make that work. Whatever. Now it goes ding ding. So we're just going to open up the camera app. Camera on, front facing camera. And of course it's black because this thing's hanging over the front of it. Let's go with settings now. Well, yeah, here we go. Here's the photo quality that's available on the standard built-in webcam. Move that to one side. We have a choice of 0.9 megapixels, 0.2 or 0.3. But it's terrible. I mean, I don't know if this is coming across on the camera, but it's all grainy. I mean, I've got the big light on and the ring light on, and I'm illuminated okay, but all around the edges, the rest of the room, it's doing that sort of grainy flicker that old cameras do when they can't pick up enough light. But that's what the image on here looks like. Press the switch camera. I don't know if you can see it, these little blue lights come on either side of it, and that is so much better. I mean, you can just, it captures my ugliness just fucking perfectly. I mean, you know, the beard looks fucking fantastic. Shame about the face and fucking nose. But yeah, that is so much better. There's none of this graininess to it. The image for some reason is mirrored differently, but that might just be the software that I'm using. It thinks this is a backward facing camera like you get on a tablet. I'm pressing the switch camera option. Yeah. It's like night and day. So yeah, good show there, actually. And I'm, yeah, happy with that. I'll just quickly try turning the big light off and see what it's like in less than ideal conditions. I'm confident doing this with the camera that you're seeing me on at the moment, because I know that's good in dark conditions. And yeah, looks the same. I mean, I can see obviously it's gotten darker in the room, but it looks pretty good, damn good. For the shiggles, turn the ring light off and see how good it does then. Don't know how well the phone actually does in complete darkness. Let's just try it. Even that's good. That is very good. That is recording very well. So, I'm happy with that. There's a very slight amount of that graininess that you get in low light. But to be fair, it's pretty fucking dark in here now, so yeah. That's better. You can see it auto-focusing as well. Coming closer. Back out. Yeah, you can see it redo it. So yeah, happy with that. Didn't spend a bit of work. I'm going to stop recording for now. Spend a bit of work. I don't want it hooked onto the top of the laptop all this time. So we're going to put it on a tripod, sort of in line with this ring light that we have up here. And then I'll show you what I'm seeing on the screen properly then. And you can see the fucking difference with it. So yeah, let's do that. So starting off with the standard built-in webcam on the laptop. Now, apart from the fact that the angle's too low and I can't adjust it because it's built into the bezel on the screen, and then you have the microphone and the pop filter obscuring my face. Yeah, it's not good. I mean, if you look around the edges, you can see that sort of fuzziness. I'm sure there's a technical term for it. I just don't know what it is. I'm not that good at my cameras. I like to think I'm good at taking pictures. I do enjoy my photography, but I'm not that clued up on how cameras work and all the technical terms on it. But you can see that it's not handling it right. I do have the main ceiling light, what we call the big light, on. I'll quickly turn on the ring light as well. Come on. Oh, fucking hell, I'm fucking well illuminated now. There we go, it's sorted itself out. So yes, that's one thing. It takes it a while to figure itself out. And we're looking any different. You can see I'm better lit. But the rest of it doesn't look any better. And that's so yeah, that's what I was dealing with, and I've got an upcoming video series to be announced soon that was going to involve me sitting here talking to the camera a fair bit. Can't do with this quality of camera on it. So yeah, we'll just quickly make a switch over to the new webcam and you will see the difference. And there you go. That's on the Logitech webcam. As you can see, it's like night and day. I'm looking at it on the monitor down here, up at the camera. The angle is a bit high. That's obviously not the camera's fault. I'm still just working out how I want to mount it. But being able to put it where I like means that you don't have the microphone obscuring my face. I mean, you can still see it, but I kind of just want to show off my microphone. But yeah, you can see you don't have any of this like flickering, this graininess around the edges. You know, you can see all the detail. You can see a wider angle of the room and all the crap that I have in here. Actually, it's not crap. It's yeah, this is my library, my study, my solitude. But yeah, a lot of memories in this room. Anyway, getting off topic. But yeah, you can see the picture looks good. If I turn the ring light off, you can see something has happened. It takes it a moment to refocus. Still looks pretty damn good. I'll turn it back on. Again, you can tell something's happened and it takes a second to refocus. Not that bad. So yeah, happy with that. And yeah, and well, you can see me in all my glory as well with it, you know. The Daniel Jackson hat, you can see the detail on that. Looking at it, I'm looking down at the camera as well as up at yourselves here. The beard looking glorious as always. The overgrown hair, just a shame about the fucking ugly mug in the middle framing it all. Never mind, and the fucking huge nose. Not a lot I can do about that, and of course that's not the camera's fault. But yeah, happy with that. Definitely worth the money. Definitely highly recommend both that and the splitter. I'll leave links to where you can buy the products in the description. But yeah, if you're looking for a decent webcam, definitely go with the Logitech. Thank you for watching. So just a quick play around with some of the lighting. As I mentioned earlier, I did have the what we call it up north, the big light, the sea.
Big light. Big light. When do people say that? Put big lights on.
And then there's a ring light that the camera is mounted on top of. I've just turned the big light off on that just to see what it looks like. As you can see, it looks pretty good. I mean, the room is looking darker, as you would expect. It's nearly 11 o'clock at night now, and it's pitch black outside. So of course it's darker in here now. The only thing lighting up the room is the laptop screen and the ring light. But yeah, it looks pretty good on that. I'm obviously well lit. I'm right in front of the light, and yeah, it still looks good. So as I can see, you know, you can still see the glorious beard, fucking ugly face. I mean, just for the giggles, let's just turn the ring light off and see what it does. So the only thing illuminating me now is the actual laptop screen, but that's not too bad. Obviously you can't see me very well because it's dark. You get a slight bit of graininess on the bits you can see sort of around my face and on my t-shirt, but that's not bad. I'm actually quite impressed with that. Curious to know what that little light is over my shoulder. That one. What is that? Something reflecting. Yeah, or something's about to murder me. Probably just a reflection. Yeah, turn that back on. Oh fuck. Oh god. Go on, battery pack. There we go. You can see it takes a moment just to refocus. Turn that off. As I turn it back on, you'll see it's almost like a little wave. You can see it just refocusing when the light comes back on. See it? Yeah, happy with that. So yeah, works in low light as well, which I mean the webcam on the laptop barely worked at all in good light, and this thing's kicking its ass in almost no light. Good show there by Logitech. Happy with that. Yeah, definitely happy with that. Right, here's something, Pappas. You know, I bought this glorious webcam, right? And your review video online, you can see my beautifully fucking ugly face, massive nose, glorious beard. Shut up, animals. Right, now, it's that big, tiny little thing. Got a wire, you plug it in, it works. It's called plug and play. That's all you have to do. Plug it in, start recording it. Start doing your OnlyFans, whatever the fuck you want to do. Right? That is, of course, until you come to the instructions, which are this big. I mean, what the actual fuck? I mean, this is as bad as you wanting a fucking platypus to shit on the carpet. I mean, why do we need all this? How hard can it be to plug something in? I mean, you could just do pictures. Why do I need fucking, half the fucking paper in the world with every language in the world printed on it? I mean, Jesus Christ. When I've counted, there's 16 languages on here, just on one side of this bit of paper. Well, on the other side, this bit of paper is 16 times bigger than it needs to be. I mean, how hard is it really? If you're shipping a product to France, put the French bit in. Put the French bit here. Look, that bit. You don't need all this other crap here. So, if you're going to Britain or any other English-speaking country, put the English bit in. No. We have to use this, all of this paper. Yeah. So, I can fucking find the English bit. So, I mean, look at this. I'll do the Francais bit. Yeah, fucking hell. So, right, here we go. Le butthole. Which I think means don't put it up your butthole. Webcam is not suitable for anal use. I mean, fucking hell. Well, I'm sure there is a good reason for them doing it this way. It probably is easier, or simpler to just print one lot of instructions. But I mean, you've got to wonder. This is 15 times bigger. Well, no, 16 times bigger. They could use a 16th of the paper, for what, an extra few seconds. I mean, Christ, it's plug and play. You don't need all this shit. Your warnings could go on the box, which you're making anyway. And then just include pictures, camera, computer, plug, and an arrow. Don't you fucking need, don't need all this shit. Not making Greta happy, that's for fucking sure. Fucking hell. Yeah, I'm gonna give that to the dog. Like a man don't fucking read instructions anyway. If it goes wrong, well, what don't kill you only puts hair on your ass. Fuck it. Alright, so hello again everyone. Today we're going to be doing another product review. Not strictly speaking an unboxing this time because, well, I've already unboxed it before making the video, but there you go. Today we are going to be looking at this bad boy. Now this is another Poundland purchase. I'm finding they do actually have some pretty good stuff to offer. It's a Vido Charge USB charging tower, as you can see from the packaging. I've no idea if that's one eye or two eyes in there, or even if it's pronounced Vido. If you think it's pronounced differently, like Vido, then feel free to get angry at the internet over it. But yeah, bought this because if you saw my double product review, the one with the webcam and the USB splitter, I'm just constantly running out of USB ports. I have a number of things that need to be charged or otherwise powered. Things like lighting for some of my other videos that I'm going to be making from in here, as well as various battery packs I take with me. They can be charged off the laptop, but I mean just one battery pack, like say this Energizer one, takes literally all day to charge off the laptop, and whilst it's plugged in, there's other stuff that I have to unplug. USB ports are a premium in my house, it seems. So yeah, I've gone and got this. It's not a splitter. It is purely for charging, so mobile phones, that sort of thing. And yeah, it should suit me well. It's got more than enough ports on it. I can get all my battery packs, my lights, and everything else that needs power but not data plugged into it and still have plenty of space left over. So here is the actual product. You can see it looks pretty much as it does on the box. It's fairly simple. There wasn't actually any instructions with this. I mean, you don't really need any. It literally just came in the box. There was a little bit of extra cardboard in there as well. But yeah, you get power cable and the unit itself. That's all there is to it. Put that in there, then you plug it in. Yeah, you don't really need instructions for that. This is a fairly standard old style 240 volt plug. That adapter, maybe a bit old school nowadays. I seem to remember having like your old ghetto blaster stereos back in the 90s. I had one in my room that used that sort of plug. Don't really see it that much anymore, but then again, it is cheap, so they're obviously going for the cheaper technology or the cheaper product. But screw it, fits in there. It fits nicely. I mean, that's not gonna slip out at any point. So personally, I don't see why that isn't used more often. That plug really for 240 devices. But yeah, that goes in there. That's all there is to it. I quite like the design. It looks almost like a miniature computer tower, you could say. And I've got a nice spot picked out for it on my desk. It's just going to sit nestled away, fairly inconspicuous. But yeah, that's all there is to it. So we'll quickly plug it in. I'll show you that it works. This is just an extension cable I've got lying around. Because, rather ironically, I was running out of USB ports. I've gone and bought this to solve that issue, but I've got nowhere to actually plug it in. I have 2 power strips. There's 8 plugs in total on my desk. This makes 9. So I've got to go out and buy a bloody power strip because I've run out of plugs with the so that I can plug the thing in that was designed to solve the issue of me running out of smaller plugs. Fucking great. But yeah, so only plug it in. There's no light or indicator of any sort to show that it is plugged in and turned on. I mean, you don't really need one. Not everything has to have a light. I mean, if you can't tell if it's turned on or not, just plug something into it, and yeah, it's a USB. That's just a grill, I'm assuming, for some sort of cooling. If you have lots of stuff plugged into it, there'll be a transformer built into this somewhere. But yeah, I've got a couple of bits here. I'm going to plug into it. So 1 power pack. I know this is fully charged anyway, or near enough. If you can see there, hold that up to the camera. Little blue lights indicate the charge level. It's not quite fully charged, isn't this? And we have here, this is a Bluetooth keyboard, also uses USB charging. Plug that in as well. That's charging at the same time. And then we've got another power pack over here. This one's only half charged. That's because it's powering the ring light at the moment that I'm using to record this. So we can plug this into here as well. Interesting. Oh. Looks like it knocks off the power to the light. That's okay. So that's now charging up as well. Okay, that's interesting. That is very hot. There must be a lot of current draw. It's almost nearly flattened this. This power pack, I can charge my phone from dead flat to fully charged. It's almost completely flattened it in, well, about 5-10 minutes. So I'll tell you what, we'll have all 3 of these plugged in. Let's plug this in as well. Turn the light back on. There we go. So yeah, I've been hunting around for a 5th device so I can have everything plugged in and show you it working, but I just can't find anything. I've got a USB powered like reading light in the bedroom, but I can't be bothered. That's all wired in. The wire goes down behind the bed. I can't be bothered to pull that out. But yeah, it's quite happily going. All these devices are still showing as charging. Word light on the keyboard. That's charging up as well, and that's still going. So yeah, that's that. Happy with that. Price, can't remember how much now. I want to say about £5-6. I know it's from Poundland, but not everything in Poundland is a pound anymore. But still pretty damn cheap. I mean, you can buy like a pack of 50 AA batteries for £6 in there. I mean, obviously they're not Duracell batteries. I think they're Kodak ones, but still can't complain. I got myself a massive bag of sweets for the drive home for like 50p. So yeah, yeah, not much more I can say about that. Good little product. So if you need USB power but not necessarily data, if you're like me, you just seem to be endlessly charging one thing or another, yeah, highly recommend the Vido Charge USB charging tower from Poundland. Hello and welcome to another video on Pydeeny doing stuff and filming it. Tonight we're going to be doing another unboxing / product review video. I've been buying quite a few bits and bobs recently. Tonight it's going to be this bad boy from B&M. It's a it's a ring light with a tripod, LED ring light. It's from B&M's Streaming Studio range, which they seem to be selling at the moment. So yeah, we'll have a look at that. It's not technically an unboxing video because, well, I've already unboxed it. Did that pretty much straight away, but I kept the box so that I can show you, and we'll have a look around the finished product as well. I bought this. I wanted another light. I did buy one the other day. It was a Poundland one, perfectly good. It's quite a bit smaller than this, like 2 sizes down. But that's set up semi-permanently now in the study on my desk with my webcam mounted in it. And rather than take that apart every time I want to go and film somewhere else, I decided I'll just get another one. These things aren't expensive on it. The only reason I got the Poundland one is because I was in Peterborough and it was a shorter walk to Poundland rather than go to B&M and get the ring light that I actually wanted. So I've got that one set up, thought I'm going to go get the B&M one this time, and I went all the way to Newmarket B&M, and they didn't have the one that I wanted. The one I wanted is about a size down from this one, but you don't get the tall tripod with it. What you get instead is a tripod kind of like this, which is a fair bit more portable than what I was looking for. And the mountings are universal, so I could just already mount it on my camera tripod that the camera is on now, because it comes with an attachment to mount the camera inside the light as well. So that's what I was going for. When I got there, they didn't have it, and there didn't even seem to be a space for it. I don't know if they've stopped doing it or if that particular store just didn't carry it, but we ended up getting this instead. I'm glad I did, because it's nice to have a separate tripod for the light and the camera. I've got 2 large tripods now, and several of these smaller ones that I can use for various filming. So I'll show you quickly. As I said, I've already unboxed this and assembled it. I'll show you what to expect. So it's a semi-unboxing video. The box did seem bigger than it needed to be until I actually opened it up. And inside, all you get is, it all goes in this large plastic thing, vacuum molded plastic. It sits in there, the light, and you get your little accessories. So that'll go nicely in the recycle bin later. And you get an instruction book as well, which of course I didn't read because, well, typical bloke, I never do. Half of it's just in warnings. Don't use it in the bath. Don't use it in fire. Yeah, don't cock about with it. You know, it may be USB, but it's still an electrical item. And there's instructions on how to put it together and how to use it. Hint, there's a switch, turn it on. So yeah, packaging fairly simple. This is the actual product, I'll show you here. As I said, I've already assembled it, but essentially it comes in sort of 3-4 pieces. You get the tripod all folded up. The light obviously is one piece, and then you get these little, this comes away. You can unscrew this middle part, and then that bit can be removed as well. If you undo that and then pop it off. So those bits come separate, and this little joint in the middle that you can see here is separate as well. So 1, 2, 3, so 5 pieces in the box. It's fairly easy to assemble. You just snap that back together, and then that just screws in the middle. So that's what you get as standard, but these bits that I'm screwing in are standard camera mountings, as with all the other ring lights. So you could put any sort of digital camera or attachment in there if you wanted to. It's a fairly universal fitting. Interestingly, this little mount here is the exact same piece as came with the Poundland ring light, so clearly they have the same manufacturer for some of their products. So yeah, that's what it is. I'll give it a quick plug in before I show you more about the tripod. Got a quick power pack here. So that's fully charged. So when there's power to the unit, you have this little control here. It lights up blue when you've got power to it. And it's a simple one really. Closer, you've got power at the bottom, and then you've got a plus and a minus, or well, a minus and a plus, to control the brightness, and that button in the middle cycles between the colour settings. There's 3 different colour settings. And this, when I turn it on, that's the normal setting, which seems to be the brightest, and I'll cycle through the colour settings quickly. Sort of a softer white, and then you have this sort of cold blue colour, and then back to the normal white light. I don't know what they're actually called, these different settings, as it says on the box. It just says 3 light modes. Yeah, it says it's ideal for selfies, live streaming, video calls and makeup. Well, I mean, I'm not actually going to use it for any of those things, but I'm going to be using it in some of my upcoming content. So that's how the kit works. I'll turn that back off, like that. And oh, no, I will show you quickly, you can adjust the brightness as well. So that's at full brightness when you first turn it on. And you can turn it down like that. It says there's 10 brightness levels, that's as dim as it goes. You can cycle through the colours from there, and then you can turn it back up, like that. So that's it, works really well. It is, as you can see, really quite bright on its maximum setting. It's quite a bit larger than my other ring lights. It says, yeah, 12 inch, which I'm assuming is the diameter. So even if you're not using the phone mount, if you want to put, say, a camera, you can get quite a large camera in this and it'll still do the job. So, have a quick look. The tripod on the bottom, to adjust it, you unscrew these little knobs here. This bottom one is for adjusting the legs. So if you bring it all the way up, it will fold together like that. And it also forms part of the height adjustment, so if you push this plastic bit all the way down, it will sit quite a bit taller. Obviously though, you do then lose a bit of stability because you've narrowed the base. So if this was at its full height, I'd be quite careful around it. I found that the ideal setting for it seems to be about there. And by that I mean you have a perpendicular angle between this bit and the leg. So if you get that to 90 degrees, or as close as you can, don't have to be perfect, and tighten it off, that'll do. And that's perfectly stable, and yeah, I mean if you wanted you could push it down a bit lower, get it slightly wider, but that just seems to be perfect for it. Height adjustment is done with these, so you can undo that one, undo that one. With them undone, the thing does then rotate if you do need to rotate it, although even if they're done up, this ball joint here allows movement as well as rotation. So I'll leave that there for now. And all you do is start that bit comes out, then you tighten it off, and the next bit comes out, and you tighten it off. And that is pretty much maximum height right there. Tighten that back up. Get that go all loose now by spinning it around. There we go. So I mean, you could make it slightly taller if you really needed by adjusting the base, but that's about the height. And you see it's about head height for me. If I had my phone here, which of course I can't because it's filming, but let's use a box of matches. There. So you can see if I was filming something and I want it to be stood up, that's pretty much head height, maybe a little bit higher, but of course it's adjustable. You could, like I say, get it a touch higher if you were really quite tall, but that's about right on there. Yeah, and you can easily just move it up and down just by twiddling with that. The wire, even at full height, you've got plenty of it. So yeah, even with it at full height, it still reaches to the floor, and there's about another 2 foot of slack on the floor, so you don't have to worry about this being long enough. If anything, it's maybe a bit too long for my liking. It just seems to get tangled up everywhere. So yeah, good little product. Very easy to assemble. I mean, like I said, they include instructions, but they really didn't need to. It took me all of 5 minutes to put it together, and I was making a cup of tea at the time, as well as fiddling with a couple of other bits that I'd bought. So yeah, instructions on how to use it. Well, there's a power button, you turn it on, and you play with it, and then you turn it back off when you're done. So yeah, most of that is warnings, really. Do not use it with wet hands, keep away from heat sources, do not immerse in water or any other liquid, that sort of thing. Do not use unit for anything other than its intended use. Whoops, that's exactly what I plan on doing it. So yeah, that is the B&M, they call it the Streaming Studio brand. If you look out for this symbol, they have a couple of other products out there. Maybe a tripod LED ring light. I'm happy with it. It's a good bit of kit. You could, if you wanted, take the light off and put cameras on it, or put the camera in the actual light itself. I mean, as you can see, there is a bit of play in it. It's not a proper camera tripod. But if all you're doing is looking for lighting, you don't really need that much strength and stability. You're not putting that much weight on the top of it. So yeah, I'm happy with the purchase. I'm actually glad I got this rather than the thing that I went there to get. This is infinitely more useful, and I've got so many of these little tripods, so if I ever need this light on a desk, I can just unscrew it from the base and put it on something like that. Price wise, as you can see on the box, it says wow, £20, which was, you know, a little bit more than I was looking to spend. The one I went there was, I want to say £10, but you don't get this, you don't get the tripod with it. The light itself is smaller, shorter wire, so yeah, I'm glad I managed to get the extra one. And yeah, it's a really good and reasonably priced product. So yeah, as I keep saying, happy with that, and thank you for watching. Right, Papis. This is a bit of a rant, but I thought it might just brighten your evening. So I've literally just got back from going to get my kebab. You know, I drove all the way to Littleport, all the way to Rumbles, you know, a so-called late night takeaway. Get there at 9:30 and it's closed. The late night takeaway has closed because it's too late at night. You know, what were they doing? I go, oh, it's 8 o'clock. Oh, too late for me. Going now am I. That late night takeaway's too late for me. Oh. So then I drive all the way over to Ely, because not only is Rumble's closed in Littleport, but so is Walk This Way, and so is Holmes. So I drive all the way to Sodding Ely and get there, and just about everywhere there is closed. So, what the hell is wrong with the world? Fucking hell. So anyway, I've got my kebab from Baltic King, and it's awesome, and it's, they were literally the only place open in the entire world that hasn't gone, going to bed now. So, bollocks to them. Also, Tuvix deserved it. Alright, welcome back to Pydeeny doing stuff and filming it. This video marks the start of, well, an experimental series that I'm thinking of doing. The other night, me and my partner yakking away to each other, putting the world to rights, and somehow the talk of old technology came up. I think we were talking about shortwave radio, then we're on to old phones, and old Nokias and Blackberries from back in the day. And I remembered that I still have this little beauty. Now, it's an Oregon Scientific DB133 electronic organizer. Now, I've had this since, I'd say, the mid-90s. I can't remember exactly. I remember it was a Christmas present. I was very young. I was still at primary school, my first primary school, before they closed it down and demolished it. And I remember just thinking it was the best thing ever. I used this all day, every day, for as long as I could. And about until the first smartphones started coming along. I had one of the early generation iPhones. It was the iPhone 3G that I had. And yeah, I loved this little thing. It's fantastically 90s. They had similar things in the 80s as well. And what it is if we open it up, it's just a little thing for storing bits of useful information. So you have phone numbers. This button here is netbook. You could store email addresses, useful websites, etc. Little memos to yourself. Then you had an alarm. And this also had a worldwide clock. You could cycle through the different time zones here and it'd tell you what time it was at various cities around the world. And of course it had a basic calculator as well. A number of other functions, I think you can see, which we'll get into later on. But that is it. It has a 42 kilobyte memory, if I recall correctly from an instruction book I looked up online. People used to carry these around and keep it closed. As you can see, it's about the size of a modern smartphone, maybe a little smaller. You can picture yourself using it something like that. Much lighter, it barely weighs anything. Now, it's not working at the moment. You can see if I press the power button. The reason being is the battery in it is completely flat. I did think that I had some spare batteries for another device that I was getting working, but unfortunately it takes these beauties. These are CR2032 button batteries. I don't have any more, so I've ordered one. When it comes, we'll pop it in the back and we'll get it going. I'll have a look. But yeah, I've got a few other little bits around here. I've got an old 80s radio that I'm going to work on and try and get going. I believe that actually picks up shortwave if you have it on the correct setting. And there's all sorts of stuff like this around my house. I just love old things like this. They're just from a time gone by. Like I say, a 42 kilobyte memory. It's just nothing. I have simple Word documents that are larger than that nowadays. It literally just stores plain text only using the QWERTY keyboard, and not very much of it. But I love this little thing, and I'm going to keep hold of it, well, for as long as I'm alive, really. There's a lot of memories in this. But yeah, once the battery arrives, we'll get it fired up. It should still work. When I took the battery out, as you can see, it's intact. It hasn't burst, as some batteries do. It feels maybe a little swollen, but I don't know if that's how they're meant to be. But yeah, all the contacts are still in one piece. It was working when I put it away in the cupboard. I mean, it's been going, getting on for 30 years now, 25, 30 years, so there's no reason for it to stop working now. So yeah, we'll get it going, and we'll go through the functions, and I thought this might be of interest to some people. So yeah, we'll just wait for the battery to arrive, and then we'll go from there. Okay, so it is now Friday afternoon, and the battery arrived just a couple of hours ago. Actually, really quite impressive. Like, you do get some good sellers on eBay. I ordered the battery Wednesday night, and yeah, it was posted yesterday, arrived today. So yeah, happy with that. It wasn't actually supposed to come until Monday, so here it is. Nice new battery. CR2032 cell. So we're going to pop this in and see if it works. I'm betting on yes, because as I said earlier, I've had this thing for, well, 25 years at least, and it's been perfect. So there we go. You can see that on the inside here. That's where the battery goes, and this is just where you can store a spare, as it says right there, backup. It's got this little bit of foam glued into it. I don't think you can press a battery into there. Oh no, you could. I should have ordered two. I could probably press one in there, keep a spare. Never mind. Can't get that out now. Never mind, we'll just use it in the original one. They're not expensive, aren't these things? And you can clearly always order more, and they'll arrive quite quickly. So yeah, pop that in there, snap that shut, just screw this down. Just going to do it gently up, finger tight, no point over tightening it. Let's see if they all go and turn on. Aha! There's life in her already. It says reset. I'm going to go with no. Oh, I'll just have it away. Look at that. She lives. For some reason it thinks it's yes, the 14th of June 2021, and it's a Monday, and that it's 6:20 at night. But then again, it hasn't had batteries in it for, well, a long time. So yeah, impressed with that. The old girl works. Just quick change of camera angle, and we'll go through the various features that are in it. Alright, so got it working. We're just going to have a quick look through the functions and features of the old organizer, and I've turned it off for the purposes of this, but the on button's simple here. Turn it on, and turn it off. So this is the clock. Naturally, of course, it's wrong, although it does seem to have held its last point since it last had a good battery in it, which is interesting. So we'll have a look in here. So now I want to set this. So I believe we say, yes, edit. So I'm just going to change this to, it's now 2022, and the date. What date is it today? Bloody hell! I think it's the 10th. The 10th of March. So we're going to set this to 03, the 10th, and the current time is 2:39 p.m. So with 14:39. There we go. Set. For some reason it thinks it's Thursday. It's not Thursday. I don't know why it thinks that. Let's see if we can change that. Cycle through all of this. Must be a way to change that, because it's not Thursday, it's Friday. No, that is rather unfortunate. There has to be a way to change this. Let me see. Well, that turns daylight savings time off and on again. We're not in daylight savings time at the moment. Oh, there goes the ring light. Well, fortunately you can still see me. This is going really fucking well, this video so far, isn't it? let's pull up a chair and see what we can do with this. So I think it's going to have to be edit. Change that to the 11th. Oh, that was just me getting the date wrong. Cock. Alright, so it's actually the 11th. I don't know why I thought it was the 10th. It was the 10th yesterday. Oh, fuck it. So there we go. That's the set, and it's now able to work it out, correctly I might add, where everyone else is. So yeah, because we're still in, we could call winter time. We haven't put the clocks forward yet here. Paris is naturally 2 hours ahead of us. I'm going to look really stupid if that's wrong. No, I'm fairly sure that's right. Anyway, yeah, Berlin, which is the same time as Paris. Guessing that's Rome, Helsinki, and you see it just goes through all the different time zones, getting progressively further ahead of us. See, it's now, I think that's Hong Kong. Yeah, I think so. See, it's getting on for midnight. Carry on. And you can see, I'm guessing TYO's Tokyo. It's already tomorrow there. Keep going round. Oh, we've come back around. So we're now behind. It's 20 to 6 in the morning, wherever that is. We'll keep coming round. New York. This is all kind of making sense now. And then we're back to London. So it does time around the world. And when you remember what day it is, it actually works out the correct date. Interesting, it's actually able to do that. I don't know what kind of calendar this holds in it, but all you do is set the year and, you know, just put the date in. It knows what day of the week it is, like 25, 30 years afterwards. So I might have a play around with this later and see if I just keep dialing the years up and up, how far ahead it will work it out, and we'll see if it's accurate, but we'll do that later on. So for now, I've been having a bit of a play around with this off camera. And if we go to memos, you can see the memory is currently sat at 86%. That's because I've just been punching in a few things. So here I just typed in the quick brown fox jumped over the lazy dogs, because why not? So this section, as the title suggests, you would store little memos for yourself, you know. So I put in here, I've just been punching in random stuff here, tests, and then all the way along, and yeah, all the way to the end. So, and I've put make organizer video. Well, I'm fucking doing that now.
That's so meta.
Buy milk, and then put buy eggs, milk, butter, crisps, beer, batteries, light. That was going to be light bulbs, but of course there's a limit to how long you can make them, so I got as far as light. So, and then that's the end of it. It says not found when there's nothing else. And you can go either way, and it just displays them in the other order. On the memo front, so if we start, so making memo, if we needed to go back, you just type over it, making a memo. Now you can just save that, you just press enter and it stores it. If we just go back to it and press enter now, see, we're back on this top line, which will allow us to put pretty much anything on the keyboard in, so we can put numbers in here as well. If we press edit, we can then come down to this second line. Now we can't put any letters in there, but we can put numbers in. So yeah, so it will allow us to do that. So if we were to put in, say, call mum, fine. And you could then just store their number in there. So you put, that's not actually a number. I just punch that in randomly. Don't ring that number, anyone who's watching. I don't know whether it will connect, and if it does, the person on the other end of the phone's going to have no fucking idea who you are. So yeah, so you could do that, which is also quite handy. So you could have all these, and you could say, call mum on that number. Quite useful. And you see, it shows all your other ones in there as well. So that's it, and each time you enter one, you notice this little memory goes down. This has a 42 kilobyte memory in it, which is absolutely tiny. I mean, we've been talking on this video for 7 minutes now, and it's probably already over a gigabyte. It's just many thousands of times bigger than this thing. But back in the day, that was all you needed. You have to remember this in the context of the time. I mean, I got this in the mid-90s. It was probably in production before then. So you're talking 30-year-old technology sitting here. So, yeah, so that was more than enough. So we'll just have a look at this other function, phone, which works very similar to memos, except rather than saying memo, question mark, he now says name. Now I've punched in a few dummy entries. So you just put Stuart, and then you would have the number underneath. Again, not a real number. Don't try to ring it. It probably won't work. And I put, yeah, another one, Stuart 2. That's all I've put in. And yes, you can scroll it along. And what it allows you to do is you can actually put a lot in here if you wanted to. So if we make a new entry, so let's say we wanted to put in Daveson. Now at this point we can just keep typing on the end of here, so we could then just put in his number straight after it. Let's say that was his number, and it would store it. The problem is when you come to it, you have to scroll it along to look at it. And in this case, we've got to scroll it along twice. So what we'll do instead, go back to phone, is let's say we put in Harry Haroldson. Now rather than just saving it directly after it here, we press this button here, and we can store it on this second line. So let's see, we're doing 07890. Let's see, we're putting in his mobile 6767. I don't know, 45. Yeah, I don't know, not a real number. Just making it up as we go along. So you'd save it, and then it displays it all together, and you get the whole phone number on one line on the first page. Yeah, really quite a nice thing. The name doesn't quite fit, but then he's got a stupid name. So there you go. And what it would also allow you to do, so we'll just edit this one rather than type it all in. So you would have all this in, and you can type, but this will keep going quite a bit longer. So Harold Haroldson, son of, I don't know, Dave. Now you can't put punctuation in here. Well, you can put a little bit in. So we'll put, let me see, what can we put in? It doesn't appear to have, oh, it does have a comma. Son of Dave, and then we'll put, I don't know, leader of, I don't know, leader of the Garden Kingdom. See, we can't get all that in, but it was worth a try. So you could, yeah, so you put leader of, I don't know, let's try something. Put leader of the undead. Close enough. Not quite spelling undead right, but yeah, screw it. So save that. So it lets you put a good long ass name in. But then you can also, as well as having a really long name, you can put multiple numbers in. So you would come along here, so we'll have that number, and then we'll put in another. Let's pretend it was his landline. Again, fake number, don't ring it. Store that. So there we are, so we have Harold Haroldson, and we can scroll it along and view both numbers. And you can put a third or even a fourth number in there before you run out of space. And of course, if you do run out of space, well then you can just put in, say, Harry 2, and then you've got all the space again to put more in. So yeah, quite a useful little bit of kit for that. You have to think, if you look at the rate that it's going down, we're just punching random crap in, you get a reasonable number of phone numbers in this. Obviously not compared to the thousands that you can store in a modern smartphone, but in the context of the the early to mid 90s, this was quite a bit of kit. So we'll just have a look at the last few. Netbook. Now this works slightly differently. So I've stored in here, just for the sake of it, I've stored an entry called Google. Now that will allow you to put in as much text as you like, just as much as the others, but you don't get the second line underneath. And what you actually get is you press enter on this, and then there's a second page. So I've stored in here google@googlemail.com. It's an email address. And you press enter again, there's a third page. So I've just said google.com/mail. There's a website address. And that's what you get. So let's start off making another one. So let's say if I put in my name, if you press enter, it just stores it, and then you just have one that says Stuart. We press this, and then you press enter again. So then we go to net. So let's say it was Stuart, and then you press the symbol one for Stuart.com, or you could make it. You see, you don't have an insert, so it's just going to type over it here. Oh no, it will. Then you're just going over it. So yeah, so we'll just do www. Stuart.com, and I could just insert a load of spaces before it and then just type it in. But as I say, so yeah, Stuart.com, not a real web address. Well, it might be, I don't know. And then I want to go to the next one. So we'll do Stuart. Yeah, so we'll do Stuart.com, and then we have to press symbol to find /. And this is / video. Enter. So yeah, the netbook function is different from the others, in that your entries can have 3 pages to them. So yeah, it says at the bottom here, I don't know if you can see that, name, and then net, which, I mean, it doesn't really matter what order you put them in. So I've just gone with website first, and then something else afterwards. Or so look at the Google one, so googlemail.com, that's an email address first, and then some sort of website after. It doesn't really matter what order you put them in, I suppose. So yeah, so the netbook allows you to have 3. Interestingly, when you're putting something in, so it asks you, do you want to put in a net address or a note? Now, I've been putting in, net address, so you can put website or email, and then, I don't know, whatever you like afterwards. So let's see, we'll put this in. So net address, let's just put, I don't know, hg.com, and then a note to just put, not real. There we go. And that stores it. But you don't get the second line. There's no way to access that, it seems. So if we were to put FG, and then, well, no, I don't want to do that, so we'll skip to note. I'll just go back to the start. You can just start, but you can't, there's no way to access this bottom line like you have with this. So this one, when you press the edit button, it then lets you put numbers in. So yeah, that's the main way it differs. You get 3 pages, you could say, but you know second line, whereas these will allow you to have different lines. So yeah, so that's it. And if we go back to just one of these pages, the memory is now down to 76% from all the information that we've entered. And most of that, if I'm honest, is probably me just bashing random crap in. See, I just did this to fill it up, and you can see I've filled it all the way along. So if we were to say, let's delete this. See, the memory's gone up by quite a bit there, because I've deleted just the really long memo. So if you just made short ones, like I've put here, buy milk, call mum, you could get quite a lot in here. Quite a lot of stuff that you have to do throughout the day will be stored in here. And the same with the phone numbers. If you just store simple numbers each time, don't have to be all as long as that. You just store name and phone number, especially if it's 1 number each, you'll get a lot in here. Interestingly, whilst I was playing around with it, this top line seems to take up a lot more memory than this bottom line. You could fill this bottom line up all the way to the end, only a little bit of text, and it doesn't take up nearly as much memory as filling just the top line up and nothing underneath. There's an interesting little thing there about how it's storing it. Clearly letters take up more space than numbers. I don't know, but there we go. So final function, calculator. It's a fairly simple calculator. It doesn't have any of the scientific functions on them. You just have your memory recall, memory minus, memory plus, plus, minus, multiply, divide, point, and equals on here. The enter button isn't the equals button, which is a bit counterintuitive, but never mind. So yeah, that's all it does. So oh look, There is something stored. Yeah. 10,001. Whatever that means. So we'll just cancel that out. Get rid of it. And reset. So now there's going to be nothing stored. Good. So, yeah, so that's how it works. So you'll just punch in, obviously, letters don't do anything here. So you do 6. I don't know if you can see it on there. Next to the T, the Y, the U, the I, the O, and the P is the basic function. So we'll do 6 times 6. And then, as I said, enter does nothing. So you press P here with the equal sign next to it. And you get 36. And then you could do, let's say, -7, 29. That's pretty much it. And you've got these other functions here, you know, square root, percentage. It's just basic calculate function. That's all it does. Now, I suspect they added that just because they could, and it was, you know, an extra selling feature, because if you're carrying around multiple devices, you know, you would have your phone, big 90s bloody phone, not a smartphone. You would probably have like a paper notebook or file of fax with you. You'd be carrying this. Chances are you'd have a calculator somewhere on your desk or something. But I suppose if you're on the go, you're maybe not carrying your calculator with you. So this will be quite handy just to work out. But yeah, in the office, I don't really see why they've added that. But there we go. I was around, but I was very young. I certainly wasn't designing electronic products in the 90s. So that's basically it. That's all there is to it. It's a very simple device. And a lot of people might say that this is primitive. And, well, it is. And they would say, well, why have you kept this useless piece of junk? Well, because I loved this thing when I was a kid. It was a Christmas present. I used it for its intended purpose for a long time, pretty much until I got the first generation smartphones. The first smartphone I had was an iPhone 3G, which, despite being called the 3, was actually the second generation, because apparently Apple can't count. And that was in the early 2000s that I got that. So yeah, I was using this right up until that point. So yeah, remember, in the context of the time, this was quite the bit of kit, and a lot of people carried devices similar to this. If you go online and type in electronic organizer, there's loads of them come up, including some of these that are still brand new and in their box. I'm tempted to get one. So yeah, it's completely redundant nowadays. Like I said, the memory, you can get many thousands of times the memory in a modern smartphone. Memos, type it into your smartphone, or in my house, I can just speak and make a memo. I have the Google Home Hub throughout the house. So I just speak, and then the memo is transmitted to my phone and all my other devices. Phone book. I can store thousands upon thousands of contacts in my phone. I mean, this will never do that. And the same with email addresses. You know, I mean, those two functions are combined on modern smartphones. So yeah, there's absolutely no reason to own one of these anymore. But I still think it's a brilliant bit of kit, just for the fact that it's working after all this time. But also, it's a nice little trip down memory lane to see how people organise themselves 25, 30 years ago. So yeah, I'll stop talking now. I've gone on long enough going through it. And that is the Oregon Scientific DB133 electronic organizer. Interesting, I had a quick look on Oregon Scientific's website. They are still making products. They're still making stuff out there. Not phones, but yeah, various things. So I'm going to go have a look and see what else they're still doing. I don't know if they're still doing electronic organizers like this. I struggle to believe that they are. They're probably making, you know, scientific calculators, which can fetch a pretty penny nowadays as well, and various other things that are still relevant. But I doubt they're making stuff like this anymore. If they are, I might just buy one. Yeah, we'll have that. So yeah, that's it. Thank you for watching. As I said earlier, this is going to be the first video in a series on old technology. I've got a lot of bits and bobs around the house that I mostly used as ornaments. I don't want to throw them away, but I think I've got some time coming up, some time off from work. So yeah, I think we're going to dig them all out and we'll resurrect them, and we'll have a look at how they work. So yeah, each one's a little bit of history on its own. And yeah, we'll see what we can do with it. It'll make a nice, interesting series. So yeah, for now, thank you for watching.
Now, of course, unboxing. Okay, I took it out of a box. If you want to vent your spleen about that in the comments, then feel free. I will respond as soon as I can. Anyway, let's just have a little sift through this.
Too fucking right. Alright, welcome back to another video on Pydeeny, doing stuff and filming it. Today we're doing another old tech video. We have here this really rather ancient General Electric Company radio. Now, I'm not entirely sure on the age on this. I'm gonna say 1980s, maybe a little bit older. There doesn't seem to be any markings on it which indicate when it was made. I may do a bit of research as we're working on this. But yeah, I've had this for quite a while now. Let me think. I bought this when I was a student, so you're talking a good 10 years ago. It was working when I got it. It worked reasonably well. If I'm honest, I bought it more just because I liked the look of it. I like old things like this. It's been in storage for a long time. So yeah, it's been a bit neglected. It's been up in the loft. As you can see, it's gathered a layer of dust which doesn't easily wipe off. It's going to need a right thorough clean. But yeah, I thought I'd get this thing out because I do like this, and we're doing quite a bit of housework and renovation at the moment. And yeah, I'd like this to be restored to its former glory, and it make a nice piece to have about the house. So yeah, a bit of information about it. I mean, you can tell by the age of it. This has 4 types of frequency in it, 4 bandwidths. I'm not sure what the technical term is for it. You have long wave, FM, medium wave, and then this 4th one called BS. At the moment, I'm not sure what BS actually is. Naturally, of course, if you type BS into Google, you don't get things related to old radios. You get something rather different. And you can see the switches on here. You press each one. They're a bit stiff. That one I'm guessing is medium wave. That's L. So that's BS, that's FM. So that would be medium wave. The lettering's worn off slightly. Interestingly, the FM one doesn't come all the way up. Clearly it's been on FM for a long time. You have this knob here. You turn it past a certain point to turn it on. And then you have tone. I don't remember that really making any difference. If you turned it all the way around, it made it slightly louder. But I don't remember that really making any difference when I was first playing around with this mind you, it was 10 years ago. Volume, fairly simple. I do remember if you turned it up too far, it just went horribly distorted. I think you could only go about halfway. And of course, tuning. And it's the old style tuner. It just moves the needle along. Big old plastic needle for this old gauge in the middle. These stickers were on it. There's 1, 2. I'm guessing this red one's meant to be 3 and 4. They look pretty old themselves. I mean, the font and the colouring kind of matches this gauge. So I'm guessing they probably came with the radio, and you would put the stickers on your favourite stations and maybe write down what each one corresponded to. So rather than searching, if you want to change the station, you just dial it across to whichever one you like. And the different colours probably mean the different modes. So yeah, I'm guessing that's what it is. Christ knows what they mean now. Down the front you have this big long metal strip, slight dent in it, General Electric Company Limited. If anyone who doesn't know, General Electric are still out there. They do make a lot of things. Interestingly, not all of it strictly electricity related, but there we go. I would say 90% you've probably got a General Electric product in your house, and 100% you will have encountered one at some point in your life. They are just everywhere. As far as I know, they don't make radios, they don't make consumer electronics like this anymore. You don't see like General Electric washing machines, at least I don't think you do. But I know they make things like light bulbs, so chances are you've had one in your house, or you currently have one in your house. And they also make the huge bits of machinery, like, you know, electric dams. I think they get involved in aircraft engines occasionally. So yeah, they're still around, still a massive company, just not one that perhaps everyone's heard of or knows about. So down the front, I mean, you can show its age. It's got a jack here for a tape deck. That looks to be your standard headphone size jack, but I'm not entirely sure. I don't have a tape deck to try. I mean, we could try with, let's try this set of headphones. It's not going to damage either device by trying. Yeah, so that fits. So that appears to be your standard jack. It's a bit loose, but then again it's old. This may not be quite the right jack for it. So yeah, I don't have anything that plays cassettes anymore in the house, but that's for another day. And then you have here exterior or external aerial AM, and the same again for FM. Both look to be the same, so presumably you could have one aerial and just swap them over, or have both plugged in. I'm guessing that's because the aerial on the back here is pretty piddly, and it's quite odd. It looks like it perhaps used to have an extra bit attached to it, because this bit does, it's stiff, but it does rotate. But then the top also doesn't look broken. It looks like it perhaps used to have a part glued to it. That's just been snapped off and lost. It does move up and down as well. You can push it in and then get it stuck and then pull it back out. So it's almost like it probably used to have a retractable aerial, just not a very good one. I'll leave that where it is for now. Fairly basic radio. I mean, this would have just been a fairly common thing for you to have in your house. It's got a carry handle on the top. It is battery powered. There's no main socket on this, so it's a portable radio. Just picture some 80s kid carrying this somewhere down the street. Probably some, I don't know, rock and roll that these parents didn't approve of before, I don't know, before Arnie came along and tried to kill him and his mother or something. I don't fucking know. Yeah, it is portable. And on the back, not much to see really. It does say along here, I don't know if that's coming through on the camera, designed and manufactured in Great Britain. These vents, well, I'm guessing it's it gets warm with prolonged use, maybe. I don't know. Yeah. In here, this is where the battery sits. Quite a large battery thing. Little connectors in here. And this sticker, you can tell from the glue marks, used to be on the inside of here. And it says it's model number G817. Warning, exhausted batteries must be removed to prevent damage to the receiver. Well, hopefully that is just a vague warning, because it did have a knackered battery in it up until yesterday. And then it says, use battery ever ready PP9 or equivalent, and there's a serial number 001105. So, Christ knows, either this is a relatively early production or they're expecting to make way more than they ever did. But yeah, the sticker I'm going to keep hold of. If I'm going to be restoring this, I want to try and find a way to stick it back down, or at least find a way to replace it. On the battery front, in my infinite wisdom as a youth, I was using a normal 9-volt battery. The problem is these connectors don't actually fit. They don't fit onto them, whichever way around you try them. See, that's the negative one, so that will go on there, and it doesn't fit. So I had it taped on. I do remember this working. Like I say, that is enough to power it. Now, the original plan was I was going to snip these off and solder in a proper connector, snap-on connector, so it can be run off one of these batteries, and then that could just sit in there. Nothing wrong with it. That's more than capable of powering it. That's modern technology. It wasn't until I googled what these PP9 batteries were. And I'm thinking, I just wonder. I wonder what they even look like. I doubt you can buy them. I mean, look at the frigging size of this. I mean, in comparison, that's a 9-volt battery. It just plops in the bottom. I mean, surely you can't buy them. Might be some people that have kept hold of them, but you know, they can't be any good. To my surprise, they are still in production. There we go. Ever ready silver, exactly what it said to use on the label. There it is, brand new battery. They are still in production. Obviously they're not used very much, but yeah, I was able to get this from Wilko's for £4. Plenty of places online sell them, but I was going out at the time, and there was a Wilko's where I was going, so I just called in and got one. Plus I'm a bit of a Wilko's fanboy, but yeah. But for comparison, this battery is completely fecked. Like I say, it's been in here a good 10 years. And it's currently putting out 0.95, 0.96 of a volt. So that's effect. That can go away. And yeah, this one in theory should fit these connectors. And the problem with them is they're just a little bit too big. And if you look at that, put that on there, that's meant to go over this positive one. And it doesn't fit at all. I mean, you can sort of snap it over the negative, but then it's the wrong way around. You're going to blow yourself up. So we can't be doing that. So we'll get this open. Quick swig of tea. It says security protected. I went through the self-scan and then went through the alarms. It didn't go off, so obviously not that security protected. Who's going to steal an old battery like this? I mean, what are you going to do? Sell it for crack? Well, that's probably why people would steal it, but not really worth anything to anyone. All the people buying them are probably people trying to fuck around with vintage radios. So we'll try this one out. That way around. Not that it really matters. This is putting out 10.08. Excellent. That's what we need. That's a brand new battery, so I don't expect anything else. Let's just try this. Now, before we go down the whole restoring, cleaning route, let's just see if it works. I mean, even if it doesn't work, I may crack it open and see if there's anything inside. I do have a soldering iron, but it's a long time since I did any serious soldering work. If there's something obviously broken, I can look to replace it. But if it turns out to be beyond repair, then I'm not going to bin this. I'll just clean it up and it can be a nice ornament somewhere. So I'll just snap these in place. There we go. They're on. We're meant to straight up. There we go. Leave the sticker out for now. Whoa. There's life. To there. Oh. Volume button didn't like to be on. There's life in the old girl. Oh, maybe there isn't. Let's just try. It's an interesting thunk when it's turned on. This is a transistor radio, so I'm guessing there's stuff moving inside. I don't know if you can hear this. Yeah. Let's just leave that there. I'll turn that there. Now, we are slowly phasing out these old analogue stations. The old analogue signal's supposed to be getting turned off in the next few years in this country, but for now it is still available. BS, I don't know what it is. I don't expect to find anything on there. We're not going to use it. There's still a few stations on medium wave that you can pick up, most notably BBC Radio 5. They're on 909 and 693 medium wave. I believe there's one station that you can pick up on long wave. The last time I tried it was in French, so yeah, but we'll try that later. But there's still plenty available on FM. Interestingly, the analog TV signal was turned off about a decade ago now, and everyone had to move over to digital receivers. And yeah, but they've delayed turning off the radio one for a long time. So yeah, so we'll just try tuning this, see if we can pick anything up. I don't know any FM frequencies, so we're just going to go through this and see what happens. Nothing. That is a little concerning. Nothing at all. Let's just turn the volume up to nearly full. Let's try medium wave. Nothing at all, not even static. The only thing I can hear is the dog snoring. Okay. And just for the sake, let's just try that one. I mean, it's definitely doing something. It's making noises. So there's life in it. Interestingly, if you turn it on then off again, you get static noise as you twiddle with this. And then it dies. Nothing. There's not even static. Let's just move her back to FM. Alright, that's a bit disappointing. Got all excited when there was life in it, but now it appears not. There's definitely something going on. As you turn this off, you can make static, and it's almost like something's discharging inside. When you first turn it on, you do initially get something. And yeah, not sure. So what we'll do, we'll leave it on. I mean, I don't know much about these old transistor radios. So, I mean, it's possible. I mean, I don't know. Do they need to charge up? Do we need to wait for it to fill up or something? I mean, it's been turned on for a while now, so I don't know how long you're meant to wait. I thought these things just sort of came on. Let's just try put something in the aerial. No. It's static. Maybe it does just need to be turned on for a while. Alright. Let's just put that on there. Give it a slightly larger aerial. I think at one point I had tin foil wrapped around this to give it a bigger aerial. Interestingly, this volume button isn't making any difference to the volume of the static, but whatever. Let's try going this way. I think you can still get Kiss on 105. Still nothing, although it does seem to occasionally just try. It's almost like there's something coming through. I mean, I'm so used to technology nowadays, especially radios, you turn them on and they're there. Maybe you did have to wait wait for them to get going back in the day. I mean, also, Christ knows what it does to it. I mean, this thing's been sat unused for, let's say, at least 5 years. I would say more like 10 years since this was last even turned on. Plus it's probably 40 to 50 years old. No, I don't get anything on the FM. Let's try one of the others. Let's try long wave. Nothing. Alright, let's try medium wave. Right. I don't think we're going to get anything. The thing does seem to be improving with time from being left on. But I'm wondering if there's just too weak a signal or it's just been too inactive. Maybe the aerial's knackered. Maybe we need to try. See, I don't have anything that can be plugged into this. I might have to order something or find something I can plug into this tape slot. Then yeah, I'll have to have a look. See, now I get static straight away. Almost like the internals needed time to warm up. Alright. We're going to try something else. I'm going to give it a good clean up. Like I said, if nothing else, it can be used as an ornament. But it needs to look a bit nicer than it does. So we'll try and get this dust off. This has been on here that long. It's all stuck on. You see, if you rub hard enough, it will start to come off. And the same on here. So yeah, we'll give it a good clean off. I'm going to take these little stickers off, straighten it out, get it looking nice-ish again. I think I'll leave it on whilst I do that, because if there is anything going on inside it, it'll need to be left on. So yeah, let's do that. Okay, so I'm hesitant to use any sort of harsh chemicals on this, or, well, any chemicals of any sort, really. You know, I just don't want to ruin the finish. As I was pointed out earlier, some of this lettering's already started to come off. I don't want to take any more of it off, so I want to know what these buttons do. I will probably look to try and get these relabeled. I doubt I'm going to be able to reprint them, but I may be able to get some stickers of some sort. Maybe just a label maker, or maybe like the old Airfix transfers. That'd probably look quite nice. But yeah, we'll leave that for now. One thing I did just notice, I don't know if this comes across on here. Angle it in the light. The lettering just along there. It says Master Radio. So yeah, I'm guessing this is the GE Master Radio, model G817. So yeah, so we're just going to use, this is a clean dishcloth. Well, it's a dishcloth. It's never been used for the dishes. It's just a spare one that I keep lying around for various purposes, and a simple cup of plain water. Just give it a wipe down, get all the dirt and grime off it, and yeah. And then if it still isn't working, by then we might crack open the internals and see what's in there. So yeah, bit of time lapse of some cleaning now. I'm partway through giving this a clean, and apart from this top bit coming out really shiny, that's the only bit I've done yet. I don't know if you can hear that, but the static has all of a sudden just gotten a lot louder. I think there's something going on in this radio. I haven't been turned off for so long. All those old components are just getting going again. Interesting, if I extend the aerial, put a bit of metal on it. We all of a sudden pick up a lot more. So let's just have a bit of a twiddle. Ooh. I hear some Taylor Swift. It's not great, and it seems to be using my hand as an aerial. So we'll get the fine tuning a bit better. Oh, lost it. It's getting better. I'm just bring my hand closer to the back. It's getting better the longer it sits here turned on, which is quite good. I mean, it's terrible, but I'm impressed. It's getting better. Yeah. A bit more cleaning, we'll leave it running and see what happens. So I'm nearly done with the cleaning, or wiping it down, you could say. And this is definitely getting better.
He wants to link up with Ed Sheeran this year. I bet he does. I mean, let's be honest, who doesn't want to link up with Ed? If I was a singer, which I'm...
See, with a bit of extra aerial on it, because this aerial's pathetic, we're getting pretty okay signal now.
Everything he touches turns to gold. You know, he's written for One Direction, Justin Bieber, Taylor Swift, and his own stuff as well, obviously. So yeah, I know exactly why Joel Corey wants to work with him. Ed's like that kid in school, you know the one that always got 8 stars in every single subject. If you work with them on a homework project, you knew you were sorted. That is Joel Corey. Loads more big tunes coming up after 5 o'clock though. Rudimental plays in just a few minutes. Jason Derulo's on the way as well. This is
It's a shame, I absolutely despise heart radio, but it's definitely getting better. It's got some volume to it, and turn that down a touch. Yeah, alright, we'll keep going, not far to go yet. Alright, so I've turned it off for now. I've still got the odd little bit of cleaning to do. And like I need to get a toothbrush in along here. And these bits are proving quite difficult to get clean. This chromed section. This top bit feels like one of the few metal components on this, on the frame anyway. These knobs are metal. And you've got these little metal strips. But that's, yeah, that's proving difficult to get completely clean. But we can work on that later. But yeah, a little bit more cleaning, and then what I might do is just crack it open anyway, because what I did notice, turn it back on, it's now giving pretty perfect sound. There's a little bit of static, but that's what you get with analog radio. But I did notice that if I shake it and move it around, occasionally the signal drops out, so I'm wondering if there's a loose component or a dry joint inside. So yeah, turn that off for now, and it would be nice if I could get these knobs clean. If I could take them off somehow, that would be good. But yeah, I don't know if this is coming through on the video as well, but the volume one is a different colour to the other two. I don't think that's by design. I think that's just the one that you use more than anything else. But yeah, but it's coming up pretty nice. Some bits are proving easier to clean than others. Like all this grill down the front is a pain in the arse. But we've got time. This is a long project. I'll give myself several months with this if I wanted to. So, yeah. I think for now what we'll do, we'll take the battery out and we'll crack her open. Just have a quick look inside. If for no other reason than I'm curious, even if all I do is then just put it back together. So let's do that. Okay, so I've gone and got my screwdriver set. Looking at these screws, we're going to go with the biggest bit. What I'm also going to do is just put this grotty water out of the way. That's what it looks like from giving it a clean down. All I was doing was using the corner and going like that to wipe it off and occasionally dunking it in. But I don't really want that next to my drinks, because me being the klutz that I am, I'll probably pick it up and take a swig without realising. And then I'll be throwing up all over fucking YouTube. Brilliant. So I'll snap that in there. I'm going to take this out. Just unclip the battery. For now, I'm only going to have 9 volts in this, but I make it a point never to disassemble something that's still got power. So I'm guessing it's these 2 back screws and the thing comes apart. Let's give it a go. That's some old tech if we ever saw any, ain't it? Look at that. Just lay that to one side. That's very interesting. Now, I don't know if you can see that on here. The aerial, let's just angle that properly, is literally just a rod there. This bit of wire going to it. And when I was moving it up and down, it literally just moves that rod in there. So I might as well have that all the way to the top for all the difference it makes. But that's interesting, because if I want to replace this with a bigger aerial later, it looks like you just undo the bolt and it will come straight out. So yeah, bear that in mind. There's not much to see on the actual circuit board, it's the wrong way around. But yeah, just looking at that, that looks old. Let's see, up here, these are the switches, so you press these in like that. Not sure what this is along here. Appears to be just some sort of rod. It's insulated with these rubber grommets where it sits in this frame. It does have this bare copper wire wrapped around it. So, I mean, Lord knows what that's actually for. But there we go. That just goes... That wire just goes up into here and onto the back of the tone switch, turning it on and off. Then it goes down into the circuit board in there. And this... Okay, that's really cool. So as I turn the tuning, I don't know if you can see, this part here is rotating. If I get a little closer and angle it, you can see this pulley here, it has a little bit of string around it. As I'm turning this top bit here, it's going through another pulley at the back, and there's a third pulley under there. Point with this. There's one there, another one there. Presumably there's one behind here somewhere. And yeah, we are moving the string and that is rotating this. So I thought it felt a bit vague. And in my head I was picturing some like worn out gears, or maybe the knob itself was loose. And it was just slipping. It turns out it's not slipping at all, it's just the string isn't the most precise way of moving it. Don't know what type of string it is, but it just looks to be white, thin string. Yeah. Interesting. The volume knob just has 3 cables going to go down to there. Alright. It looks like this circuit board comes away if I just undo those 2 screws. So just for the sake of having a look, let's have a look in there. Interesting, I don't see anything loose. So I think maybe just moving it around and shaking it, I was just getting it to the correct angle, perhaps, for it to pick up a better signal, rather than me actually moving anything around. See if that fits. Nope. No, it's very thin. I'll do. Number 4. But we'll pop this circuit board out. That'll allow us to look right into the radio. Feels like it's done up finger tight only, considering it probably hasn't been removed in 40 years. That came away quite well. This one seems to have some sort of paint on it. Let's see what that does. A little stiffer, but it's coming straight out. Kind of. Doesn't seem to want to. So it's rotating, but it's not actually going anywhere. Okay, interesting. Right, there might be more holding this on than I first thought. Really want to have a look. So I need a small spanner of some sort. This screw over here seems to sit inside some sort of wool rubber grommet. It won't come out. I can rotate it by hand, but it will not come free. Interesting. Leave that there for now. It appears to be attached through that grommet to everything else. Which means the whole lot might need to come apart to get that out. You know what, it's working. I think full disassembly can be for another day. Still curious to know what this is. I think I need to do a bit of research into this. I'm sure that, I'm beyond sure, I'm certain there's a number of radio enthusiasts out there that I can go looking for. Some of them might even have one of these things. I don't know what that is. So. Just take those away. Not sure what these are. They're like little bits of sticky on felt, but they've largely disintegrated. I'm guessing they were just to help stop vibration. So, alright, let's pop this back together. It was interesting to have a look, at least. But yeah, it looks like to get a view of this circuit board, I'll have to undo these two. But then, this bit is attached with this screw, which won't come out. And even if it did, yeah, I have wires coming off the circuit board and attaching to this, so that's got to come out with this, which then looks like it means I have to take all this pulley arrangement apart, which looks very intricate, and given that the thing is working, I'm reluctant to do that, because it will be an absolute pain in the ass to put it back together, and you just know it'll never work properly ever again. So, we're not going to do that. We're just going to put it back together. So, I'll tell you what we will do before we do that. Let's just snap these on and see if anything does anything interesting. whilst it's turned on. Well, I don't know what station we're picking up now. Guessing Classic FM? Let's just rest something metallic in the area. I'll keep my hand on it. Frequency wheel. It's either going to be Radio 3 or Classic FM. I know this song as well. Tell you what, there's an easier way to find out. We shall use some more modern technology. Watch this. Okay, Google, play Classic FM. Interestingly, the Google thing seems to be a bit behind, but that is Classic FM we're picking up. Okay, Google, stop. Don't know if you're hearing that. But yeah, the radio seems to be a second or two ahead of streaming over the internet. Alright, let's turn this off, put it back together. Alright, so we're going to call this the end of part 1. I was just going to do this in one go, but I've got quite a lot of footage. This has turned into quite a long video, a lot longer than I wanted it to be. So we're going to call that a day anyway. The dogs need feeding, and, well, so do I as well. So time to go make dinner. But I'm going to do a bit more work on it, try and get it a bit cleaner, all these little nooks and crannies, and the tiny spots. I need to get like an old toothbrush into them, I think. Get every last little bit of dirt out. But yeah, it's not damaged. It's bar the odd little knock and scrape. So yeah, I think this could look like a nice little piece somewhere in the house. I'm glad it works. I think it's working as well as it's gonna work, given its age. It's never gonna have perfect signal, you know. But then again, I suppose I'm just a bit spoilt by DAB and Spotify and the like. So yeah, do a bit of research on it. I will do a voiceover for the BS, just so we know what that means before the end of the video. And I'm going to see what else I can find out about it. If there's a way to replace the aerial, let's see if I can get any like genuine accessories for it. I know for a fact there's a huge community out there of people that are really into radios, so I'm sure I can find something out about this, and we'll do that in a part 2, and yeah, that will show it fully restored, and yeah, we'll find a nice place for it somewhere in the house. So yeah, so for now, thank you for watching. Alright, so a thing has come. Literally all of 5 minutes ago, it's arrived on my doorstep. Yet another eBay purchase, which is relevant to the radio restoration that we've been doing. You can probably tell by the size and shape of it what it's going to be, but we'll just quickly open it up and we'll have a look. Now this is the first time I've actually opened this. This was an eBay purchase, came to £13 with postage. The auction closed When did it close? Day before yesterday. It's just arrived about 5 minutes ago by, is it Every? EVRI? It's a new name for Hermes. As I understand, they've done a bit of a rebrand to try and escape their bad reputation. So they've renamed themselves to Every because presumably everything goes missing. Who gives a fuck? I personally haven't actually had any problems with Hermes, as in ever. I mean, I must be the only person in the world. Let's open that. These will be well packaged at least. Yeah. Put that out of the way. I have to say, I buy a lot of things off eBay. But I especially like buying off small private sellers that are just trying to move things on that deserve a good home. They just put so much more care into it. There we go. What's that? Don't know what that is. That's one side. Screw there as well. This is it. It is. I don't know if it's the exact same model. There's a few subtle differences. But this is another radio. Two side by side. This is the one we're restoring. Obviously, this is the one that's just come in the post. This one's sold as spares and repair. As you can tell, just by having them side by side. This one's in much worse condition. But it has to be said, there are a few differences. Notice the knobs are different. This bit has just fallen off one of them. I think it's meant to be glued on there. That one's missing. But yeah, different size knobs. They seem to have this extra ring around them. The gauge looks to be the same. Same buttons along the top. These are the same. I mean, there's different colour, but I don't know if that's intentional or if that's just age. Yeah, that knob feels a bit loose. Yeah, I think it's safe to say this one isn't in as good a condition. Never mind. Yeah, along the front here it simply says AM, FM for waveband. So we've lost the General Electric company that we have along here. Interesting. The lettering on the top is in slightly better condition. And yeah, so I mean, the pictures online didn't show me just how bad of a condition this was in. The plan was that I would either restore this one as well and have two side by side, slightly different models, which I thought would be cool, or if it turned out to be completely unsalvageable, it would be, for, as it was sold, spares and repairs. But if I'm honest, I'm leaning towards the spares and repairs at the moment. All those buttons just seem to be getting stuck down. Yeah, turn it around as well. The back case is loose. Oh, look. This thing that we didn't know what it was, that's broken. Yeah. The little pulley system seems to work. That's supposed to be attached to the antenna, but it's obviously snapped off. That just sits inside there. It's meant to keep the battery steady. I don't know what this is for. It didn't appear broken in the pictures. So we can just push it back together. Oh, that's probably not meant to come off like that. Oh, it's broken in two places. This might be fecked. Well, I say it might be fecked. I think it almost certainly is fecked. Let's see more broken wires back there. This circuit board is different. Mind you, it looks like all this green It's just peeling off. Yeah. I mean, this could probably just be reattached. This bit's interesting though. The antenna. I wondered if my other one was meant to have an extra bit to it. It turns out yes. We slide that out. It won't come all the way out. There we go. Look, it is meant to have an extra bit. That comes all the way up. Look at that. And it's adjustable. So we've got at least one decent antenna out of it. Presumably that would then, when you weren't using it, yeah, you could push it all the way in like that, out of the way. Yes, it is a different model. The sticker is still on here. For some reason someone scribbled over the number, but you can still see it. Model number D518. Serial number 006326. The rest of the lettering's the same. So yeah, that's in worse condition than I thought it was going to be. I think that's almost certainly going to be a spares and repairs. Well, not even repairs. I think it's going to be a spares job and nothing else. Alright, just looking at the pictures online, this bit, this bar across here, doesn't appear broken in the pictures. I have a feeling this might well have been damaged in transit. Well, it's hard to tell. I might have to contact the seller, and if they have fecked it, then Hermes or Esri or whatever they want to be fucking called nowadays. See, it's hard to tell. I don't think this was broken before it was posted. This bit, it's a fairly substantial. I think this has had a big knock, which explains why this screw comes out and all these bits have dropped off as well. So that's a bit disappointing. We might be able to get this working, who knows. So it just depends what this is for. I don't know enough about these old radios really. I'll push that back in there so at least it's together. Let's try the battery on it. Let's see what happens. There's no harm in that. Okay, let's see what happens. Well, there's life in the old girl. I'm expecting much in the way of signal. Let's just put it on a bandwidth, shall I? Put it onto FM. See, the antenna isn't attached to anything. Then again, there's another wire here. It's not attached to anything. I think this has had one hell of a beating. Now that I look closely at this circuit board, there's evidence of corrosion as well. Some of these bits have been pulled out. Yeah, I think definitely is spare parts jobby this. I think this might be beyond saving, or at least beyond my skills for saving it. A bit disappointing. It would have been nice to have two, but you know, I bought a second-hand piece of junk. It did say spares and repairs. See, it's hard to tell from the pictures. They did say that the case was damaged, which it is. They didn't say the thing was absolutely battered to shit, so yeah. There's no life in the old girl. Let's try just tuning it. Nothing. Alright, well, we'll work on that later because I really should be getting on with some work today, but this came and I thought I'd do this instead. I'll just put that back loosely back together, put it to one side for now. If nothing else, we've got an antenna for the good radio that we can use and some other spare parts. But yeah, that's interesting. Slightly different model. Doesn't say anywhere on it General Electric Company, although presumably they were all made in the same factory. The bit on the back about being designed and manufactured in Great Britain is gone as well. I wonder if this was supposed to be like a shop brand. You know, you have the nice branded General Electric one, but then they were selling, you know, change the knobs and a few small design features, sell the same product, and it could be like, I don't know, your Asda brand or your Tesco brand or something like that, radio. Exact same product, but for like a third less on the price or something like that. Possibly. That might explain the lack of branding, but yeah. Alright, put that to one side for now, and yeah, we're going to be doing the part 2 on the original radio pretty soon. And yeah, then we'll take it from there. So just got back from doing the weekly food shop. Forgot to take my bags with me. Could have just bought more, but well, my kitchen is fucking full of the things. If there's ever a shortage of carrier bags, it's because I fucking got them all in my kitchen. Anyway, not a problem. Put it all in the car. Got a cargo net. Stick it all in there so it's nice and safe. Drive it all the way home. I can't be fucked to bring it all in. Make multiple trips. Even if I get the bags out of the kitchen and I fill them up, bring them in. Oh, fuck that. There's got to be a better way. And I found one. I am the manliest man to ever man. Get the fucking wheelbarrow and do it in one trip. That's how it's fucking done.
Cashing in on conspiracy theories. I believe we've mentioned this before, at least I've mentioned it somewhere. There was someone who made like a 5G dongle protection that you plug into your computer and it protects you from 5G. I mean, obviously it doesn't. One, because it does absolutely nothing, and two, there is no need to protect yourself from 5G because it is not harmful whatsoever. If you disagree with that, smash the dislike button and off. This video is going to offend you, and I don't care. Also, speaking of cashing in...
Alright, so, going to be a shorter video today on the garden restoration series. Today, we're going to be restoring this bench. Not just any old bench. This is a sort of memorial bench. Well, not sort of, it is a memorial bench to my late grandparents. Now, I originally picked this up after my granddad died just over 6 years ago, back in 2016. And yeah, he always liked gardening and being out in the garden, amongst a number of other things. So it seemed only fitting. I had well, at the time I had a lovely garden anyway. So it seemed only fitting to put some sort of bench here. I know it's not your traditional style of bench like you see in a park, but I liked this one more. Yeah, it's actually a year ago to the day that my grandmother died as well. I realised that this morning whilst I was making my coffee, and I thought this bench, it needs a bit of work. Now, it's been a bit neglected over winter and last year. If anything, it's a bit of an insult to them now. So yeah, that's what we're going to be doing today. You can see it's seen better days. The varnish has come off. I'm hoping varnish and a bit of paint will restore it to its former glory. Failing that, we'll do a complete sand down and we'll redo the whole thing. We also have these two brass plaques to put on. You can see I got the first one, as you can see, back in 2016 when I got the bench after my granddad passed away from cancer. And then I got the second one more recently after my grandma died. I did think about getting another one of these so that they match, because you see this one's weathered somewhat from being outside, this one's all shiny and new. But neither of my grandparents were the sort to waste anything, so I thought I'll just put them both on together. They're the same size and font and everything, so over time they'll weather and they'll match each other and it'll just become the same plaque. Put them both together. So that's what we're going to do. Bit of time lapse now as we attempt the first paint, and then we'll see what it looks like. Before we get into that, however, I just thought I'd quickly show you this I've picked up whilst I was out doing the food shop. I came over a level crossing. It was in the middle of the road, and I thought, oh, I best pull over and move that. If someone hits this, that could be quite bad. At that moment, a Porsche's coming the other way. He didn't see it until it was too late, despite me flashing my lights, and he drove into it. You can see where he hit it. It's just sheared that bit off there. He clipped it with his wheel. He tried to swerve. It flung it up into his door. Kind of a shame, really. The Porsche looked to be immaculate, apart from this nice scratch and dent that he'd just picked up. But never mind. But no, I was just going to leave it at the side of the road, but then I thought, nah, I'll take that home. Might make a good garden ornament if I can figure out what to do with it. Maybe I can get it working around the pond somehow. If I can get water to flow out of it, that'd be quite cool. But yeah, just thought I'd quickly show you that. I'll make a proper video once I figure out what to do with it. Alright, so this is what we're going to use. It's some sort of timber care, that's all it says on it. And you see I've had it a while. I've used nearly all of it. It's quite watery, so you do have to use a fair bit. It's made for fences and such like. But it does the job on this bench. And when it's on fresh, it does make a nice colour. I really should have got myself some new rollers and brushes, but that'll have to do for now. I've got that for the finer bits, that's still okay. So yeah, let's get it done. Okay, so first coat is on. As I'm sure you'll agree, it's looking a lot better already. That's not just the lighting, as the sun starts to go down behind us. It is actually looking that good. Up close, not so good. It seems a few bits where I can't get the roller into. It's a bit splodgy in places. That's what this is for. So we're going to use this now to get in between the slats into the places where the roller couldn't reach. And then we'll have a quick look what it looks like afterwards. So a bit more time lapse. So there we are, that's enough painting for today. I've gone over it probably several times with the hand brush, just the normal paintbrush, not the roller. I'm quite happy with how it looks. Obviously it needs to dry. It's reasonably quick drying is this, but I do want to let it sit overnight before I try and put the plaques back on. As you can see, it's looking a lot better. It's not entirely drying even in places. The good thing about this is it's so watery, it soaks into the wood. So if your coat isn't completely even, it doesn't make that much of a difference once it's completely dry. It will still look pretty nice. Obviously large splodges you're going to notice, but we can always do a second coat tomorrow if need be. So yeah, we'll let that dry overnight. I'm up at Sparrows Fart in the morning and we'll get the plaques attached. And then it should be good for the summer. Okay, so just packing up for the evening, putting everything away here in the garden shed. Well, it's actually more of a cave. It's made of brick and it's always cold in here. Garden cave. And yeah, this is why preparation is key. This project was a bit of a spur of the moment thing. I've got nothing to wash these brushes in. I haven't got a pot to put them in. I might be able to find an old Tupperware box somewhere. But I can't find my terps anywhere. I get this sneaking suspicion I've used it all. So I've got nothing to thin the paint off with it. It'll just have to be water. I need new ones anyway. But yeah, guess these are fucked now. Actually, here's a better idea. Fill up this old plant pot with water. Fucking leave them in there. That'll do the trick. Good job this stuff comes off easily. So this one as well. Just runs off. Hose these off, they'll be good as new. Good as new. Ish. Good as sort of new. Alright, so it's now the following morning. The bench is looking brilliant. The paint is mostly dry. The sort of damp patches that you can see on the seat and at the top, they're just the morning dew that's built up on it. It is still slightly damp to the touch. If I put my finger on it, you can see it does come off. I think that's not necessarily the paint that needs to dry, but just that it was very cold last night. And yeah, naturally it's a bit damp this morning, so it's looking like it's going to be a gorgeous day, nice and sunny, so we'll leave it out to dry. We'll put the plaques on this afternoon after work. Okay, so looking good. It's fully dry. As you can see at long last. Has unfortunately picked up some muddy paw prints already, but never mind, they can be cleaned off. So the last thing to do, just need to put the plaques back on. I've found 8 identical screws. I decided we're going to go with these black flathead screws with the mushroom style top on them. The reason being is the old ones that I had, no matter how much you screwed them down, they did seem to sit like a little proud, and I thought it just looked a bit scruffy. As well as you could catch your shirt on it if you ran your hand over it, so these will fit through the holes. They just about fit, but that's okay. Yeah, 8 of them. There we are. Job done. For now, anyway. I might end up doing a bit more on this later in the summer. But yeah, as we can see, the painting from the other day has dried nicely. You can see, yeah, a few mucky paw marks. Never mind. Sure, my grandparents wouldn't have minded. Got the plaques on. Unfortunately, it turns out these are somewhat softer metal than I thought. It did end up taking a few chunks out. That's fine, that'll weather nicely. Yeah, you won't notice that after a few days. But yeah, the plaques are on. As I said, yeah, this one will weather down, so it'll match the other one in time anyway, but I'm not throwing away a perfectly good one. Waste not, want not, they always said. Yeah, the rest of it is looking good too. And I have to say, it's a gorgeous day to sit and enjoy a coffee. Cheers. Come on then, muffin. Go, who's a good cat? Yeah, I've done. Yeah. Well, you can't have my coffee. Hello and welcome back to Pydeeny doing stuff and filming it. Today, another thing has come. Well, actually, two things have come, but one of them wasn't all that interesting. It was just a battery for my calculator. The interesting thing, though, is this. Now, it's not a box of cat food. I don't actually have a cat. I used to have a cat. His name was Rocky, and, well, he was the best cat you could have, really, growing up. He was lovely. You know, plenty of people out there say that they don't like cats. The cats don't really love you. If you're one of those people, you are more than welcome to take a long walk off a short pier. Because, yeah, he was very loving. And even to this day, I'm missing daily. So we'll see what's in here. It looks to be mostly a load of rubbish. That looks like... what is that? Primark. There's a remains of a Primark carrier bag. Okay. All this out of here. Okay. That's all this Primark carrier bag. What's that? Oh, that looks like an Aldi catalogue. Man after my own heart there, Aldi. I'm filming this section on my lunch break from work, and there's an Aldi ready meal in the microwave as I speak. Yeah, that's definitely Aldi. So anyway, all that crap out of the way. So just gonna fill up my recycling bin nicely. Have a look in here. There we go. This is a really rather old, I think he said 1980s. But yeah, it's a portable AM/FM radio. Another eBay job, naturally. So, but yeah, it's going to be another episode in the old radio hobby. So yeah, but I bought this because I was hoping these would have shortwave on it, or where to pick it up, but it turns out that BS has got nothing to do with shortwave. I'll explain that when I get back to these. But this one does pick up shortwave. Now, to my knowledge, there are no actual radio stations on shortwave anymore, but I was hoping to pick up some of the old, I'm not sure what they're called actually. One of them's called the Buzzer, but yeah, the old shortwave transmitters over in Russia. Also, it's just a nice, interesting bit of kit, you know. And you've got all these different band selects. It's, yeah, nice and old. And select things along there. You push it all the way to the end and you eventually get shortwave. I don't know. Extendable aerial. But yeah, back in the day, before we had smartphones and you could have just about every form of media at your fingertips, people used to have things like this. They'd have them... well, they'd take them to work with them if they were going out somewhere. They'd put them in their pocket. Yeah, and listening to the radio was a national pastime. You know, for a long time, my dad had a car. The radio broke in it, so he just had a radio similar to this that he kept in the door pocket and just listened to that every day. So yeah, that was fine as well. AA batteries. It's not in the best condition. It's a bit dented as this grill, which is also a bit loose. I'm sure we can just glue that back down later. So yeah, that's what's come. Another little addition to the collection. There's a diagram on the back here, frequency ranges. We'll have a deeper look at that in a minute. But yeah, there we go. Nice little 1980s style portable radio. So yeah, I'm going to find some batteries for this and see if it works, and then we'll have a more in-depth look at it. Probably in another video. Yeah, we'll do this one as just an introduction for now. So yeah, thank you for watching.
Hello and welcome to another video on Pydeeny doing stuff and filming it. In an earlier video in this series, we did a quick unboxing and had a quick look around this little radio. It's an MT800 International World Band radio. I think I've got all those words in the right order anyway. In this video, we're going to take a closer look at it, at some of the functionality, worked out how to actually use it properly, and then we're going to do a bit of a restoration. It needs a bit of a clean up. It's a bit bashed and battered here and there, so we're going to try and get it looking nice again. And yeah, along the way we'll have a good look at it and we'll see how it works. So yeah, enjoy it and thank you for watching.
Alright, so I made a quick update video earlier just to introduce my latest eBay purchase, which was this World Band radio. Now, I've tried some batteries in it, brand new Duracell batteries. I've double checked them, so I have had them a while. I checked them on the multimeter. They're both putting out between 1.5 and 1.6 volts, which is exactly what they're supposed to. But it doesn't work, which is a little disappointing. To turn it on, you operate the volume switch here. There's a click, turn it all the way up, and there's nothing. So yeah, not sure what to do at this stage. Turn it all the way up. I'm not sure if these bits down the front are supposed to light up to tell me what I'm on. I press these buttons. We've got FM, medium wave, short wave. None of them seem to do anything. You know, we can push it backwards and forwards along here. Nothing seems to be working. There's no sound coming out of it whatsoever. I'd have thought that'd at least be static, especially on full volume. Got the antenna pulled all the way up. Not a thing. So we're just going to try if I've got any earphones. See, my usual earphones are Bluetooth, but yeah, imagine when this little radio was made, Bluetooth was something you went to see your doctor about.
Oh, you need an ear nail. A nail in my fucking ear.
Let's try my headset, my headphones. Maybe it's just the speaker in it that's fucked. Nothing. No life in it whatsoever. A little disappointing, but never mind. So, alright, we're going to leave it here whilst I have some lunch. I'll leave it turned up. I'll just leave it there like that. We'll see if it comes to life. I mean, I don't know how long it is since this was last used. When I was firing up the other two radios, they had to leave them on for a while before they would start doing anything. So if I leave it on, maybe it'll start making noise eventually. We'll see. It did say on the eBay description, I've just double checked that I didn't order the one that was spares or repairs, and no, it definitely says fair condition, tested on FM and works okay. So yeah, it might be going back, or if I can't get any life out of it, I'll at least be getting a refund from it. So yeah, we'll let it sit there. I'm going to go get some grub and then we'll see what it's doing in about an hour's time. Okay, interesting. I just took the batteries back out. I wanted to double check that they were good. Put them end to end to make sure I was getting 3 volts out of them like you're supposed to, and yeah, they're fine. When I pop them back in, it's come to life. Obviously it's not tuned at the moment, but there is life in our girl. So I don't know what was up with it a minute ago, but it is now working, which is good. It's on, yeah, FM. See if we can pick up anything. Not bad.
8085 95 is the telephone number. Should you spot something, please give us a call and we can alert everybody else. Nathalie Malcolm tonight with the evening show from 6 sitting in for Thornings. Hear the final part of the evening autobiography with
Don't know what station this is. This is probably Radio 4. This sounds like the Archers. Yeah. Happy with that. Let's try some medium wave. It did say untested on the AM stations, but it said FM was working. Screw it. What do we find? I believe 5 Live is still on 909. Let's have a look. So that tells me that's not 5 Live. They don't have music on 5 Live. Alright. I think they're on 909 and 693. Let's try that. There's that one again.
It's a very, very freeing experience. So that if you think of something, it's not fake. Maybe it comes across.
I reckon that's probably it. I don't know if this is coming across, but it's just a metal rod. It's not flat. So it looks like I'm on 1000, but across the side I probably am on 909 now, which is BBC Radio 5 Live. So yeah, happy with that. Main reason I bought it though was the shortwave. I wanted a shortwave radio. Being a bit of a nerd, I want to try and pick up the buzzer and any other similar such stations, just because I'm curious and I'm a bit of a nerd, really. But it can also be part of our restoration series. You can see it needs a bit of a clean up. Need to reattach that. But yeah, don't know what was up with it earlier, why it wouldn't work, but it's working now. Oh, it's lost its tuning, yeah. Oh, never mind, I'll retune it in a minute. But yeah, it's working now at least. So I'm going to give it a clean up, and then I've got myself a nice little pocket radio. Put that to one side because my food's ready now. Alright, so let's have a quick look at the condition of this before we go into the functionality of it, how it all works. Now, it looks a bit tatty, but then again, if I'm right about its age, it is in its like 40s now, is this thing. So, you know, you can't expect it to be absolutely perfect. The main bit that's letting it down is this grill over the speaker. As you can tell, especially as I move it in the light, it's a bit dented, a bit bashed. It's slightly concave. It's obviously had a bit of a whack and it's bent it inwards. As well as there been a few chips in the paintwork on it. And it's quite loose at the top. I mean, it's secure enough, but it does stand out. So yeah, that's going to be the main focus of the restoration. If I can get that bit of it looking nice, the rest of it is sort of then brought up to standard. Yeah, the side of it, usual wear marks. You can see here a few little marks here and there. This, well, it's not really a screen. This see-through bit of plastic, if I angle it in the light, you can see it's got a few scratches. It could do with coming off and being polished up. But other than that, it's in okay condition, really. You can see, obviously, where this grill has come loose, someone's had a bit of some sellotape or something around it, or maybe it's been taped to something in its life. Evidence of more tape along the top, so all that needs to come off. But yeah, other than that, it's not too bad. I'm quite happy with the condition that it's in. So yeah, the other side, about the same. You know, a few little marks, nothing major. Yeah, I don't know if you can see through the grill. It actually looks quite clean inside there. There's not too much dirt got into it. It's clearly been apart at some point because these screws are rusting and they look like someone's been over tightening them. It's made it slip and wear them out. So yeah, but yeah, other than that, I'm quite happy with the condition that this is in. The aerial as well, also has a few marks on it. Again, nothing major. It seems to be black here at the bottom, and then the extension is the usual silvery colour. Lanyard still attached, probably the original lanyard, but of course it's hard to date a bit of plastic string, but it's still very much firmly attached. So yeah, everything works. You can see it's got the usual dirt that you build up in things like an on-off switch. So yeah, it needs a good clean. I need to do something with this grill and this see-through bit of plastic. Other than that, there's not much to do with this to get it looking nice. I haven't yet figured out how I'm going to get this off. I'm probably going to, I mean, I could just pull it off, but I'm probably then going to bend this bit of metal more than it's already bent. And I don't want to do that because we're meant to be restoring it. As you can see, it's already got a bit of a kink in it there. So, yeah. Might have to be that I get a razor blade and just try and gently pull the glue off all the way around to get that off. We'll do that in a minute. So yeah, that's what we've got to do with it. So we'll have a quick look at the functionality, go over how it all works, because that's quite important, and then we'll get on with the restoration of it. Okay, so functions, as you saw earlier, start off with the most obvious. Your on-off switch is the volume dial here. It's all the way down to the bottom, it's off, and you push it up, there's a click, and it comes to life. And then
And you have this like C on sanded
you
feet.
can dial it all the way up.
The C there.
When you want to turn it back off, turn it all the way down till it clicks. So yeah, fairly simple. Headphone jack, standard headphone size. As you saw a minute ago, I did plug my headphones into it that I normally have plugged into my laptop. So yeah, nothing much to say about that. I haven't actually checked that it works since getting the thing working, but I'll do that in a minute anyway, and I'll let you know if it doesn't work. On the front, it gets a bit more interesting. Now, I'll start with saying the needle along here, this metal rod that you can see on the tuning gauge, I originally said that appeared to be bent and it's at an angle. It turns out, after finding another example of one of these online, someone had one that was still in its original box. Now, the listing was from about 2 years ago, so I couldn't buy that, although it would have been cool to have it. The box was a bit tatty, but the radio was as new condition. It looked lovely, actually. I mean, I would have still have bought this, but I would have bought the other one as well, because, you know, having a matching set would have been cool, sort of old and new. But that also had the rod at an angle, so I have to conclude that that's deliberate. And if you look closely, these numbers, the points on the tuning gauge, are also at something of an angle. Now, I don't know why the manufacturer has chosen to do it that way, why it couldn't just be flat and all the numbers flat, I don't know, but yeah, that does appear to be deliberate. It's not broken, which is good, because it's one less thing for me to fix, but still, I don't really get why they've done that. So, I mean, it's too subtle to be a design choice. Clearly it was some sort of functionality thing. Maybe they just couldn't get them to line up properly. Who knows? So yeah, so that's that. And what happens is you turn this knob, the gauge moves up and down, indicates where you are. FM is here on the end. You have medium wave, and then the rest of it is short wave. Whilst we're on the subject of all the rest of it being short wave, earlier I said this dial is what you use to pick your bandwidth. That's half correct. If you want FM, you press this button down the front. And if you want AM, as in medium wave, short wave, you press this button. So you have to pick which one you want. So you press FM, and then you simply use this end one here, and you dial it to whatever you like. If you want AM, you press that button, and then you use this to pick exactly which AM you need. Now, I said that you move it all the way to that end to finally get shortwave. That's not actually true. It turns out, after a bit of reading into this, that shortwave actually covers quite a large spectrum, much more than medium wave. So pushing it all the way that way gets you medium wave only, which is this second set of numbers here. And you'll notice this little window here now says M in it. And if you move it along, you get different numbers. So yeah, that is medium wave, and then if you want shortwave, you move it over to here, and you get a 1, and you move it a bit further, and you get a 2, and that's correlating to each of these here. So at the moment it's on shortwave 1, so you'd use this third set of numbers, and then you move it along, and then you use this next set, and so on and so forth, all the way along the spectrum. Now this is giving your frequency. So FM is measured in megahertz, medium wave is measured in kilohertz, shortwave, just for the fun of it, is also shown in megahertz on here. But whenever you look up a frequency, say I looked up the frequency for the buzzer, which as it turns out you can't pick up in this country, at least not with a bit of kit like this. Anyway, you need something far more sophisticated. Or when I looked up, say, BBC World Service, because I know they happen to transmit in shortwave at certain times of the day. They give up their frequencies in kilohertz, and this is megahertz. I mean, it's an easy thing to convert, you know, it's just a little bit of maths, but yeah, it does make me wonder why if everything's given out in kilohertz, why build your radio in megahertz? But then again, why have they put this at an angle? Why isn't it flat? I don't know. I don't know how they go about building these bloody things. So, yeah. So, I don't know. Maybe in the 80s they just like to introduce a little bit of mental arithmetic to their everyday life. I suppose it makes sense. You know, just make things more difficult than they need to be. That was the 80s for you. So, yeah. So that's what you get. So, you start off, these stations here seem to be the most populated, the most popular, but you go through the whole lot, and I can see why they've done it this way with the dial along the top, because to put this entire spectrum into one gauge, it would have to, the radio would have to be like this long. It'd be twice the size it actually is. So rather than have one massive gauge that you have to work with, they've just broken it up, and you just have to pick which bit of the spectrum you want, and then you tune it accordingly. So quite a clever bit of design there. So yeah, quite like that. And on the other end, this is your tuning knob. You just dial it up and down to tune it. The aerial's fairly simple as well. It is meant to have a little clip here by the looks of it to hold it in place, but if I'm honest, it doesn't actually go anywhere. It's still quite stiff, but if I move it out of the way, yeah, it's meant to have something there, so when you close it down, it has something to clip into. You have this little cut-out section to get your finger in and pull it back out. Not a great loss, but yeah, clearly it's been broken off at some point. And that's pretty much all there is to it. You'll notice here you've got these 3 little lights as well. I'll show you what they do. If we turn it on, so the first 2 just show you what you're on. So at the moment it's on FM, and if we want to go to an AM station, you press the button and it tells you what it's on. Fairly simple, just an indication. This third light just says tuning. Now I've seen this before on old FM radios. It only seems to work on FM, it doesn't work on your AM stations. But if we can just fine tune this, when it finds a good strong signal, and that's the only way I can think that it works, is when the signal is strong enough, that will light up. If we extend the aerial somewhat on it, so I'm actually getting a good signal. Let's give this a go. There you go. I can only think that is signal strength, but maybe there's something more to it. But that light seems to come on to show that you've found the right tune. You've got it spot on. So yeah, if you've got 2 lights on FM, you're doing well. If I turn it up, it's pretty clear sound. And of course, if you go too far, you see the light's gone out. So that's what that third light is for. Turn that back off for now. And that pretty much covers the functionality of it. yeah, there's not much else to say. The other side, you've got your battery compartment, which is just like any battery compartment. You pull this little thing off, 2 AA batteries go in. You have this little ribbon, you pull it and it pops out the first battery, so you don't have to try and get your fingernails in there. This little map and diagram on the back, I'm still trying to figure out. We'll cover that later on in this video once I figure out what it's for. It appears to be a map of the world, although it's a bit skew-if because this is Australia over here, when normally you would display it over here. Africa's there, I think, or maybe... no, that would be Africa. And that would appear to be South America, and that's North America now, looking at it in a bit more detail. But then, yeah, what the hell's all this up here? And why is Australia over there? It's a bit weird. So, yeah, I'm still trying to get my head around that. I'm going to get some more information on exactly what that is and how you're supposed to interpret that. And yeah, we'll cover that in a minute as well. So yeah, that's about all there is to say about it. So we'll leave that there and we'll get on with the restoration now then. Alright, so I just quickly wanted to include this bit here. It is 8:05 at night, and all of the shortwave stations that are still in operation around the world seem to have gotten going. When I opened this earlier today, there was nothing to be found on any of the shortwave bands because, well, there were no 24-hour shortwave stations left now. But this is quite interesting. At the time of filming, at least, the war in Ukraine is still going on. I've managed to tune this to the BBC World Radio frequency on shortwave. It's 5875 at this time of day. And that's 5875 kilohertz for Russia and Ukraine. Now, it's not the best signal. We could do with tuning it a little bit better. Now, obviously that's in English, which may not be the most suitable for Russia and Ukraine, but it just shows that these old shortwave radios and the shortwave broadcasts have a value. You know, so there's a horrific war going on, and there's been attacks on the infrastructure, communications, you know, as well as several war crimes, unfortunately. But I have no doubt that there are people with radios such as this in that war zone, and these shortwave broadcasts will be an absolute godsend from them. This has been sent out from London, and it's relayed around Europe. I don't know if there are any actual transmitters in the area, but there doesn't need to be. If they're sufficiently powerful enough, they can reach around the world from wherever they are.
Carrier strike groups, submarines, and significant numbers of combat ships on a persistent basis. We will also strengthen our cyber defenses and enhance our exercises, focusing on collective defense and interoperability. We'll get reaction from here to that.
So yeah. So even if they're completely cut off in that war zone, they can still get the news. They're still connected to the outside world. So these little radios, even in the times of, you know, endless data and information available on the internet, these still have a value even today. Right, as I said, main thing I want to focus on is getting this grill sorted out. It's all bent, it needs to come off. I need to straighten it out, see what we can do about the chips of paint. This detailing here, I think I'm just going to leave. If I was going to try and repaint this, but then I'm going to end up painting over this detail. And if I try to repaint it, it's just too fine. And if I look at it, it's not actually in that bad of a condition. the lettering is intact. This one's just, it's actually just dirty rather than anything else. It has a slight textured element to it, which means that dirt's then got into it, so yeah, that doesn't need to be painted, it needs cleaning. So yeah, I need to get this grill off, and then I'm going to look to try and take this whole front fascia off, so we can at least clean up the front of it nicely, and then we can start moving on to other things. So, I believe I should be able to just run this under here, and I'm trying not to bend this too much because I've only got to straighten it back out again. If I can prise this off of here without bending it too much, that would be nice. Oh, there we go. Pop straight off. There we are. That's all there is to it. Now that it's off, you can sort of see the bend that was in it. So yeah, we can get that nice and straightened out in a minute. It is quite easily bent. Yeah, I'll have to be careful with that. I'm thinking, rather than trying to bend it back the other way, I'm just going to apply an amount of pressure to it to squash it flat. If I just press something onto it for long enough, it will hopefully flatten it out. Glad we've got that off. Underneath that then reveals, you can see where it's been glued on, all this lot around here, the old speaker paper cone. Nowadays, of course, speakers are made of plastic, but back in the day, they were made of paper. So, still works. So we ain't broke it yet. I'm not entirely sure what this little hole here is for. Yeah, there doesn't seem to be anything behind it. There's a little bump, but yeah. Take the batteries out. Ah, there is a screw. I'm not sure it completely lines up. We'll have to see. So yeah, knock that off. Oh, that's handy. The actual fascia has just fallen off. Oh, that saves me a job then. I'm guessing that was that held in by something? No. So, oh, well, I don't know what I did, but it has fallen off. That saves me a job as well. So all we'll need to do on this is get these glue marks cleaned up, try and polish some of the scratches out. It is plastic, it's not real glass. And then we can glue that back down. I'm going to try and avoid touching the actual gauge on the inside because it's perfect. I mean, I didn't realise that was so loose. It has literally just plopped off. It doesn't seem to be very much holding it in, you just sort of bang it out. Alright, so bit of progress, put that out of the way, and let's get to work on these two little bits then. Okay, so I'm just looking over the main unit. I haven't taken the case any further off just yet, but I'm looking at all this here. I mean, first of all, I think the amount of glue and where it is on here indicates that this grill has probably been off before. And I also noticed on the bottom that there's evidence of it here, like it's been left to dry and the glue's run and it has ended up sitting in it. Now, because we've got this textured part down the bottom, I don't think I'm going to be able to get that out. Again, not much of an issue because it normally just sits that way up so you won't see it, and I've only just noticed it, and it's 2 days since this thing arrived now. But it does show it's got some history, and you can see more of the tape marks here. The glue, I'm assuming it's some sort of old sellotape. That should be a little easier to get to get out. We'll just have to get a toothbrush or something like that on it. But yeah, just how untidy this is. Oh, there's so much of it down here and so little up here. This has probably been off before and someone else has glued it back on. I mean, fair play for keeping it going, but I mean, Jesus, you don't need this much glue, guys. So it's not much of an issue if we can't get it all off, because once we get the grill back on, you're not going to see it. And I'm only going to put my own glue back on, but I would like to try and get some of it off. So I've gone and got my trusty razor blade scraper here, and we're just going to see if we can scrape some of it off. I get the feeling this, whatever they originally used on this, I get a feeling it was something like, say, your Airfix glue, which, to be fair, is very good at holding bits of plastic together. That's why they supply it with Airfix models. But what I've noticed it does is it's almost like it melts the plastic that the two bits of plastic that you're trying to stick together. And then when it dries, they're fused, which is brilliant for the longevity of your models. But someone here has tried to use it to stick plastic to metal, which, yeah, I mean, maybe it's just what they had. Maybe they didn't actually know any better. You know, Airfix glue is sold as quote-unquote super glue. See, I'm getting bits of it off, but not a lot of it's really coming off. We might have to try a different tack, but the problem is the way it works is it's almost like it becomes part of the plastic. You can see up here where they've actually done a pretty neat job. You can barely see it, and there's no way to scratch and get it off. It's actually part of the thing that they've had to glue together. So yeah, we'll keep trying with this. At the very least, I've made a rougher surface, so it won't be easy for the glue to stick, but I was hoping to get that clean. But as I say, it doesn't matter too much. Once the grill goes back on, you're never going to know. So yeah, we can focus on other things for now, but we might have to keep thinking about that. Right, slight change of camera angle, because my back is killing me from leaning around the camera trying to do this. So I've just moved it slightly off to one side, but hopefully you can still see what's going on. It's also going to be quite useful for this next stage. I want to try and get some of the crap out of the speaker. Now, being paper, we don't want to get it wet, and we don't want to use anything too abrasive on it. So we're going to go with this air duster. I normally use it for my keyboard, because it does get really dusty on my keyboard. Should do this job as well. So, an angle. Not the most powerful thing in the world, but I don't really want it to be at this stage. Seems to be doing okay. It's a bit better. I think I am going to get the case off though. I think it'd be a lot easier to clean this if I can get this front fascia off at least. Yeah. Let's give that a go. Just have to fetch my trusty screwdriver set. This looks to be the right size. Let's just try it. Bit stiff. I have to be careful putting these back in. I don't think I have any spares in this size. Look. That's longer than I thought. Giggity.
Giggity, giggity, giggity.
I say that because... Oh, interesting. So one massive one, one tiny thing.
That one is also sexual.
One in there. Let's see, is that looking like it's going to come apart now? I think that's just dislodged the antenna. Alright, let's try this little one in here then. And that's third design, roughly the same size as the other one. You can see it's got a slight point to it. So, can't see what's holding this together now. I have to say it is one of my favourite pastimes. When you take all the screws out of something and you wonder why they were in there in the first place, because you still can't get the fucking thing out. That one looks to only hold the aerial in, because it's now loose. Okay. Yeah. Take all the screws out and you wonder why they were ever in there in the fucking first place, because you still can't get the thing apart. Right, okay. So, 3 different types of screw, all of which do nothing. Because this thing still ain't coming apart. Coming slowly. There we go. There we are. Don't know why it didn't want to come apart the first time. Trying to work out what was actually holding it in. I think it's just been in for so bloody long that it didn't want to come apart. Eventually I just prized it from the top and it came loose and I was able to get it out. It's interesting to look at. Circuit board. I mean, by modern standards this is quite primitive, but you compare this to one of the other radios, you know, all because of this little gizmo in the middle, the microchip. Interesting. And the bit that was holding the aerial on, it just sits against it there. That is interesting. I'll try and show you this in there, if the camera will focus correctly. There we go. You can see this as I turn the dial, just like the other 2 radios, there's a little pulley system, a little bit of string in there, moving backwards and forwards. So yeah, as you turn this and it moves the thing up and down, there's a little pulley inside. Quite clever. Interesting how nothing changes. I wonder if it still works. I've cracked it open. Let's drop these batteries in here and see what it does. Yeah. I have to put the batteries in a certain way around. Yeah, the old girl's still working. Turning off for now. Drop those out. Alright. Now, this must be something to do with the manufacturing process, but there's a hole in the case. If you touch it, it's slightly sticky because it's the back of this sticker. So you can press against it. Don't know why they've done that, but it has then just picked up some of the dirt over the years. I'm going to struggle to get that off of there because it's glued on. Let's scrape it off with this. Oh, interestingly, if I just rub at it a little bit, I'm actually bringing the old hardened glue off, along with all the other dirt. Right, put that to the side for a good clean up later. I wonder how we get this old circuit board out. It looks like these little pins. Now I'm going to have to be careful here because this bit along the top, which interestingly is another metal rod with copper wire wrapped around it. So if we can push these clips out of the way, but I don't want to snap these off. So we're just going to gently release the circuit board. prise that upwards as we do. This is purely out of curiosity now. I don't need to remove the circuit board, but I kind of just want to see. It's not going to come out easily. Let's just press it back into its clips. It doesn't need to come out. There's no benefit to taking it out. Yeah, we'll leave it in for now. Let's focus on these other bits. First, I need a cup of tea. Alright, so naturally I couldn't leave well enough alone as I was waiting for the kettle to boil, but I did manage to get the thing out. I haven't managed to get the circuit board to come away from this plastic housing, but looking at it I don't think I actually want to do that. So I'm just going to clip it back in there, but without removing the speaker, we now get a nice view of the front. You can see they've put all the components in the front. You've got all your little transistors, your resistors here. I'm not entirely sure what that looks like, a switch in the middle. I'm not entirely sure what it's for. As you can see, your volume switch is there. And what that does is on the flip side it operates the click that you hear. If I can get this to focus correctly, that little arm there. So as you push it up, it rotates here, and when it's down in the off position, it rotates it such that it just focus it. It rotates it such that, here we go, it pushes this silver arm away from this contact, and then when you turn it on, you see it allows it to complete the circuit. And then as you turn it, it's just a simple potentiometer. The further you push it, the more current it allows through. You know, it's a potentiometer or variable resistor, I think some people call them. So yeah, so that's the click that you hear. You turn it off and on. Not much else to see on the back other than the microchip, but yeah, you flip it over. I haven't removed the speaker yet, but you've got all this at the bottom, your little ribbon cable which goes to this second circuit board, which appears to just have these LEDs on. I haven't decided yet whether to remove this screw and try and get this apart as well. I probably won't, because as you can see, you have here the pulley system that's moving this bit of string up and down. I thought it only ran in there, around that little bit. But no, it turns out it runs all the way down and behind here. So if I take that apart, I'm going to try and figure out how that goes back together. And because I can't see what it's meant to look like until after I've taken it apart, then yeah, I'm not really willing to do that, because you know I'll never get it back together. That's how it works. And all it is it's literally, it's just tied in. I've just tied it around and it just moves it up and down. And that's just a paper insert. So yeah, quite interesting. If we can pop this speaker off as well, because it doesn't show what's actually holding it on now. I think it's just glued in as well. I don't want to force that off. If I push it from the other side, I'll break the cone. If I try and prise it off, I've then only got to glue it back on. See, but you can see what I mean by the factory gluing. You can see there's a little gap in it there. But that's it. Just a small amount used effectively. And that's all there is to it. Unlike around the front, where someone's just lathered it on. I suspect what they've done there is they've used the wrong glue for sticking metal and plastic together. When it kept falling off, they just kept using more and more of the same glue until eventually it stuck. Which would explain why it was loose at the top, because they've only used a small amount, and yet I had to really prise it off down the bottom. I'll give it a quick go over with the air duster. One thing you've got to be careful with these. If you hold it upright, you'll be fine. Slight angle, all the bloody propellant comes out. I mean, it's harmless, it just evaporates fairly quickly. Leaves behind a little bit of a residue, but it's actually just because it's so cold, it's more like damp. You can see that'll dissipate in a second, but yeah, the amount of times I've been cleaning my keyboard and yeah, got the angle wrong. I had to let the thing dry out for 30 seconds. Spray that, get that nice and clean again. Good. Right. Let's just try and pop this back together now. Just got to line up the case. If I had a spare one of these, I would quite happily rip one of them completely apart so we can look at all the individual components. But I don't, and I am actually growing more and more fond of this little bit of kit as time goes by. I've already found a nice place for it in the study. This thing is clean enough on the inside. We're just going to blow some of the dust out. Ooh. You can see here as well the amount of glue that they've used. The black is, like I say, it literally melts the plastic. And if you're sticking two bits of soft plastic together, like say an Airfix model, when the glue dries, they're fused and you'll never get them apart because it's not technically two pieces of plastic anymore. But yeah, what it has meant is it's left this god-awful residue on the back. That is just plastic and glue residue. I don't think we're going to be able to scrape this off very well. And again. It's not essential that we get this residue off. If anything, it'll only help the next glue to stick properly. But yeah, always try and use the most appropriate glue. Now, in terms of straightening this out, I don't think putting a weight on it, no matter how long I leave it there, is going to work. It's bouncing back pretty well. All I can think to do is just apply slight amounts of pressure. Problem with this sort of like soft metal is it's reasonably flexible, but it will only bend so far before it stops. But then what will happen is you'll apply more and more pressure and it won't bend, and then it'll suddenly snap. And if I end up folding this in half, I'll never get it straight again. I've managed to straighten out the edges though. There was a slight kink here and another here where it's been bent, and all I did was put it in the pliers and squeeze, and it straightens it out. And if need be, you can apply some downward force, but I didn't really need to. And it straightened that edge out quite nicely. I'll just do that corner again. There we go. That corner's a little bit better now. Let's just check it. It's still going to fit. I'm going to try and do is bend these edges down slightly, just so it's a little bit more of a snug fit. So all we're doing here is just gripping them with the pliers, just the edge, and I'm just applying finger pressure the other way, just ever so slightly. You can, if you bend something too far, you can undo it, but it's best not to, because eventually the metal will just snap off and then you're fucked. So just applying a little bit of pressure just to bend it down ever so slightly all the way along. It's a little bit better. Let's try that for fit. So that looks like a much more snug fit. What I'm going to do when we come to glue it back on, we're going to use some actual proper glue. I'm thinking epoxy resin. We'll clamp it down so it's snug. So yeah, we'll just do the same with the other two edges on this as well, because it only has 3. This one's just a flat edge. I don't think it's ever going to be a perfect fit ever again, but it certainly looks a lot better than it did. I think once it's clamped down with the glue in place and then allowed to dry, that should look a lot better. Okay, right. Put that to one side. Let's go find something to clean up all the little nooks and crannies on this with now.
Okay, so we're going to call that the end of part 1. I didn't intend for this to be such a long video, but as always when I really get into a project, yeah, I can get a bit carried away and I end up spending way more time on it than I thought. So yeah, this will be the end of part 1. I've actually got a couple of bits and bobs that I need to finish the project on order as I'm editing this part of the video. So once they arrive we can finish the filming and then I can upload part 2. But for now, as you can probably see, we're approaching an hour long, way longer than I intended it to be, so we'll split this up into more than one video. But for now, thank you for watching.
Okay, quick one this. I was out walking the dog the other day, across the field opposite the house, and I saw this little thing poking out of the mud. I thought, what's that? Picked it up, had a look. Manly Knowledge, the organised gent. Thought, what on earth is that? It's metal. Obviously it's very rusty. I thought, what on earth is this? And it says something like, act coolly, and then, yeah, whatever this says. A gentleman must be attentive when escorting a something out to take the something. Yeah, whatever that means. I mean, I did wonder if this was part of a book. How to be the perfect gentleman, something like that. No idea. And then I thought, hang a minute, what sort of a book is printed on a bit of metal? I turn it over, there's the remains of some lettering on the other side. I thought, what on earth is that? So about 10-20 minutes worth of Googling, I found it's actually an old cigar tin, or piece of an old cigar tin. Very old. I'm trying to work out how old, but I'm struggling to find much information about it. But it used to be Hamlet's cigars. You can see there's an M and an E you can just make out. And there's some other letter in here, but it's all been lost. The rest of the tin is probably either broken and scattered across the field. It's a massive field. Or it's just completely rotten away. So, yeah. I mean, appearing on screen now will be a picture of what they actually look like. It's not the same one. It's a different saying. It looks like they had different little sayings of little bits of manly knowledge on the inside of each cigar tin. Yeah, I thought that was quite interesting. So, this can go in the bin now though. I've got no other fucking use for it. I don't smoke cigars. I have no intention to start collecting cigar tins. I've got enough of fucking collections. Yeah, thought I'd share that. It's amazing some of the stuff you find lying in a field. Christ knows how long it's been out there. Probably years. Could have been 10-20 years it's been sitting out there. Clearly a farmer or farm worker has discarded it at some point. There's all manner of bits of litter and bits of metal and such like around the very edge of the field. So yeah, just thought I'd share that. Thought it was interesting.
Hello and welcome to another video on Pydeeny doing stuff and filming it. This video is part 2 of the World Band radio restoration project that I've been doing. There is a link to part 1 in the description of this video. Originally it was just going to be the one video on it, but it ended up being a much longer project than I originally anticipated, so I decided to make it a two-parter. So yeah, in this one we see the last of the footage from the first day, mostly cleaning up the external components, the case, and then we shall reassemble it. We get the speaker grill reattached, all clamped down and glued on nicely, and then we put it away in the study in its pride of place. Thank you for watching.
Okay, so for this stage I've finally finished making my cup of tea. I'll put that over there to brew, and we're going to be using, I've gone and fetched my partner's toothbrush. They don't actually watch my channel, so they'll never know. And then this is just some hot water with just a little bit of mild dish soap in it, washing up liquid for us Brits. There's just an old Tupperware box that I was going to throw away, but I thought it would be useful for this purpose. So we'll start with this grill. We're just going to wet the brush. We don't want it soaking, so we don't want fucking water everywhere, especially when we get onto the bit with the electronics in it. I'm just going to see if we can So I'm not applying any real pressure, just less than say if you were writing on a piece of paper. For the young'uns out there, paper's it's this substance made from the pulp of trees that we used to write on before everything went to iPods and shit. iPads rather, showing me age now a lot. Yeah, I don't even know if they fucking teach you how to use a pen in school now.
What do they teach you kids in school these days?
Tell you what's weird, when I'm at work and I get young people, teenagers, just starting out on their driving career, you know, they've just passed their driving test or they've just got their provisional license, say, give their date of birth as 2004. It's like, I was getting ready to do my GCSEs when you were born, you little shit.
Ha ha, you're old!
Of course. So this is slowly coming clean anyway. So as you can see, turn the right way up. Coming clean. I don't think the camera's picking it up, but yeah, this lettering down the bottom has a slight texturing to it, which unfortunately means it then holds on to dirt quite a lot. It's basically, as you can see from the back, it's stamped. These top bits appear to be printed, because there's no imprint on the other side. But this is stamped into it, which means it then does pick up dirt quite easily, so I'll just keep going with the brush. Even if we don't get it perfectly clean, it will at least be all nice and minty fresh. Getting dish soap in my fucking cup of tea now. Alright, it's not perfect, but as you look at it, it's certainly a lot shinier than it was. So I'll just give the rest of it a quick going over. Just make sure there's no dirt in amongst all these little holes. Alright. Not looking too bad. Getting a bit cleaner. So, yeah. If there's any point trying to clean this other side, let's give it a go. No, it's not going to do anything to that old glue. It's worth a go though. So, yeah. There we are. It's looking a bit better. I'm still trying to figure out what I'm going to do with these dents. I don't... You see, you can apply more and more pressure to them, try and bend it back the other way. But get the feeling to get it completely flat again, it's just going to make it worse. I think we might have to just live with it. It's not too bad, especially now it's looking a bit cleaner. Let's see what we can do about these little chips of the paint that's come out of it though. Finished making my now dish soapy tea. Okay, I'll let it dry completely over there. Now, with regards to this bit, I want to be careful not to take this bit off around the edge. Now, it seems to be pretty well on there. I think this is actually 2 pieces of plastic pressed together, like when you make a car number plate. But there's no real reason to be scraping away at this other than to get this excess glue off the inside. At least whoever glued this on didn't go completely balmy with the glue on this. They had a bit more sense. But yeah, this just needs a bit of a clean up. I'm going to, rather than getting it all soapy straight away, let's just try and give it a dry polish. So I suspect that the biggest problem with this, because I'm not going to be able to get all the little scratches out, is probably dirt, basically greasy finger marks. If I can get those off, it's not too bad. Just need to get this really glue off the front from where the sellotape's been holding it together. That might well call for a bit of a... So... Okay, it's coming off slowly. I'm basically having to use this cloth, which yes is a dishcloth, but it's never actually seen any dishes. I keep it up here for, well, for when I'm working on my guns mostly. But it is slowly coming off. I'm basically just having to dig my fingernail in through the cloth to bring the glue from the sellotape away. Tell you what though, if you do have something that breaks and you want to try and fix it yourself, don't use sellotape. And do your research. Make sure you're using the correct glue if you're going to glue something. It's just so much nicer, and you'll feel so much better about it if you do a proper job. Don't overdo the glue. You don't need that much of it. If it's the proper glue, you shouldn't need that much of it. You should only need a very small amount. And if you do need loads of it, you're probably using the wrong one. Yeah, and don't use sellotape because it just leaves marks that we then have to clean off. But yeah, take your time, and the rewards are far greater when you know that you've fixed something to a much higher standard than just bodging it. There we go. Not looking too bad. We'll put that at the back. I'm trying to avoid touching the face of it. Now, is this dry yet? It is. Excellent. Right. I'm going to leave the bending to it out now. I don't think I'm going to get it completely flat again, but I don't think I need to. I think when I come to glue this back on, when I clamp it down, that will force it up to the shape that I want anyway. So if I just apply a little bit of pressure. So I don't think it needs to be completely flat now. I just want to do something about these little dings. I say I'm not painting it because we'll lose this lettering, which is actually in remarkably good condition. So we're just going to try a black felt tip pen. Not writing on it, we're just going to dab on it. Well, that's working. Although interestingly, yeah, it says waterproof and it's not sure what colour it's meant to be. It's got a blue lid. It says black on it. It appears black on paper. But on there it's most definitely appearing to be slightly blue. But it does cover it. So we'll just find one that's actually the colour it's supposed to be. I'll be on to the winner. Another reason you shouldn't use sellotape though, I've noticed, especially at the top here and along the bottom here, where the sellotape has been on it's caused the pin on this bit of metal to bubble. And if we try too hard to clean the remains of the sellotape glue off, I'm afraid we're probably going to end up stripping the pin off, which we don't want to do. And it's alright dabbing the little chips off it, but if I end up having to repaint the whole piece, that's another matter. So instead of using that felt tip pen, which was a genius idea until it turns out it somehow dries a different colour, I was going to use this blotting ink and this old style fountain pen, but now that I've found my permanent marker, that's a better idea. That blotting ink I keep in my writing desk, although I was about to say very rarely use it. I never use it. And the reason being is, whilst it is quite nice to write with an old-fashioned fountain pen, you don't put a cartridge in it, you basically write a few letters, maybe a word or two, and dunk it in, you have to write again. But you need a special type of paper called blotting paper. If you use normal modern style paper, it just sort of, the ink just soaks through it and you just end up with a huge mess. So yeah, and the blotting paper is quite expensive. I think I paid £1 for 2 sheets where I got the pen. I can probably get it much cheaper online, but considering you can normally go buy a whole ream of it for less than £1, yeah, it's not cheap for basically for showing off with. It has no real practical use. Anywho, let's just try and sort this out. So we're just going to dab the marker. We'll go over that spot again. See, it's shiny at first, but as it dries it should look a lot better. So we'll just dab it there to cover that. Good. That bit. That's not looking too bad. That's coming across in the light. As it dries, it's becoming less obvious. Looking better. I think staring at it up close, you're still going to be able to tell. But there's only me going to do that, and I'm not going to do it very often. So we're just going to do this edge. I'm not going to do the other side. I'm just going to run it along there like that. There we are. Looking good. Just make sure this edge is done. Now, ink doesn't stick to metal very well, but if you give it a chance, when it dries, it should look okay. You can see this first corner looking less and less conspicuous all the time. I'm doing the edges, not because I think it used to look like that, but because if I can't get the bit of metal to reattach as perfectly as I want it to, at the very least it won't be so prominent if one bit is sitting slightly proud, because it won't be the same colour as the casing. Try not to touch any of the wet bits, but there we go. At an angle you can see the spots where I've put the ink on. That will dry and over time, and it'll look a lot better. Yeah, from a distance, already looking good. So I'll just, quick swig of tea. Alright. Let's do the back plate then. So this, still trying to figure out what this means, but we're definitely keeping it. It's an original feature, so it's definitely staying. Sure, I'll figure it out eventually. But yeah, this is intact. Few marks, but it's plastic, so there's not going to be a lot we can do about scratches. So this can just have a quick clean up. In fact, we'll use the toothbrush again. It's mostly along this top edge actually that needs a clean. I suppose that's where fingers go. It's the contact points that are always going to be the muckiest, so I'll just give that a good clean through as well. There we are. And there's a little bit there. So that's the problem. I don't know what's on it, or even if you can see it, but right there, there's something some sort of stain on the plastic. Because it's this slightly textured stuff, it's really difficult to get the dirt out, because it goes into all the little gullies. Makes it really hard to clean out. Never mind. Its top bits come up nicely though, at least. So let's see if we can get that bit clean as well. Give this grill a good scrub through. Let's just check on this. Still drying in places. I think it's going to take a while to dry. Now, the battery compartment's looking fairly clean. We'll give this little bit here where it says open and little scrub, because of course you do get your fingers in there. You've got this little grippy panel that's a good, attract dirt. But it doesn't need much done this, because it's not actually that mucky, so I'll give it a good scrub. That should be okay. Right, now onto the sensitive part, a bit with the electronics. Now this does need a clean, especially this bit along here. Let's add the tape on it. We do have to be careful, especially when I get these buttons. I do have to be careful, and this bit needs a good clean. I'm not going to get this glue mark off, but we may be able to get this tape mark off the bottom. I want to try and get the volume button clean. That's probably the muckiest bit of it. The problem is we're now mixing water with the electrics, so got to be careful here. I mean, as long as we don't go completely bonkers, any tiny amount that gets in there should be easily dried off. We've taken the batteries out, so it shouldn't make any odds to it. What we're going to do is we're going to angle it down slightly to do this, and that way any water that does get in, gravity will pull it away from the electronics. So we're just going to screw this back together. Not the whole lot, just this bit, which is with these two screws, which is the small ones with the point. There's one at each end of the battery compartment. But of course with the back cover on, we couldn't see this first one. Just do it finger tight, with no downward pressure other than the weight of the screwdriver. Got to be gentle with these little screws. Letting the weight of the screwdriver do the work. Finger tight. There we go. That's not going anywhere now. Good. Right, let's move on. Now, let's bit around the front. I keep saying I want to try and keep this gauge clean. It is about the cleanest bit on here. It's managed to pick up a few marks while I've been fighting around with this. But it seems okay. But I don't want to be going and pushing dirt into it by going mad. So we're not going to use any soap and water if we can avoid it. We're just going to use the whole cloth and fingernail tactic again. Not tactic, technique. Okay, I've decided not to worry about this. We're not going to be able to see it once it's back on. I've managed to clean the cone, but yeah, this glue ain't coming off. So, yeah. So let's just move on to, let's do this bottom bit. Like I said, that glue stain isn't coming off, but we might be able to get these tape marks off it. So, same again, just light scrubbing with a toothbrush and a bit of soapy water. The more I do things like this, the more I begin to despise sellotape. I swear to God, sellotape is good for... Well, it's good for sealing envelopes. Because nowadays you buy an envelope if you want to send a letter, because I'm old-fashioned sometimes. and the glue on the envelope never fucking works. So I use sellotape to hold it down. Oh, and it's good for wrapping presents as well. So you use it a handful of times a year. Don't use it for repairing your electronic devices, because, well, you're just a git if you do. Right. A little bit more water. Let's see if we can get this clean. What's this side looking like? This side, the plastic is thankfully nice and smooth, with the obvious exception being the tuning knob, which needs a clean. It has the edges of it are textured, so this will be another nice and careful, even more careful than the other side. I'm just going to hold it down. I'm just going to brush. That's it. Holding it down and brushing away from the circuit board. Again, if a little amount of water does get onto it, it's not at the end of the world, because the battery's out and we can dry it out. The only bit that I will be really worried about getting wet will be the microchip in the middle, but the rest of it should be okay with a little dampness as long as we dry it out properly. Okay. Alright, that's not too bad either. Again, not perfect, but see, when I do things like this, I don't always go for perfect. Apparently because I think it's an element of diminishing returns, really. You will end up doing more and more work, and in some cases, especially if you say working on a car, spending ever-increasing amounts of money, but not really seeing anything back. You know, the results will start to get smaller and smaller for the amount of money that you're spending. So I don't think it's going to get any cleaner. So I think it's time to start popping this back together now. So we're going to find our plastic glue to begin with. Actually, we'll start by putting the back cover on and getting the aerial back in. The aerial, I was going to do something about the bits that are missing. I don't think I'll bother now, because it's not quite the same black as the other bit of metal. So if we just put it on, it looks worse on one side than the other, so we'll put it on that way around. And it's still reasonably clean as well, so we're just going to screw that back on. So yeah, let's just get the cover back on. Make sure I've got this the right way around. Put the aerial in first, because it has a little, I don't know if you can see it there, a little bit that it sits into, and the screw has to go through it. So we shall get it to go back together. Go. Right, first screw holds the antenna in place. Line that up properly. Again, just the weight of the screwdriver, doing it up finger tight. Make sure that works. Yep, that's not going anywhere. Good. And the last one was this whopping great behemoth. Again, just use the weight of the screwdriver. Just do it up finger tight. The head is a bit worn on this, so a little bit of downward pressure towards the end. I'll do it finger tight. Excellent. Right. That's not going anywhere. Looking a lot nicer. Out from the front. Fix that in a minute. Yep.
I get that, no. I miss being right.
Excellent.
So much.
Pop those back out. Okay, right. Let's go and start. We're going to start with the gauge cover. For this, we're going to use just a tiny amount of plastic glue, basically Airfix glue, because it's 2 bits of plastic that we're sticking together. And then we're going to find some clamps and some appropriate glue for the metal and plastic on here. Let's get that done. Right. So this is the glue we're going to be using. I kept calling things Airfix glue earlier. Obviously, other types of model are available, other brands. This is actually from a Humbrol model kit that I've yet to make. Suitable, it says suitable for plastic model kits only. It's a solvent-based cement. Now, I suspect what the last person did that owned this, just got this and just went with it all over. Which, yeah, will have stuck it eventually, but it's also made a fucking mess for me to clean up. So, we're only going to use this for sticking the little fascia back on. At least we would if the fucking thing would open. I think it may have leaked slightly and glued its own lid on. Let's just break it off. Great. There we go. Now this stuff stinks, but I like it. As in, I like the smell. You don't know what I mean. It's difficult to describe. It's just a very strong, chemically glue type smell. Now, I'm not saying... There we go. Just break off all the dry bits of glue. This is the first time I've actually opened this, but clearly it's sprung a leak whilst it's been in storage. Yeah, I'm not saying go out and sniff this glue. But if you don't know what it smells like, the best I can say to you is it's very, very chemically, very gluey. It smells the business. Yeah, and it will do a pretty good job of sticking your fingers together if you give it a chance. So what we're going to do, rather than just squeeze it out onto it, which will just make a mess, we're going to use an old dressmaker's pin. And I'm just going to press it into the end. And the tiniest amounts of glue on it. Yeah, the tiniest amount. And then we're just going to put it on the 4 corners. So when you're using this stuff, less is more. It will ruin whatever you're doing if you use far too much of it. So, of course, being a liquid, if you get it somewhere you don't want it to, you're going to have real trouble getting it back off. So I'm literally just getting a tiniest amount on the tip of this pin and dabbing it onto the corners. It's not like it has to hold any pressure or any weight, so we'll be okay with a small amount. Now, the more I think about it, the more I think we probably could use this glue to stick the little grill back on. The reason being is both things that we're looking to stick together are covered in glue residue, which this will stick to. It will stick to itself. So we might actually try that. The problem is it's come off once, so it will inevitably come off again. So I'd rather use something considerably more permanent. I'm thinking epoxy resin, if I can find my tube of it, because that will stick anything to anything. Once that dries, it is permanent. As in, it will not come up. As in, if you want to then separate the two objects, just go and buy two new ones. So yeah. Right, that's it. That's all you need. Tiny little bit. If anything, I think that might be a bit too much, but never mind. We'll give it a try. If it does sort of... What I'm trying to avoid is I press this in and it pushes it out along this see-through bit or into the gauge. We're trying to avoid that. But if it does, as long as we're quick and clean it off, it should be okay. So, but like I say, it doesn't need any real pressure applying to it. There we go. It's in. You'd never know. So I'm not going to press it down too hard. It has made contact. So there we go. I think they say for this an hour or so for it to stick. Leave it overnight for it to be completely set. So it still looks a little damp. It could well take all day for the ink to dry properly. But we're going to put this to one side for now. Leave it in the sun a bit longer. Because I need to go and find my clamps for it. Because when we glue this down, it's going to have to be clamped in place to get it to stay where I want it to. Because we want to really press it down. So I need to go and find my nice soft clamps. I think they're in the shed. Then again, if anyone actually sees my shed, I may as well be saying I think it's in Narnia. Or I think I stored it in the black hole. Because shit seems to go in there and he's never seen again. Right, another cup of tea and let's go find these clamps. Okay, so back to the old World Band radio. Now, the ink that I was applying to the grill has eventually dried. It's not perfect, it has come off a little in places, but we're not going to go over it just yet. We're going to see how it looks once we get it refitted. I'm thinking once it's back on, there shouldn't actually be that much left to do. So I went looking for my clamps, couldn't find them anywhere. If I had to guess at where they are now, I'm going to have to say in an alternate dimension. But never mind, I ordered some more off good old eBay. Here they are. I've got 4 of these. They were supposed to open to 3 inches in the description. As you can see, they don't come even close. 3 inches should have been more than enough to go around this radio, and they don't get even close. So I'm going to double check the description, make sure it wasn't me that ordered the wrong ones, but yeah, I might have to contact the seller about these. Well, I'm not going to send them back, they're still useful for other projects, but yeah, he might want to amend his description. And we also got this one, you can set it there like that, and you screw that bit in to clamp it on. That gives us more adjustability. We can get the whole radio inside that if we need to. Now, I said earlier, well, I said it several times actually, it's important to get the correct glue. So today, for gluing plastic and metal together, we're going to be using this Gorilla epoxy resin. Now, I've had this tube a while. I have got another tube somewhere. It's probably in the same place as my old clamps. There we go. And yeah, as you can see, it comes in this syringe type packaging, and there's 2 substances in there, and yeah, one's this sort of pale yellowy colour and the other's just completely clear. And what you have to do is you have to mix them together before you apply it. Each one on its own doesn't actually do very much. I don't know how it works, but yeah. But this stuff is, I'd say it's the strongest glue you can buy. I mean, it depends on the application. I mean, if you're gluing, say, 2 bits of wood together, you get wood glue. Even your PVA glue, like you used to use in school, will do a fantastic job of gluing 2 bits of wood together. But if you're trying to glue things like this stuff is good. It does, however, mean that obviously you have to be quite careful with it. Try not to get it on your skin, or don't get it on anything that you don't want to glue to something else. Now, the packaging that it comes in, the plastic bit normally forms like a little tray, a mixing bowl that you can use, and you get a little wooden spatula with it. Christ knows where that's actually gone. Probably the same place as my clamps as well. But there we go. So we've had to improvise. So we've got this old plastic pot that I've fished out of the recycling. And we're just going to use this concave section here in the top to mix it up. And the little wooden spatula, it's like a lollipop stick, really, but a little shorter and a little fatter, that you get with it wouldn't have been suitable for this anyway. We need something much finer. So I'm actually going to use the little metal cable ties that came around the clamps that were wrapped around it, holding it to the rest of the packaging. So I've made them into a little tool like this, and we can just use it to apply the glue in very small amounts, and then we're going to clamp it in place, and then that should be it. So yeah, we'll be able to, the plan is, I don't know if this is coming across on camera, the plan is, if I can clamp it down hard enough, the little concave bit pops back out. I'll show you on this angle, on this camera, because there's better lighting. You can see, if I clamp it in tight enough and then get it to stay there, the dent that's in it should be pushed out and stay out. At least that's the plan anyway. So, let's start off, let's mix up some epoxy resin. Now this says quite clearly on the front, sets in 5 minutes. And they're not lying, you do have to be quick with this stuff. I think the term careful but confident. It's also not exactly cheap. It's about £10 a tube. Now I've had this a long while. There we go. Didn't want to come out. It's coming now. That popping's just air bubbles in the syringe being pushed out. It's not actually making that noise. There we go. It doesn't look like much, but it should do. And you just pull back the syringe, because you don't want glue forming on the nozzle, because you'll never get the fucking thing back out. There's my lid. There it is. And then all you need to do is you stir it up. And you'll notice where you mix it together, it changes colour. It goes this sort of silvery, cloudy colour. That indicates it's good to go. And it's quite thick, and my god does it stink. And it's not like Airfix glue, which has a sort of chemically scent, but you quite like it. This stuff is horrible. As you can see, it's already starting to set, it's starting to clump up. So, we'll get going. And I only want to apply it around these edges along here. So we're literally just going to use the edge of this and just lay it on. As I said, less is more. I mean, the worst thing you can do is put too much on, because you're never getting this off. You can see I gave up trying to get the old plastic glue off that someone used. It just weren't going to happen. But if you can't get that off, you ain't never getting this stuff off. See, this is the problem with it. It sets that quickly, though, that you are going to have real trouble spreading it across the surface if you're not quick. There we go, that's a nice even coating. When this glue dries, it dries clear. And the stuff that I've got sitting in the pot here is already turning clear. One thing it's good for, that I've used it a lot on, is fixing mugs. If you have your favourite teacup, coffee mug or whatever, and it's broken so the handles come off or someone dropped it, a bit of epoxy resin, put it back together. That's the one time when you do need to use a decent amount, however, because you need to get the seal watertight if you're going to use the thing again. It's perfectly safe to use. It's even dishwasher safe once it's set. Obviously, you don't use it before it's set. But yeah, quite a few mugs that I'm quite fond of that got broken. I glued them back together. But you do need to use a lot. Crockery is porous, so it absorbs some of the glue and then you just need more. There we go. Just put that to one side for now. Then all we're going to do is slide this into place like this. Press it down gently. Now you notice, because it's bent, this bit of metal, if you press it down one corner, it comes up at the other. So that's what the clamps are for. So we are going to clamp it on this corner. That's then going to push the other side up, which is fine. So then we're then going to clamp it on this corner as well. These clamps were all of about £3 for 4 on eBay. I think I ordered them Saturday, it's now Wednesday. There we go, I'm just going to clamp that one down. There we are. So that is looking quite firmly in place. I'll just move that one up slightly actually. There we go. And it's clamping down the middle section nicely. And as you can see, if you can see between the clamps, none of the glue has sort of spewed out. We had just the right amount on. It's going to form a nice seal. The bit of the grill is fitting snugly all the way around. I might want that corner to go down a bit more. Let's just move that up. And then allows the middle bit to move up. Typical. Fortunately we have the other clamp. There we are. So that's on. I'm happy we haven't had any spillage. There's maybe a tiny amount coming out the front there, which I'm just going to use this knife to pull away. I'm not going to use a cloth on my finger because then I risk spreading it. I just want to just pull it out of the way. There we are. That's okay. Wipe that off. There we go. So now I've just got to wait for it to dry. That will be set in a matter of, well, it's probably already set pretty firmly. But of course we're going to leave it on. We're going to leave it overnight with the clamps on. Let's pull back on this syringe somewhat. And get the lid on the right way around. There's another little design feature. I don't know if you can see, there's a little cut out on the size of this lid, so you can only put it on one way. That way you're not accidentally mixing a small amount of glue on the lid and rendering the rest of the syringe useless. So if you glue the lid on, you ain't getting it back off. Didn't really have a use for this in the end. Quite happy with that. We might be able to just clamp it on that way actually. Yeah. We'll leave that just exerting a little bit of pressure. Also, it'll help to counterbalance that. There we go. So I'm going to leave that there. We'll leave it overnight. We'll take the clamps off in the morning. Yeah, give it a good 12 hours to set. So yeah, with a bit of luck, tomorrow it'll be a matter of putting the batteries back in. Quick inspection. I've just spotted a bit that I've missed during my cleaning, which I can clean up tomorrow. And the job's a good one. We'll have a nice little video to go on with. Alright, so it is now the next morning. And now, normally I like to leave these things for a day, but we use such a small amount it should have dried. If you're using a lot of this, you want to leave it a bit longer. Now, this clamp was on earlier, but it wasn't doing very much, so I've just taken it off before I started filming. I'm just going to remove these and see how secure it is. In theory, it will be very secure. In practice, fuck knows. So, well, it's not coming off. A nice flush seal. It's not completely uniform, but that's okay. The glue has sort of run out overnight in places, which is a little disappointing. Never mind, we might be able to scrape it off. When this stuff dries, it has an almost plastic feel to it. Just we may be able to just cut this excess glue out. We'll do that later with a proper razor blade. So, yeah. That is looking good. Let's try and get this last bit of dirt off. Last bit of whatever it is. Either Airfix glue or sellotape glue. I think maybe it's Airfix glue from the previous owner. There we go. So yeah, quite happy with that. It's looking good. That's definitely not coming off of there. We've managed to get, I'll show you on this camera, we've managed to get it really flush, so you can't even get your fingernail in behind it to pull at it on any of these edges. I mean, you could down there, I suppose, but it's not coming away. What was that? A bird just randomly threw something at my window. Whatever. Right, okay. Let's see if it works. Oh, I have put the batteries back in already. Wondered where I'd put them.
Sunny's hot-headedness, Fredo's childlike naivety, Michael's cold calculating nature. Catching these characters from the inside out, how they cook and eat and play with their kids and fall in love, bicker with their siblings. They are not prisoners of plot.
I think it's Radio 4 again.
We talked a lot about The Godfather and the way it's intimate as well as epic.
Take away the crime element. The Godfather is a classic immigrant story. It's the newcomer to America, and it's his journey.
Alright. Now, at this point we could keep going. We could keep trying to get this bit perfect and this bit, you know, but we're at the point where you're into diminishing returns now. There's, you know, the few small surface scratches. I haven't been able to get 100% of the dirt out of this tuning knob here. But I think to restore something back to 100%, you're kind of stripping it of its history. I've got a few vintage air guns, and I will do work on them. I'll get them working properly as well as they can. But some people go down the route of replacing the stock or, you know, completely refinishing it, and they want it to be absolutely, you know, factory condition. No, I don't like that, really. I like things to have history to them. So this is looking nice. I'm happy with how it is. We didn't manage to get this grill completely flat, but it's certainly looking a lot nicer than when I first got it. Because it's actually attached correctly. So yeah, we're going to find a nice spot to put this. Yeah, and then I've got myself a nice little AM/FM radio for when I'm working. Lovely. So the spot I have picked out for it is this, my little writing corner. Writing is one of my other hobbies. Sometimes it's nice to just sit down and write something. Either do it on a laptop, or if you want, you can do it by pen and paper. So I have this little corner here for it. I don't really make any videos about my writing. It's hard to make an interesting video about someone sitting down and writing something. But it is quite peaceful to sit down here sometimes. So, I mean, in there you can see I've got various bits and bobs, old-fashioned stationery, etc. In here we have my old style fountain pen with the blotting ink. Sometimes it's nice just to sit down. So yeah, and the radio is going to go in this neat little space I've got here for it. So we'll move the chair out of the way. It's going to go right here. It just happens to fit perfectly under this bookshelf. So we shall extend the aerial. It's going to slot in there like that. There we are, nice and safe, nice and secure, and if I'm sat here late at night I can just flick it on.
I'm really interested in tension, held and
listen to the
sustained
radio.
tension in film. How you construct it.
The noise, by the way, is the dogs playing. Give up, animals! So yeah, that's it. That concludes this radio restoration series. Little radio, quite a bit of work, but there she sits. Nice little spot. Now, as I said, I do have other sources of entertainment. I mean, I've got, you can see down the corner, I've got a Google Nest in there. But sometimes it's nice just to have a quiet radio on the go. So, yeah. And I just like doing stuff like this. So that pretty much concludes this radio restoration. I'm going to, at some point, get back to my other radios that I'm working on. But for now, all that remains to be said is thank you for watching. One last thing before we go. I finally figured out what this is for. I didn't have to do any research into it. It turns out all you have to do to figure this out is read it properly. Now, when you look closely, I still haven't worked out why this map of the world is the wrong way round. I mean, why Australia is over here, and you've got North and South America here, and then that looks like Africa. Then Christ knows what all this is meant to be up here. Don't know why it's such a weird way round, but that's what it is. But it's here, GMT, and it's your different time zones, and this is how they're divided. Now, obviously, if you look on a globe, these would be straight lines going round, but of course, they're not always like that, because if you have a city that falls just on one of these lines, well, you're not going to have half the city in one time zone and one in the other, so, you know, they'll just pick one. So they're not perfect lines, but yeah, that just helps you work out, say if you're going travelling with something like this, which I suppose is what these little radios were originally for, this helps you work out what time zone you're going to be in, because of course shortwave radios don't transmit 24 hours a day. You have to be able to work out when they're going to be transmitting, and say BBC World Service, its schedule runs according to British time, GMT. But if you're somewhere else, you're going to need to work out what time it is if you want to catch it. And then these bottom figures are just your frequency ranges. They match up with what it says here on the front. So FM 88 to 108. Yep, makes sense. Medium wave 530 to 1600. Yep, and then the same with your shortwave bands there. So yeah, no great mystery, just had to read it properly. So yeah, thank you for watching. So here I am, happily working away. This is my view out the window. And you can see a little bit of wind. It's a little bit cloudy. It's otherwise a reasonably nice sunny day. That is, of course, until we go to the bedroom, which is on the front of the house. Somewhat different story. It's fucking lashing it down out the front of the house. I mean, what, do the clouds just stop at some imaginary barrier that's off my ceiling? Fucking weather.
Hello and welcome to the part 2 of this General Electric radio restoration. In case you've missed part 1, I will include a link in the description to it. Now, we are going to be finishing it in this video. I'm not planning a part 3 at all. It's gone on long enough as this project already. I actually made part 1 quite some time ago now, but for various reasons, waiting for parts, not having the time, having to work, etc., I've finally got around to finishing off the project. Anyone who has been following will know that I do have a second version of this radio. There's a few small differences to it. I bought it as spares and repairs. It does work, but I've worked out that it's pretty much beyond saving. So I have something really rather different in mind for that. You'll just have to wait and see what exactly that is though. But for now, I hope you enjoy this part 2, and thank you for watching.
Now, I'd say we're pretty much there with it. I do want to do a bit more cleaning on it, give it the old toothbrush treatment around some of these knobs here, the little bits that I couldn't get to. And we also want to try and salvage some of the parts from this other one that I bought on eBay, specifically the antenna, the aerial. There's not much else I actually need for it. So yeah, once it's all nicely cleaned up, put back together properly, we're going to try and get this metal strip off and straighten it out and then re-glue it properly, because at the moment that's letting it down somewhat. It's got a nasty kink in it right there, and then that should be it. It works, well, at least it works when you put the battery back in it. So yeah, with it all nice and shiny. I've yet to find a label for this top part, but that can come later. So yeah, and then it can be, we can go and find a nice place to display it. And at some point I'm going to figure out how to get these bloody stickers off of this as well, because they're just pointless. There's no point keeping them on there. So put that to one side for now. This one that I bought, I've come to the realisation that it's not beyond saving, but I don't think it's going to be worth saving. No matter what I do to it, it will never be in pristine condition. It'll never be as good as the other one. I mean, I don't know if this is coming across on the camera, but even this bar has a dent in it. It's got, you know, it's obviously had something whack it on the top. The case is in pretty poor condition. I'm going to put some lights on here. The case is in pretty poor condition. It's warped. I don't know if it's been crushed or melted or something, but yeah, it doesn't fit together properly. The gauge is discoloured. The knobs are falling apart. It's never going to be as nice as it once was. And I haven't been able to find any other examples of this, so any parts that it needs, I'm not going to be able to find. It seems to work. At least there is life in it, but the wire at the back where the antenna attaches has broken away. There should be a cable attached there. Well, it's that, but even if you touch that to it, you still don't seem to get any FM signal. And I figured out what this iron rod is for. That's your AM receiver. So one of these coils will do medium wave and the other will do long wave, but it's all broken up and knackered, so you're never going to get a good signal on this ever again. I'm not going to throw it away. I do have plans for this project which are going to be subject to another video. I don't know if that's quite going to qualify as old tech revival, because I'm basically going to be cannibalising what I've got, but I don't believe in wasting stuff, so there's still some good bits and bobs in here. But yeah, it's not going to be a radio in its original form anymore. So yeah, we'll put that to one side. The one thing I do want off it though is the aerial. I do want that going in the other radio, because as you can see, it's intact, as the other one appears to have been broken off at this point right here. So yeah, we're going to get this unbolted, transferred across to that, and then we're going to focus as efforts on the original one and getting that finished. So we'll do a spot of time lapse now. is not proving easy to remove. For some reason they've put some, looks like paint, along the threads of this screw. It's stopping me from undoing it. And it's also sitting too close to this plastic for me to get a proper span around it, so I'm having to use 2 sets of pliers to try and undo the fucking thing. It's proving to be quite the pain in the arse. There we go. That is the antenna. That bit just screws in there. That goes along the top. See if I can show you on this one. That's what I mean. There's a little bit of it on the nut as well that I've just had to take off. Some sort of Loctite or glue or something. It's obviously designed to stop this from unscrewing on its own. It's moving pretty freely now, but yeah, made it a bit of a pain in the ass. Hope I don't have that with the other one. That's going to be even harder to remove because that's actually still attached to the rest of the radio. But that is the back cover free at least as well. I will put the remains of the other aerial back in here, but I'm not going to do anything to attach them. I'm just putting them back in for aesthetic purposes. So let's put that to one side. Time for a touch more time lapse as I take this one apart as well. Thankfully, it appears it does not have the Loctite. I'm assuming it's Loctite. The weird substance around it. So this should hopefully be a little easy to undo. Although there is a nice little spider's nest right next to it, which we shall clean out as soon as we get this undone. Oh, look at that, it's coming straight off. Oh, there we go. There we have it. That's that back cover free as well. Excellent. Yeah, that's what it attaches with. That's the wire that's broken on here. There must be different models though, because the wires are different. And they appear to be routed differently on this one. Or maybe it's just that I took them out of the way earlier. But yeah. There's something else that's broken. Look, this plug here, what's that for? External aerial FM. It's supposed to go from here into there, and that's, yep, that's broken off as well. Yes, the old one's had a bit of a battering. Never mind. Just there's any remains of any spider in there. But we can go. Okay, so I'll put this one back in. So we'll put that one on there, and then this attaches over it, followed by a little nut. And then we have this little retaining pin on the end which stops the aerial being pulled all the way out. I'm sure when these were being made, there was I don't know, probably a specific setting that they had to have them on. They had to be so tight so that they knew they weren't going to come loose. But for the purposes of this, just going to nip it up with the pliers. Other than that, it's going to be pretty much finger tight. See, if I do it too tight, I'm not going to be able to move the aerial in and out, which I don't want. I don't want it to be loose though. That should do the trick. That's not going anywhere. Interestingly, that's made them a bit loose now. But never mind. That now lifts up to there. It does plop back down slightly. Never mind, you can always just angle it. There we are. Now we now have an extension. Or an extending antenna. Proper one. For the old girl. That's what we like to see. So let's slot this back together. There we are, looking good. We can now extend the aerial all the way up. It's quite a large aerial as well. And once it is extended, you can just fold it over, keep it there. It's a bit looser than I wanted it to be, but yeah. Tightening it any further was proving impossible, so you just can't get any purchase on it. But that'll do, mate. It doesn't have to be perfect. Just has to work. So let's put that in there. Let's put the battery in it and see if we get any better signal. The little stick I still need to reattach. I'll do that in a second. Let's give it a go. Hopefully I don't end up with any more ridiculous copyright claims for fixing the radio like the last video. For fuck's sake. Fucking copyright trolls.
Simon Leeds, hi, currently sitting at the University Library, composing It's much easier to get through the morning with Classic FM, so...
It's on Classic FM.
Classic FM, for a truly good morning.
Listen on your radio and on Global Player. Weekday mornings from...
Seems okay. Classic FM were one of the stations that issued me a bloody copyright claim last time. Well, not them exactly. They were playing a piece of music from Saving Private Ryan, which the studio then thought it would try and claim. Which is just balmy, but there we go. That's pretty damn good now, actually, with a decent aerial on it. Right, that's enough of that. Now we're going to take the battery out and we'll carry on with the cleaning. Alright, touch more time lapse and then we should be done. Okay, so as we did earlier with the World Band radio, hot water with mild dish soap, trusty toothbrush. We're not going to go mad because this is pretty clean anyway, but we just want to try and get the insides of these knobs clean and the little bits that we can't quite get to in this sort of grill at the front. Again, don't want to put too much on because it's another paper speaker cone behind here, but yeah, if we can get it looking well at least clean, then we should be onto a winner. And we're going to find a way to get this metal strip off, probably just run a razor blade under it to take it off, then we can straighten it out, glue it back down. So yeah, let's make a start We shall start from the top, I think. Let's do these bits that were proven difficult last time. Getting there. Again, some of the marks on these knobs are proving extremely difficult to get out. I think I'm probably going to end up doing more harm than good if I'm not careful. What I don't want to do is rub off these little black lines. Well, if I rub them off partially, then it'll look terrible, and then I'll have to rub them off completely. I'd rather they just stayed where they are, if I'm perfectly honest. Also, I could just time-lapse this with no sound and actually listen to some of my own music rather than doing this in silence and risking another fucking copyright troll coming along. Let's do that instead. Alright, slightly weird third camera angle now. The camera on this side has died, which is somewhat disappointing. Yeah, it's just turned itself off at 13% battery, which is just fucking wonderful. So yeah, that's currently on charge. Don't know why it turned itself off at 13% and not at, say, 1%, but whatever. I think the battery in it might be fecked. But it is coming along nicely, at least. It's coming clean in places. These knobs are looking a bit better. Even the toothbrush isn't working on some of it. It's got this weird greasy sludge on it. All I can think is it's been kept somewhere damp and dirty at one point, this radio. I'm actually having to use my fingernails to take it off. But it's coming along. So I'm just going to do a bit along this grill, razor blade this metal strip off so it can be straightened out. But yeah, it's coming along nicely. Got the stickers off also with the razor blade, so we've just got to try and clean the glue off them. So yeah, we'll do that. Should come off reasonably easy actually. Yeah, alright, so we'll keep time lapsing until it's done. Getting there slowly. Got the strip off. As you can see, it's just full of glue behind. That'll be alright. We can scrape that out. And we'll put some more in. Which looks like it should come off nice and easily. Yeah, that should come out. Get a screwdriver or something into that. Take that straight out. Let's just use this actually. Yeah, got it off. Just need to straighten it out basically before we stick it back in. I think there's always going to be a mark where that's been badly kinked, but can't do a lot about that. But at least we can get it stuck back down properly. Get it flattened down, it'll look a lot nicer. Just need to get all the glue off the back of it and all the glue out of here, and then it should stick down nicely. So let's carry on. I've decided I hate glue. Fuck glue. Okay, let's glue this down. It's as straight as it's going to get, but I'm thinking if we glue it down all the way along, it should help it stay flat. Can't get that mark out. It's actually marked to the metal, but never mind. So yeah, let's do that. As you saw in the other video, if you've watched it, the Restoring the World Band video, we're gluing plastic to metal. So we're going to be using the old epoxy resin again. Seems to work the best of all the glues that I own when it comes to gluing bits of metal together. As you can see, I haven't been able to get all of this glue out. I could keep going, I could try sanding it, but if I'm honest, it's smooth enough that we can push the bit of metal in there, so that will work quite nicely. So yeah, let's make up some resin and let's get it glued down. Knock the table, Stuart, that's brilliant. This is glued down. The glue has come out in places, but we can just wipe it off. Unfortunately, it doesn't stick to skin nearly as well as it does anything else like plastic. So if you do get it, you can just rub it off, it will come off. Obviously try to avoid getting it on your skin. Don't do as I do, do as I say. But yeah, it's looking okay. It's not quite staying down on this corner. We may have to clamp it there, but the rest of it is looking good. Let's get the clamp. Stand this up on its end, and yeah, we'll just position this on here. I have to put the battery cover back on to do this. There we go. That's a lot flatter. It's not perfect if you look really close, but it'll do. Just got to keep wiping the glue away as well. Unfortunately, that does mean we're somewhat limited on how far we can go with this. I'm just giving this a little bit of a scrub out. It is coming clean, although it's taken a while. I think a good polish will be in order on some of these chromed bits once we're done. Should make it look nice. Yeah, that's nice and tight. Haven't yet decided what I'm doing with the frost wire sticker. Right, we're going to put that to one side for at least a few hours. Going to go make some food and have a cup of coffee. And yeah, we'll see if the glue is setting any better after that. Alright, next morning, let's see how the gluing's gone. Still got to glue that down yet, never mind. Let's take this clamp off. Do you know, that's not too bad. It doesn't move anymore. Still not as flat as I would have liked, but never mind. Certainly never fucking coming off again. There's still a few marks on it that we'll have to polish out. But, all in all, it's not looking too bad. Still some dirt in this grill though. That's proven to be a real pain in the ass to clean. Wherever put me... I haven't got any water. Let's just see if I can clean some of this out by hand. Oh, the brush is still slightly wet. Excellent. I think it's actually the bits of glue that I was scraping off have just got caught in all the grills. If I can just brush them out, this will probably look a lot better. Get out. Little shit. It's looking like this strip of metal is an absolute magnet for blemishes and marks. Every last little thing seems to be sticking to it. Unfortunately, it does seem to come off quite easily. Wipe that out. Right, let's find a cloth to polish it with. It's mostly watermarks left on it now. Trusty dishcloth that's never seen a dish. What the hell is rattling anyway? Rattles annoying. Stuff that you can hear rattling is bits and bobs for another project. It's going to be subject of another video later. It's just going to be candle making. True story, I used to work at a Volkswagen dealership in the service department. And of course you dealt with a lot of, well, you dealt with a lot of people that had a lot of different problems with their car. Now, unfortunately, this particular dealership was in a place called Sawston, a small town in South Cambridgeshire. And for some reason, I'd say 95 to 99% of the clientele that came in thought they were God's gift to the earth. They would, yeah, the real stuck-up sort, talk like they've got a pineapple stuck up their ass. You know, they'd be like, there's a problem with the Volkswagen, and people like that. And yeah, I could go on for ages, but I'm actually making a series about this anyway. Stories from the motor trade, and most of it comes from this place. But on the subject of rattles, at least every single day you would have someone bring their car in for its routine service, and you'd talk them through it and yada yada yada, and then just before they go, oh, by the way, there's a rattle, so if that could be checked. Okay, alright, no worries. And at that point your heart just sinks, because you know what's coming. Okay, do you know roughly where it's coming from? Don't know. Okay, like front, back, left, right? Don't know. Okay, we're going to need to try and replicate it to find it. I mean, do you have to be going a certain speed? Is it, does it do it on a motorway, country roads, when you're turning left and right? Anything you can give me at all? No, don't know. I just know there's a rattle. Okay, so you'd put on the job card, check for rattle, and then the technician would come through and say, any more information? I went, nope, I asked all the questions as I always do, and the answer to everything was don't know. So of course he'd drive it up the road, not hear anything, and then just put, yeah, can't find the rattle, need more information. And then the person would come back later and go, did you find the rattle? They're not interested in the fact that their tyres are illegal and the fucking suspension's coming apart. No, did you find the rattle? Well, no, we didn't, we drove it. Oh, you mean you didn't actually look for it? No, we looked for it, but without any information, we didn't have the right lot to go on. We checked it over, we drove it up the road, couldn't find. Oh, it's when you're doing 30 mile an hour on a country road outside my house. Yeah, and it's coming from the back left. Why couldn't you tell me that this morning? That'd have been helpful. Well, you should have checked it properly. That's the sort of shit you had to deal with. And it's not unique to working for VAG Group, Volkswagen Audi Group, although the customers that they attract seem to be just the worst. Yeah, I've dealt with Audi customers, Volkswagen customers, Skoda, Seat. I've done most of the VAG Group, and they're all the fucking same. Yeah, all just stuck up their own arse. And you leave work every day feeling like they're out to get you. And if I'm honest, there's no other conclusion that can be drawn from it, really. Is that these people want to cause problems. Because inevitably then it would be, well, given that you didn't check it properly, I don't think I should be paying my entire bill. And it's like, and that's the game. That's what they've been trying to do all along. So... And then they just sit there and fold their arms, and you'd be like, I'm not reducing your bill. And you go, well, I want to talk to the manager then. And that's how it'd be. And eventually someone in management would cave, and they'd get some money off their bill. Just fraudsters, the fucking lots of them. Anyway, this is coming along nicely. This chrome bit I don't think is ever going to be nice and clean again. I think it's actually, even though it's plastic, it seems to be rusting. Let's try it now. Okay, it's not too bad. Quite nicely. On the top I can't seem to get rid of. Yeah, well, once again I'm sat here doing this in silence. I'm going to time lapse this next bit and put myself some music on. Oh, cleaning is still ongoing. We're into diminishing returns here. It is looking lovely at the front. The sides, though, and the back, and take some work. This sort of glossy black plastic that the rest of the case seems to be made of is just an absolute magnet for dust and marks. Even just handling it and making it worse. But yeah. We'll get there eventually, but it's taking its time. In the meantime, we're going to do something else. We're going to try and reattach this sticker. And I was wondering which way around to do it, but then it struck me. It's that way up on the other one that's still attached. So we're going to put it that way. I'm guessing the idea is you would take it out and flip it over and go, oh, that's the battery that I need. Or maybe that's just the way around that they stuck it on. I suppose if I handle this. Yeah, look, it's that sort of battery. I suppose that is more natural than turning it over. Let's just stick it on, it doesn't really matter that much which way around it is. Going with the trusty Airfix glue. Partly because I can't find my PVA glue. Christ knows where it's gone. And partly because this doesn't feel like normal paper. This feels a little bit waxy. So I'm not confident PVA would actually stick properly. So we're just going to go with this. Don't need much. Even that's probably too much. That's on. It's curling up. The problem with that glue is it doesn't stick as quickly as the epoxy resin. The epoxy resin is sticky pretty much straight away. And anyone who's ever made little plastic Airfix models will know there is a time you stick two bits together, you've kind of got to sit there holding them together for some time. So what we're going to do is we're just going to clamp down the four corners. Seems simple enough. Looks like overkill for a little sticker, but never mind. A bit of excess glue coming out there. Just wipe that off. I'll just put that to one side for now. That should be sufficiently stuck by the time we're finished with the rest of the radio. I'm going to leave the sticker on. I like the sticker, I've decided. Also, the fact that it's still in brilliant condition after all these years means if I take it off, there's probably going to be a load of glue left over. I'm going to scratching up the frame. Nah, leave it on. It's part of this thing's history now. So, I'm going to try some compressed air. I don't think it's going to work. Let's try it anyway. And that has done fuck all. Alright, let's go back into time lapse and let's keep going. Alright, I'm calling it a day on the cleaning. Definitely into diminishing returns here. I'm scrubbing away and it doesn't seem to be making much difference, and if I'm honest, I'm not really enjoying it anymore. This is a hobby, you've got to enjoy your hobbies, so I do think it looks a damn sight better than it did when we started. There's still a few blemishes. This thing at the top just seems to love getting finger marks on it. There's not a lot I can do about that. I've managed to clean up the back and sides. It's never going to be 100%. I could spend hours upon hours upon hours on this and it probably still won't look much better than it does now. And then I'd be miserable, which I don't want. There's enough misery in the world as it is, so yeah. So we're going to call that it. Just got to wait for the lid to dry. Let's see how this glue's doing, shall we? That's okay. We'll give that a few hours, and we'll put it back together. And we've got to find somewhere to display it, and that can be the end of this project. Okay, so the glue is dry enough, the label is on. The black bits you can see are the glue. They will fade over time. The glue does dry clear. You can already see in places it's started to, so I'm not too worried about that. That'll be alright. As that dries, that'll sort itself out. I've done this before with this sort of glue. The radio, I actually quite like. I think it looks quite nice. It's not perfect, but then again, if I was able to get it back to factory condition, I don't think I'd want to either. Yeah, I keep saying it in these old videos, to do that to something just strips it of its history, and that's, you know, what's the point in having something old if it's got no history to it? I'll turn it round. The back of it's looking okay. Just got to pop the battery in. Yeah, and then find somewhere nice to display it. It did have a nice spot in the bedroom, but I've been doing some work in there and that spot's gone now. So we're going to have to find somewhere else to put it. But yeah, so for now, I'm just going to put it back together, test it with the new aerial, but beyond that, all that's left to say is thank you for watching. So quickly, before we go, I did actually finally figure out what BS stands for. It's not an abbreviation for bovine excrement. It actually stands for band spread. And it turns out that back in the day, it's like a stretched out section of the medium wave band. So normally the higher end. And back when you had loads of radios all broadcasting on medium wave, it'd get quite crowded, especially towards one end of the spectrum. So what band spread did was allowed you to spread that out, and then it made fine tuning much easier, because you could move it on normal medium wave by a small amount and end up on a completely different station, which isn't what you wanted. So yeah, they started including this BS band spread to make fine tuning on a crowded wavelengths, yeah, a fair bit easier. Obviously, it doesn't seem to do much now. There's not many medium wave stations left. They've all moved to FM and then DAB and the internet and such like. But yeah, I finally figured out what it's for. Alright, made a bit of space for it on display in the study, where it can still be useful. Fully extend the aerial. Oh. Let's position it over here. There we go. Looking good. Sounding good too. Alright, new rant, and you'll notice I'm not doing this one from my phone like I do all my other rants, and there's a good reason for that, because the rant is about this fucking thing here. Well, actually, it's about why you should never read the instructions. So, bought this microphone because, well, I wanted to start making videos for YouTube, and I wanted something half decent to record on. To date, it has not been decent. Not even close. Lots of background noise, or well, no, it comes across as microphone hiss. I'm thinking,
fuck's sake, this thing's a piece of shit. Really low volume, so I'm having to turn the gains up, but then of course that increases the noise that you're getting. I'm thinking, I'm gonna have to get another one. Don't really have the fucking money for this right now. So I've spent a whole day fighting around with it, various bits of software and all, changing every setting I could find, trying to get rid of the background noise and make it actually record something decent. And after all that, it turns out it was the following the instructions that did the problem. The instructions said to angle the logo, you can just see the white text of it there, up towards you. Use that to angle the microphone correctly, and you want to point the logo at your mouth. Makes perfect sense. You want to put it in properly. You want to be speaking into it correctly. Shouldn't have read the instructions? No. As I'm just testing it, trying to make it work, I'm sat thinking, fucking hell, you know, more noise. Why is it doing this? My phone beeps. Just normal WhatsApp message. Picks that up perfectly. Why has it picked up my phone? This thing it's, you know, a fist away from my mouth, and yet my phone is out of the way. Why has it picked that up so well and not my own voice? Why is my voice so quiet and yet my phone was so, well, relatively loud coming through? Shine a bit of a light through. I take the filter off, shine a light through the grill, and I noticed 2 wires going straight into the diaphragm. And I thought, seems odd. I wonder. Turn it round 180 degrees and it now works fine. You can hear me fine now. That's what you get for reading instructions, really. I read them and it said, put it in this way. Now, I don't know if they've built it the wrong way around. If the diaphragm, the bit inside it should be the other way around. And it is normally. I mean, it is only cheap. I mean, it cost me like 20 quid with all this arm and everything. With it, the only thing I had to buy extra was the phantom power, which I'm now questioning whether or not I actually needed in the first place. So, yeah. I suspect it probably just hasn't been built correctly. But if I hadn't read the instructions and just sort of gone for it, I'd have probably been playing around with the microphone positions and, yeah, wouldn't have had this issue. Never read the instructions. They're fucking stupid. Alright, time for another unboxing and review video, because, well, I actually quite like doing these. It means I get new stuff. So today we are going to be taking a look at this beauty, Hobbycraft mini sewing machine. Now, I bought this, well, I ordered it online actually on the 31st of March, which at the time of filming was last Thursday. It's now Thursday the 7th of March, so it's taken it exactly a week to arrive. It was delivered by Every, which used to be Hermes, as you probably know. It may well have come faster, but I did get an email from Hermes/Every to say it was delayed. Didn't actually give me any further explanation as to how or why it was delayed, but it finally came today. So we're going to have a quick unboxing, see what's in, and then we'll get it all plugged in and see how well it works. Okay, so let's have a look inside. Now, I have to say the box has arrived. It's a bit bashed here and there. I'm sure the stuff inside is probably perfectly alright. It does look like it's already been opened once. I'm hoping this isn't a product that's been returned as faulty and just put back on the shelf and sent out. Or, yeah. But then again, you know, Hobbycraft aren't just an online retailer, they are a high street store or retail park store. So let's have a look in here. As you see, it's reasonably well packaged. It's got this polystyrene on. But yeah, as long as it works, I'm happy. Paid all of £16.50, I think, from memory. So yeah, can't complain too much. Yeah, it should be quite capable. I bought this because, well, I do a lot of sewing projects. I repair my own clothes. I've put various badges and patches on different things, shooting jackets, dog training jackets. So yeah,
But I've always done it by hand. I thought, I want a sewing machine. So I ordered one of these, because I don't do it that often, so I couldn't really warrant the whole lot. So that is the machine. It's smaller than I thought. I mean, to be honest, it does say miniature sewing machine on it. But yeah, for some reason I thought it would be this big, maybe. You know, a little bit bigger than it is, but as long as it does the job, I'm not that fussed by it. So that's it. It did say it comes pre-threaded. It probably needs tightening up a bit. This is probably something I will have to read the instructions on it, but this on its own looks pretty neat. Yeah. Got your little bobbin on here. This arm presumably moves up and down. Yeah. So you rotate this to move it manually. As you can see, its mechanism's working. Won't move it too much just yet. So yeah, on, off, fairly simple push button. This just says L and H, that's presumably that's low and high speed. So yeah, not sure what that is, something to do with the threading or what that is. That's just the top of the needle moving up and down. So yeah, not sure what that does either. Ah right, it moves the little, I can't remember any of my terminology today, the little foot up and down, look. So when you want to rotate the fabric or take it out of something, you would move the foot up, and you move it down, it helps hold it in place. Yeah, I can't remember what it's bloody called now, but never mind. So odd compartment under here, what's that for? Ah, batteries. Obviously not included. I don't remember it saying that in the description. Battery powered sewing machine. That is really quite incredible. I was not expecting that at all. I mean, I thought it was going to be mains powered, but I suppose that makes sense now, actually. If you're travelling around a lot and think you might need to repair some clothing or do a quick sewing project, being able to have a battery powered one that you take with you is quite good. So, yeah, I wasn't expecting that at all. I'm not going to run it on batteries, I'm here in my house, but that's not the point. Okay, so yeah, interesting. Other bits that you get with it, you spare little bobbins, two of them with thread on, black and white. Let's open those out, let's have a look. So yeah, they come with thread already on them. So, and then I've got two spares here as well. And you've got this little doobly-doo. Yeah. I've got about half a dozen of these in my sewing kit, and yeah, never use them, but it's always nice to have another. Get it. Also in the packet, spare needle. Keep that somewhere safe as well. Oh, and you get some more of these needle threaders as well. For hand or machine needles. Yeah, so you just sort of use them to, let's see on this one, I'll bring it up to the camera. So you've got this little bit on the end, it helps you just poke the thread through the needle. I mean, I'm still fortunate enough to have good eyesight, so I probably won't need those, but yeah, I'll give you an extra packet of them as well. Can't complain. Instruction manual, probably won't read it. And then in here we have, what have we got here? So mains adapter, fairly standard. Yeah, output 6 volts. I wonder just how, it's got this high speed, I wonder how high the high speed is actually going to be, given that this is designed to run on batteries. That plugs into the end there. I mean, there's no rush when you're doing something like this, when you're sewing, but still, it does make you wonder. And we'll find out in a minute. And then foot pedal as well. That seems very vague. I'll have to see how that goes. Again, it's a miniature version. But that, as you probably know, it goes on the floor and you use it to control the speed. But normally they're larger. Sewing machines I've used in the past, it's larger. It's almost like a car accelerator pedal. You've got lots of travel. And you get all the way down to the bottom and things really ticking along. That, here you can see, you get that much travel. I get the feeling that's not going to be a potentiometer of sorts. I think that's just going to be a straight on-off switch. But we'll find out. It was less than 20 quid for a whole sewing machine. You get all this gear with it. I can't complain too much if one part of it is cheap. Yeah. Nice length of wire. That just plugs into there like that. Right, that's pretty much all you get. That's a bit battered, that's a little concerning, although nothing seems to be broken. Suppose we'll find out in a minute. So that's what you get in the box. So far looking good. We're going to find an extension cable, get it all plugged in, find a couple of bits I want to sew together, and we'll see how well it does. Alright, so we've had a chance to have a proper look at this now and figure out how it all works. Fairly standard sewing machine stuff, really. This little thing on the top that I didn't know what it was is for putting your thread spindles on. So you pull that bit up, like that, and then you can just drop your thread on the top there like that. It has two options for threading. You can either just bring it straight from here and then it goes through here, 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 up, down, and then down into the needle. Or you can use the side bobbin here. I've left it on that just because it's pre-threaded and it's less effort, although I've been checking it all out. And then you have your little side bobbin down the bottom as well, which feeds in from the bottom. This little thing here is called a pressure foot. And yeah, like I said, it just goes up and down like that. Now, believe it or not, I've gone against my own advice and I've read the instructions. Quite interesting. It looks like it is going to be all or nothing. There's going to be no variation in speed from this foot pedal, which is what I was half expecting. Looks like you have, choice of this, high or low. Now, interestingly, the instructions seem to imply, and we're going to give this a go in a minute, that when you're on either mains or battery power, without the foot pedal, you pick your speed, and then as soon as you press the on button, it goes, and it will just run and run and run until you stop it. Which is interesting, really. I'm not sure how they figured that was necessarily safe, but yeah, that's an interesting way of doing it. Or you can, of course, just turn this. The machine will work fine, you just keep turning it and the needle will slowly move up and down, but that takes forever. Who wants to do that? But with the foot pedal plugged in, this top plug here, it actually says you then have to make sure that the switch is in the off position before you use it. So it looks like this foot pedal is just a switch that overrides this switch. It was very clear if you're putting the batteries in or plugging it in, that has to be in the off position before you do it, because presumably as soon as it gets power, if that's in the on position, it's just going to go. I've never known any sewing machine to be like that. It will, that will just run as soon as it's got power if you're not careful. That seems quite dangerous. I mean, this isn't the most powerful machine in the world, but you do not want to have your finger under that needle whilst it's running, because it will just sew your finger to whatever is there. And there'll be blood everywhere, and the needle will break off, and then you'll have to go to hospital with a foreign object stuck in you, which is always fun.
Well, shit.
But then again, it's extremely cheap, and it's clearly designed for, portable, compact use. You would, take this camping with you or something like that if you want to do some sewing in a field or, anyway, whatever. So yeah, it's quite an odd little machine. So I'm going to put the camera down somewhere now. We've got a little something that we want to sew. I haven't worked out the exact project. I mean, I know what I want to do in my head, but I haven't got all the materials together yet. We're just going to, yeah, get it plugged in and try it out. All right, here we go. So we'll try it without the foot pedal for now. I've unplugged it because I just want to see if it does do what I think it's going to do, which is as soon as I press this on button, it's going to start going. We'll put it on the low speed setting first. I don't know how fast it's going to start going. And all we're going to do, we've got here a pair of my partner's work trousers. Now, these were going in the bin and or being cut up and repurposed. Because, yeah, we have a new puppy in the house, so you might occasionally hear her making noise in the background. She went through a chewing phase and unfortunately got hold of these pants and chewed them. So, and they've chewed a big enough hole that I can't fix it. If it was just a little rip, I could have sewn it back up, but these are fucked. So, yeah, before they go, or before they get completely cut up, we're just gonna try this out. So, keeping my fingers well away from it for now. Low speed, let's see what it does. Alright. Did exactly what I thought it was going to do, which was start going as soon as you press the button. I'm still a bit flabbergasted by that, because sewing machines are dangerous. They are, Archer, yes. Sewing machines are dangerous, or they can be dangerous. Just snip this off so we can get it out. So you do have to be careful around them. So if you were thinking of teaching your kids to use a sewing machine, I would not recommend this. I know it's small, it's basically child size, but I won't say that's safe. That being said, these are, well, they say denim on them. They're that sort of thin, stretchy denim. That's not half bad. I'll show you on the other camera. This is going to be a better light. So it struggled a bit. I struggled a bit on the hem, on the seam here, but then again the thickness of the fabric doubles. That's some pretty neat stitching. It's gone all the way through. That's not coming apart either. I mean, I could get hold of that and really wrench it, but it's still not budging. That's pretty good. Alright. Let's do another run. We'll put it on the high speed setting this time. Let's see what it does. And then we'll try out the foot pedal the same way. Alright. That hasn't done anything. I must have, the threads come out of the needle, that's why. That's probably my fault. Let's try that again. Alright, let's try that again. I've rethreaded the needle. I don't actually know why it came undone in the first place. Probably because I just pulled this out. But we'll see if it comes out again on this one. Plug it back in. I'm still a bit perplexed and somewhat surprised at the way this works. You just press the button and it goes at full speed. That's why I unplugged it to rethread it. It just feels dangerous. But whatever. So let's just try it again. Put that in there. Press your foot down on full speed. Okay. Just snip that off nicely. Okay, so looks to have done the same again. This was the first one, and this is the second one on high speed.
Archer!
There's, I don't know if you can see that on the camera, the stitching does appear to be slightly tighter, as in closer together, on the low speed one, but all in all, that's pretty good. And again, if I can get a hold of these, it's not going anywhere. What I should do with all this loose thread, that's just where I've fed it in and it's started going. That should be easy enough to tidy up. Alright, so yeah, it works pretty well. So let's get the foot pedal plugged in and see how that does. See, the thing itself is so lightweight as well. Normally these are big heavy things that you put down, but again, I suppose I shouldn't be too critical of it. It was dirt cheap. Some people spend hundreds, even thousands on the really fancy sewing machines. This was £16.50, so can't complain. So we'll do the other trouser leg, put it back to low speed to begin with. Put this down. Now it's in the off position, and we're just going to put his foot on this. Alright, so yeah, it's exactly as I thought before. Snip that off. The foot pedal is just an on-off switch, it's not a potentiometer. And yeah, it's just stitched it perfectly well again. Yep, that's good. Okay, we'll do one more on high speed. Needles come unthreaded again. I don't know if that's something I'm doing or if it's just the machine. I suspect it's me. I'm probably pulling it out when I'm taking the fabric out. It's been a good few years since I last used a sewing machine properly. So just quickly rethread this. Right, I'm going to unplug it if I go anywhere near this needle. Right, yep. Let's try the foot pedal again. Out. Interestingly, it stopped there before it's gotten to the end because the needle came unthreaded again. I'm not sure what to make of that. Now, maybe I didn't put enough through, but yeah, I mean, it's working perfectly fine. Oh, it's not that good. That's quite loose. I've got all this crap at the back as well. Alright, so that stitch hasn't gone very well. Yeah, that's just a loose bit of thread. Yeah, I can quite easily just pull that. Yeah. Alright, that hasn't gone very well. We need to figure out why. Yeah, I've basically just pulled that straight out and it's like it was never even there. Alright, that's not gone very well. Let's rethread this. And let's do it as it says in the instructions. Alright, okay. That's the needle rethreaded properly. Let's try it again. And what I'm going to do this time is just keep on going and just see how long it will stitch for. So, yeah. Pull that down. Foot pedal. Let's go. Pull that free. Oh, not quite. Alright, it's all still threaded in nicely. I don't know what all this crap is around the back. I think it's just where it's getting tangled up on itself. The needle's it's unthreaded itself again. Alright, rethreaded. Let's try again. I don't really get what's going on here. Why are we getting all this loose crap on it as well? Let's just trim it off. Let's go again. The stitching is nice and tight this time. It looks good on both sides too. So I'll try again. See what it does now. Plug it in, that might help. No, it's got itself in a tangle. Let's just snip this loose. See if we can carry on. Just a loose bit of thread. Alright. Pressure foot up. Let's try. So yeah, so say I'd finished. I want to pull that right out. Let's snip it off there. So there's now plenty of loose thread there. Let's say I wanted to do the next piece. Let's see if it runs out of, if it unthreads the needle again. So, alright, go. Alright. Seemed to keep working in. I think what I was doing was not pulling it out far enough. It seems to need an amount of thread loose at the back. That would be why the instructions said give it 25 centimeters. As long as you pull it out far enough, when you're done, it stitches quite nicely. And they're all staying in place quite nicely too. So yeah. It does mean you get these loose ends, but then again, if you stitch all the way to the end, you can just snip those off. It's certainly not coming apart at the ends anyway. Alright. They do give you quite a decent amount of thread on these bobbins as well. If I just take this one out, still loads on there. Can't complain with the amount that they give me. I'm not going to try doing it bobbin versus top thread because well, I don't really see what difference it would make. It's either just coming from there and going through or coming from there and going through the same place, so we're not going to bother with that. But yeah, I'm quite happy with that. Like I said earlier, we've got quite a big project lined up for this, well, two in fact. I'll make videos about those as and when I do them. So yeah, I'm quite happy with this. It does the job. It's not the fastest machine in the world, even on its highest setting, but it doesn't need to be. Sewing is a slow job. So I think you get a decent amount of equipment with it. You get all these spare bobbins, thread, needle threaders, spare needle, wasn't it? I mean, it did say it came with those, but they could easily have not included all that for the price. Yeah, we've gotten to the bottom of the needle unthreading itself. It seems that's my fault. I just need to learn how to use it properly. First impressions, pretty impressed. I'm still in just complete disbelief about the workings of it. The fact that if this is in the on position, as soon as you put the batteries in it or plug it in, it's going. Like I said, sewing machines can be dangerous. If you get your hand or your finger in there, it will go through your finger, and that is really quite a painful injury. And the thing is, it won't just go through it once, it will keep on bloody sewing your finger until the needle breaks, but then it will just keep on going. So, yeah, a sewing machine that just goes at whatever speed you've set it to, as fast as it possibly can, as soon as it gets power, it's a new one on me. Yeah. So, yeah, I mean, if you're looking to get into it, if you're looking to get into the hobby, but you don't want to splash out on a massive amount straight away, the more expensive sewing machines, I'd definitely recommend it as a starter machine. Or if like me, you very rarely do things like this and can't really justify having a larger sewing machine, I'd also recommend it, but just be careful with it. That's yeah, it's quite a peculiar little way of working, that. I wouldn't recommend it for teaching kids for that very reason, the fact that it will just go. And I'd also recommend, if you ever have to do any work like rethread the needle or do anything that involves putting your fingers here that isn't sewing, unplug it or take the batteries out, because I mean, you only have to touch this or lightly touch the foot pedal and it's off. So yeah, it doesn't have any other real safety features on it. That's pretty much all there is to it as well. There's no other features, no different stitching patterns. It has this button in the end. I'm not sure what that's for. I wonder if that's a reverse button. Let's try one more stitch quickly. There's my pedal gone. So, that seems to pop in and out, but I don't actually know what it does. It doesn't seem to do anything other than hold this knob in. I thought that might be some sewing machines, they can go in both directions, so when you reach the end you go backwards and forwards a few times to make sure the end doesn't get pulled out, but that doesn't seem to do anything in particular. It does pop out. It doesn't actually seem to do anything. Let's see what the instructions say about it. It says it's a bobbin winder. Okay, if you say so. Do I put that? Ah, alright, that's clever. These little bobbins fit on the end. So I suppose if you need to wind one of these, that was one of the things you have to use. You don't have to use these on the top, but you do have to use one in the bottom. I was thinking, if you have to transfer your thread from one of these to one of these, that's going to be a pain in the arse. But that's quite clever. This little thing pops out, you stick that on the end, and then I suppose you just run it without any thread in, and it winds it in. Quite clever. Not a reverse switch, but yeah. That won't stay in now. Oops. Oh dearie me, that's buggered it. No, you have to twist it slightly whilst it's in. I see. Right, okay. Twist it while it's out and it locks it. Oh, okay, well, yeah, there we go. We've discovered another clever little feature. It's another plus point for the machine. Let's take that back out of there, shall we? Wind it back up. All out. So, yeah, so I was summarising once before I got distracted. So, I was saying, good machine, good for beginners, but not children, just because of the safety factor. I can't believe the way it's made. It will just run as soon as it has power if you're not careful. It's not variable speed, but it's not that fast anyway, so you should be able to handle it with very little practice. But all in all, I'm impressed with it. Like I said, less than 20 quid with postage, £16.50 to buy it in stores, I believe. And yeah, it's clearly quite a capable machine. It's just been sewing some thin denim. It's done all that. that line's just because that's me. It does normally go in a straight line if you're not farting around with it. All of this is just loose thread that you can cut away. That's, the machine isn't doing anything wrong there. So, yeah. Quite happy with that. You'll be seeing more of this machine. Once we get some more of my projects going, there'll be videos about it. Other than that, I'm quite happy with that. Alright, so I thought I'd just quickly demonstrate this bobbin threading tool on the end. I realised I found it at the end of the clip a few seconds ago. But yeah, I was going to pack this away. I thought, no, I'd best demonstrate it. So it's here on the end. I'm just unthreaded the needle. I'm just going to move the thread out of the way. It's easy enough to rethread it. You basically just follow it round. And I'm going to take the bobbin out of the bottom as well. Just pull the thread through. Just because according to the instructions, this is all going to be moving, but I don't want it just tangling itself up in a load of threads. So just to take your threads out of the way. Now, it came with, obviously this one already threaded, this one as well in the bottom. They are the same bobbin all the way around, so there isn't top and bottom ones other than where you put them. Put that on there. So it came with 2 white ones already in it, and then you get another black and white one in the box, and then you get 2 empty ones. What I'm going to do is we're going to do one in this sort of light brownish colour. The reason being is that's the colour thread I want to use for the first project we've got lined up. So we're going to start with this, and all it says to do is, if you can find the end of the thread that you've already got, there it is. Right, there we go. Just had to find the end and pull it out. So pop that on the top, and you have these little direction indicators here showing you which way around it's going to go. So we're going to stick that on the end there. Now this does lock out. So yeah, I'm just going to shove that on there. And then according to the instructions, all you do is sort of wrap it around a few times. I say according to the instructions. I skimmed the instructions. And then as that turns, it will pull the thread from there to there. So plug it in. The foot pedal's already plugged in as well. I'm not going to use my foot. Let's just see what it does. So yeah, it's going to pull the thread from there down to there, in theory. Let's see. So it's doing it. Right, so it's on its highest setting, and this is about as fast as it'll go, which I suppose is fast enough. It's doing a reasonable job. This bit's come loose where I've wrapped it up. That's not much of an issue, really. You can just, I don't know, wrap it back round. But it is only threading it on one side. It's slowly making its way up, but I wonder if it's actually going to do it evenly. So we'll keep going and see how it does, and you can watch it at that angle. That should be actually way more than I need. Take that off of there. We'll just snap it off. There we go. So there we have it. I mean, that will work. I don't know if you can see. It's not exactly the tightest of threading, and I wonder if it's perhaps going to start getting stuck as it's unravelled. But yeah, there's way more on there than I actually need. So yeah, it's good that they've included that, because it saves me doing it by hand. But time will tell whether or not that's going to start getting tangled up on itself. I'm not going to do the other one, because I don't know what colour I need yet. I was thinking of putting some red on, but yeah. one of the projects I've got lined up is quite a big one. I'm going to need many different types of thread, different colours of thread, so I don't want to go winding all my bobbins up fully. But you can just sort of see, if I hold up one of the pre-threaded ones, this one came pre-threaded, and you can see it's all nice and even, quite tightly round. This one not so much, it's all quite loose, so yeah, we'll see. I picture that causing issues later, but we'll find out once I start doing proper projects with it. Okay, so for those of you that haven't been paying attention, let's summarise. Start off, I mean, the most obvious thing, value for money. It is £16.50 for a fully functioning sewing machine. Can't fault it for that. Brand new. Yeah, I mean, they do this as a bundle. You get a number of other accessories, extra threads and various needles and all the stuff that you'd need to start a sewing kit. They do a bundle for it for 40 quid. I didn't go for that because I don't need it. I've already got a large sewing kit. So yeah, just the bare machine like you've seen today, £16.50. I mean, I'm looking at the Hobbycraft website now. The next machine down, I've set it to low to high, is 40 quid for one of their MIDI machines, but it's not actually available. They do like a kids version of this that's also 40 quid. Again, comes with a number of other accessories. You get like a little tin for keeping all your bits and bobs in, and a load of other materials for it. Looking at it, it appears to be this, but these buttons are in some sort of different configuration here. I'll put a picture of it on the screen now, and it looks sort of like an extra bit at the bottom. But that just appears to be an extra bit of plastic, and there's a safety guard over the needle here, which yes would be necessary for this machine, but other than that it looks to be the exact same product, just slightly different in the button department. So I mean, I would not recommend this for kids at all, and if that your so-called kids bundle works the same way, yeah, definitely need to be very heavily supervised with it, even with that safety guard. I mean, if they're putting the batteries in it and this on switch is, just in, and it doesn't look that different, that's off, that's on. As soon as they put that battery in, it's going to start going. If they're handling it like this, putting batteries in, got the finger in the needle, look, yeah. So yeah, they do that. And the next actual one after that, they're all 50 quid plus. And they do their MIDI machine in all different colours. I don't really know why they're different prices, but there we go. And yeah, then they go on from that. The most expensive one on there is 900 quid, and it has Wi-Fi. I don't know why your sewing machine needs Wi-Fi, but it does. So yeah, value for money, can't fault it, brilliant. £16.50 for a whole sewing machine. Can't do any better than that. Quality, well, I mean, I keep saying it. It's £16.50 for an entire sewing machine. You can't expect too much. I mean, it is finished in this sort of... It's not flimsy. I mean, this is quite solid, but it does feel cheap, does the plastic, even though it's quite solid construction. There's no flex in any of this. It's this sort of slightly off-white colour plastic as well. So, but yeah, I mean, the things with the winding of the bobbin, that doesn't really seem to work properly. The whole thing about having all this extra thread coming out, well, and these buttons move around a bit. And I would have liked variable speed as well, especially with the foot pedal. It doesn't make much sense really to necessarily use the foot pedal. I mean, I probably will, but yeah, if I've got an on-off switch here, I don't really see what the foot pedal gives me if it isn't variable speed. I mean, it can't be that difficult really. I've been looking at it, and all it is a switch in a little plastic foot pedal, and you press it. Well, how hard is it to make that a potentiometer that then just regulates your speed? It doesn't seem that difficult. But, yeah, again, I can't say you can complain about the quality for the price. It's perfectly good. Obviously, time will tell. We're going to do one project tomorrow, which will be subject of another video, and then we've got quite a big one lined up, which will be subject of yet another video later down the line. If it makes it through both of those, then we'll say, yeah, good quality bit of kit. So, but for the time being, yeah, I'm gonna say good quality for the price. Features, well, I mean, it doesn't really have any. It sews in one direction. It doesn't have a reverse button. It doesn't do patterns. But you paid £16.50. So what do you expect? It sews. That's all it's there for, really. I mean, it's got everything you need on it. You've got your little pop-out spindle here for using all your different threads rather than just rewinding a bobbin every single time. You've got this little tool on the end, which granted doesn't work that well, but you know, 2 speed settings. What else do you need, really, for basic sewing? So yeah, it doesn't have much in the way of features. Granted, it does come with a foot pedal, although I've already given my thoughts on that. But again, you paid £16.50 for it. Ease of use, yeah, it's fairly simple, and it's a bit fiddly. You know, having to run your thread through here, through here, through here, through here, through here, through here, and then finally through the needle. And then you've got to put the bottom bobbin in as well. That is fiddly, but that arrangement seems to be fairly standard across all sewing machines. That's just how sewing machines work. So I don't think that's going to be any better on a more expensive one. I mean, maybe you won't have these little things, these little guides that you have to thread it through. They might be a bit easier to use, or it'll be like 3 stages on a better design machine. But it's thread, it's fiddly. Other than that, yeah, it's fairly simple to figure out. You've got lever here, speed, high and low, on and off. Yeah, as sewing machines go, it doesn't really get any simpler than this. So, yeah, I'm struggling to find any real downsides to it that can't be mitigated by the price. Yeah, it's cheap. Yes, it's a very simple machine. Even just the next sort of level up, those MIDI machines at Hobbycraft, I can see have vastly more features. You know, variable speed, different stitching. You know, they can go backwards as well as forwards. You know, if you were to line this up against literally any other sewing machine out there, it would beat it hands down. But that's not the point of it. This is, I mean, it's battery powered, for Christ's sake. This is a sort of thing, even if you're a professional or you do this as a full-time hobby and you've got a big expensive machine that you use day by day, I think I'd still recommend having one of these, just because, I mean, you can take it with you. You know, if you are going away on holiday, staying in a hotel, or, you know, going camping or whatever, you can't take your huge ass machine with you. Well, you can, but they're big and heavy. You can take this with you, you know. Or if you're, you know, if you need to do some clothing repairs whilst you're out and about, if you're carrying this around, yeah, it's perfect. You know, if you're going to be going away for a long holiday and you're quite active, or you know, you're the sort of person that likes to repair their own clothes, then I can't fault it. It's a good thing to have in your kit, you know, alongside a more capable machine for the bigger jobs. So yeah, I can't really fault it on that. The only thing I keep coming back to that I can fault it on is the safety of it. Just the fact that, you know, it's, if that's in and on, it's running, it's going, whether you like it or not. I really do think that shouldn't be there. I mean, you have an on-off switch, yes, but that shouldn't make it go. If you're putting batteries in that, and that's in the on position, as soon as you push that last battery in, it's running. And it, you know, if it's on high speed, it's running flat out. That just seems balmy to me. I mean, if I were designing this, I'd have said, right, it's having a foot pedal, even if we don't make that variable speed, which I think it should have done, but that should be the only way to make it go. I would have made it, you plug it in, or put batteries in it, you turn it on, and then it runs when you press the foot pedal, not before. That would have made it a safe product. But yeah, the fact that if you're not careful and you're putting the batteries in, it can take your finger off. Yeah, that's a major downside. And they appear, like I say, they appear to be marketing a very similar product. It's probably the same thing, but with just a slightly different bit of plastic here on it. The fact that they're marketing that towards children, yeah, that's not a good sign, I'm afraid, from Hobbycraft. But other than that, yeah, good bit of kit. I'm glad I bought it. I'm going to get plenty of use out of it. And yeah, like I say, it looks to be a decent quality bit of kit. And spare parts are available for it, I've checked. So yeah, I'm happy I bought it. So, and I would recommend it to anyone, really. Thank you for watching.
Good evening. Now, about 2 months ago, I posted 2 videos regarding my thoughts on Ben Shapiro. Now, if you haven't seen them, here they are now.
Hello, I'm Ben Shapiro. Mug. Yeah, facts don't care about your feelings. Cunt.
Now, as I mostly expected, this really brought out the Ben Shapiro fanboys. And there was a number of comments that were made on the videos, and they're all actually exactly what you would expect from fans of someone like Ben Shapiro. These people think they're so fucking clever, and yet they're entirely predictable every single time. Now, I wasn't going to respond to any of them because I don't believe in feeding the trolls when you're on the internet. But then I've just had an idea about 10 minutes ago. I thought, I'll make a video about these comments. Why not? Let me just poke that wasp's nest just a little bit harder and see what happens. Alright, so first comment, first video, just like yourself, mug. I mean, alright, okay, I suppose he's going with the old classic Uno reverse card there. You know, the old, I know you are, you said you are, so what am I? I seem to remember a lot of kids doing that when I was about 4. But, you know, stick with the old classics. Also notice he's not actually denying that Ben Shapiro's a mug. He's just saying, I am one too. I mean, alright, I suppose he's welcome to call me that if that's what he thinks. But if he thinks he's coming to Ben Shapiro's aid, he's not really. Alright, next one. Lol, I think Hez got better things to say than you. Well, I don't think he has, and also most of what you wrote there is wrong. Yeah. Spell check. Alright, last one on the first video, and then we'll move on to the second video, which is where some of the real nutters come out. Trailer Park Hagrid. Now let's just divide that up into 2 parts. First part, Trailer Park. They're not really a thing here in Britain. The closest we would have to what you would call trailer parks, they're kind of more like little retirement villages for people. So I'm 32. I think it's safe to say that that first bit is factually incorrect. And the second bit, Hagrid. Now, putting aside the fact that he's a fictional character, I grew up reading the Harry Potter books, and I thought Hagrid was a great guy, so thank you. Alright, second video, first comment. You tried. 2 laughing faces. I mean, you're right, I did try to upset some Ben Shapiro fanboys, and I succeeded. Next up, you sound like someone who feels upset, and another laughing face. Well, I don't know what gave you that impression. I'm not upset. I just think he's a cunt. And I was just expressing that in the form of a video on YouTube. Because he is a cunt. Next we have Weatherman Says Snowflakes Tonight. Now, this is what I mean by these sorts of people, your Ben Shapiro fanboys, are predictable. It's like playing fucking fanboy bingo with them. It's like, who's got snowflakes? Who's got attacks on people's appearance? Who's got name-calling? Full house! That's exactly what it's like with these people. And right on cue, just to perfectly illustrate my point. Dunno why Ben upset him. He never spoke of fat, ugly people. Like I said, you know, they always go for attacks on people's appearance. It's like they can't think of a decent retort, so they just go after the way people look. Also, fat and ugly. It's not what your mum said last night. Good Lord, will you be quiet? I mean, if that's a matter of me stopping talking, then no. In fact, I'm actually making yet another video about the thing that you want me to stop talking about, so yeah, that's worked out well for you. If it's a matter of volume, it's normally in the bottom right-hand corner of the screen, if you want to adjust that. Ben is Jewish, not British. Okay then. Maybe next time you want to leave a comment, just have your nurse check it before you hit send. And that's the thing. They don't care about your feeling. Just one feeling. So you saying that doesn't make any difference in the slightest. You're right, whatever I say, he'll still be a cunt. And there's a reply to that one. It's just 3 smiley faces wearing glasses. Okay. Are we supposed to know what that means? Does that mean that you've read it? That you're laughing at the comment whilst wearing glasses? Or do you just want to tell the world that you wear glasses? Because lots of people do. You're nothing special. Maybe communicate with words as well as smiley faces so that we can all understand what's going on inside that head of yours. Next up, yes, he is. Finally. Someone else who exists within the realms of sanity in this place. Alright, last few to go now. He must have been looking in the mirror when he made the video. No, I was looking at the camera. That's not how mirrors work. Next up, what an intelligent young man. That's another one on the Ben Shapiro fanboy bingo. If someone doesn't agree with them, they just turn around and call them stupid and dismiss their opinion. Getting a fucking full house this afternoon. This just make you looks dumb. Enough said, really. I love when reality kicks in on you, soft little lib. Okay. I mean, yeah. Those are definitely all words. Fucking liberal. Bingo! Full house! This man is the epitome of what a female acts like. Therefore is no man. Tell your mother you said that the next time I'm showing her what a real man is like. And the last one, they don't. Now, you're right. Facts don't care about feelings. Because facts aren't alive. But also, people should care about feelings. And I call Ben Shapiro a cunt. Because, well, mainly because he is one. But this is a man, and there's plenty of people out there that just go around making a living basically on other people's suffering. He goes around, says some things that are designed to just stir the shit. You know, they go around and they'll attack trans people and just ignore their chosen pronouns and call it a mental illness. Why? Why does he have to behave like that? Well, the reason is, if he treated people with respect, he'd be irrelevant. Yeah, people like Ben Shapiro, they're not big, they're not clever. All they're doing is being edgy and controversial on purpose because it makes people watch their videos. It makes the fanboys come out of the woodwork and cheer him on. You know, he basically makes a living out of being a cunt. And there's plenty of people like him. Katie Hopkins being one. You know, and that's just it. Yes, facts, data, science, it doesn't care about feelings, but people should. And I think he understands the damage he's doing, and he understands what he's saying is hurtful to people. And the truth is, he hides behind this facts don't care about your feelings thing because he doesn't care. He's only happy when he's upsetting people because he knows that people will cheer him on for it, and that's how he makes his living. And it's quite sad, really. So yeah, he's a cunt, and people say I'm getting upset with him. No, I'm not upset with him. I'm not even really angry. I look at people like that and I feel sorry for them, really.
Okay, so today's little task, we are going to be trying to get my Rock Candy keyboard working again. Now, the problem with it, it's fairly obvious if you turn it over and have a look in the battery compartment. This was in storage for quite some time and the batteries burst and released all manner of corrosion all over here. Now I've tried to clean it up best I can with, well, basically a cloth, but it's still not having it. And you can sort of see on this thing here the mess that it's left. I've managed to get most of it out just by rinsing it off. But yeah, we are going to have to do a bit more work on it. I'm hoping a bit more of a thorough clean on these contacts and it will start working again, because these ain't exactly cheap. I mean, they're about 40 quid brand new, which I know isn't the most expensive keyboard in the world, but you know, it's not something I want to just throw away either. And it's not a mechanical keyboard, it's a normal membrane one, but they're actually quite nice to type on. I have two of them. The one I normally use day to day is this one, which is exactly the same, it's just pink. This is my normal work one. I've had this for, well, I've had them both about 10 years now, these. I don't quite recall how I ended up with two, only that I know I've had them both since brand new. But yeah, I think this one ended up getting put away in the move, and then I found this one, started using it, and it was some time later until this one reappeared. I think it was in the loft for a long time. Joys of moving house, you bring everything with you and lose half of it. So, yeah. Now, I'm quite happy to carry on using this. They're actually lovely keyboards to work with, but I like the blue more. Also, it's a decent keyboard. I don't just want to throw it away. I want to have at least some go at fixing it. So, I'm going to start. I've tried normal water, and you can use water on this. These keyboards are waterproof. I've spilt a whole cup of coffee over my pink one, and yeah, whilst it was filthy and sticky, I just ran it under the tap and it was fine. If you're looking closely, there's a rubber gasket around the battery compartment, and then the same again around the circuit board here. And then the rest of it, there's just a plastic membrane inside. So yeah, when it gets mucky, you just run it under the tap and away you go, which is great. So yeah, we're going to do the old vinegar thing. So I've got a shot glass, because why not? I've got some white vinegar. God, I miss vodka. Cost of living at the moment, though. I can't justify buying it. I love vodka. Anywho, so, cotton bud. Don't worry, these are actually made of paper, so they're fully compostable. I know these are terrible for the environment if you get the plastic ones, but these are paper, so you're alright. And let's just try it. I'll tell you what, we'll start with this lid, this battery cover, This will hopefully allow us to see the reaction. In theory, it will start bubbling and fizzing as it takes away the alkaline that's left by the battery. So that will give us a good indication of how quickly this stuff is working. The vinegar that I'm using is this normal Sarson's distilled vinegar. They do another one, a brown one, the malt vinegar, which is just, it's good for putting on your chips. I mean, this will work just as well. It's edible. I mean, don't drink it, but you can put it on food. Yeah, about £1.50 I paid for this, so yeah, that's all right. Granted, it doesn't say white vinegar on it, but a quick Google search, and it turns out this actually has a higher concentration of the acetic acid, which is what we want. So that'll do the job. And once we're done, well, I've got stuff to help season my food. So let's give this a go. I'm going to put some all along this seal here as well. Try and get some of that off. And then we want to try and get it all over these terminals as well. I don't know if you can see that on there. It pretty much instantly started to bubble and fizz, which is good. It means it's doing something. Let's have a bit more in there. Make sure it's all rubbed in nicely. A bit more in this end. Now, plenty of people I've seen doing this trick online will say that once the acid has had time to work, you need some sort of solution to neutralise it, otherwise it will sit there and it will do the same sort of damage as the alkaline and it will keep on corroding. Now, I don't have anything like that, but as I said, this keyboard is waterproof, so I am just going to rinse the hell out of it once it's done. And that should do it. You can obviously always use water. I mean, something to neutralise the acid is preferable, because at least then you know it's gone. But if you don't have it, just wash it away. Can't corrode your battery terminals if it's down the sink. Let's make sure I get plenty in there. Alright. Let's give that time to work. Interesting, we've got all the fizzing and such like on here, but we've got bugger all happening to this. Whatever. I think whilst that's working, I'm going to try and get these two plastic caps off as well and see if we can get behind the terminals. I'm trying to avoid taking the whole thing apart. If cleaning these terminals up doesn't work, then that's what we're going to have to do. But I really don't want to do that, because then it starts getting fiddly. You've got to take the membranes off, and yeah, you'll be affecting this rubber seal here. I want to try and avoid that. It's just more work than I really want to be doing on this. So yeah, I'm going to go get my small screwdriver set. Well, that's annoying. Went all the way downstairs to where I thought I'd left my screwdriver set. It turns out I'd actually tidied it away. It was in my toolbox that's under the desk. That's why you should never clean up after yourself. That way something will always be where you left it. I'm really hoping we don't find any wires that have corroded and broken off. So I could do without soldering. I mean, I can do it, but I don't want to. That noise you can hear in the background as well as the dog. We've got like an enamel bone that's hollow, and she loves chewing on it, and I've gone and stuck a hot dog through it, so she's chewing the bone trying to get the hot dog out. But that'll keep her happy for hours. She loves that sort of thing. We can remove this seal. Bit more in here. Alright, we'll get that cleaned up as well. Unfortunately, I've just realised pulling that seal out means I am going to have to take this backing off now to get it back in. I've just wrenched it out. Never mind. Let's just get rid of all this corrosion. Whilst I'm doing this, you're probably noticing, whilst I say these are waterproof, and they are, they have holes in them, these vent holes around the back. Now, it doesn't get hot, so I don't quite know why they're there, but it's an interesting way of doing it, because all they've then done is seal up the circuit board here and the battery compartment. Everything else, when I ran my pink one under the tap the other day to clean it out, so you get all dust and crap in between the keys, and there was water inside the case after I'd done it, but it doesn't matter, the thing just keeps on working. So yeah, you know, these, oops, the only bit of the electronics that's exposed is the membranes that you can see behind this case. And they're all encased in plastic. Water can't get to those either. So yeah, quite an efficient design, really. Rather than trying to seal up the entire case, which would have been much harder to do, because, you know, it's flexible. They've just sealed up the bits that actually matter and made the rest of it immune. So yeah, clever little design. So I'm just trying to get as much acid into here as possible, and into this back bit. This is where all the corrosion sits. You can actually see it bubbling in places, but not others. Okay, let's give this a bit of another wipe. Right, let's give that some time to work. It's difficult to show this on the camera. I angle it. Just in there, you can see little bubbles. It is working. There is a reaction going on. I suppose if it was the sort of acid that that just went fizzed for 5 seconds and then there was nothing left, well, you'd probably have trouble buying something like that, and even if you could, it would then just fucking eat everything. My fingers, the circuitry, the table, you know, it'd just contaminate the water table. Fucking hell, it'd be a fucking disaster. So, yeah, something not quite so potent should do the trick. But yeah, I didn't have a choice but to pull this seal off either. But I'm definitely not going to be able to refit it without taking the entire back case off. Never mind. Alright, we'll let that sit for a little while and do something else for a little bit, and then we'll see how we get on. Alright, bit of a disappointing turn, but never mind. As you can see it on here, the wire to the negative one has broken away. If we pull at it with this toothbrush, it will come away. There we go. It's, yeah, so that's going to need soldering back on. The positive one, which would have been far more fiddly, does appear to still be attached, so that's one good side. So I don't see much reason in keeping this in place now. So we're going to get some pliers, pull it out and try and get all the corrosion out, and then we can solder it back on. But at least I think we found the reason why the thing isn't working. It just needs that repairing, hopefully. Okay, right. Let's get hold of this. And let's get this wire out. This is going to be the tiniest of soldering jobs. At least we can give this terminal a proper clean up with it removed. I'm thinking about removing the other one. Problem is there's less than a centimetre of wire before it goes into the case on that side. If I pull it out and snap it off, that's an even harder soldering job than I've already got in front of me. So I'm hesitant to do that. I think what might be a reasonable solution to this is we'll do the negative, test it. If it works, fine. If not, then we'll attack the positive. Let's just get all this crap out of here as well. There is a lot of crap in here. Let's get a bit more acid in there and see if we can get it right. It's starting to come out. If you can see in there as well, it's really bubbling away. I'll move the wire out of the way so it can focus. Yeah, it's really starting to bubble away. Oh, fuck. Right. I'm just going to try and see if I can make a connection with this. I hold it together. We all need to make a circuit, and we should see a little red light come on. Nothing. Alright. Let's get it soldered together properly. Right, let's go get some tools. Okay, so before we go in with the soldering iron, which I've just been down to get out of the shed, and remembered I don't have the really fine tips for it. I don't know what happened to them, I haven't seen them in years. Which is going to make soldering something this fine a real pain in the arse. So what we're going to do is just take off some of the insulation. And if I can, I'm just going to crimp it on. And if it then works just crimped into place, I shall encase it in a little blob of epoxy resin. And the glue will hold the wire in place, but also protect it from any future corrosion. And the connection will be permanent as well. So there we go. See, that is on. All I've done is push the wire through and fold it over. It's not the most permanent, but if I can get it in place and working, it won't be an issue. They really didn't waste any material when they were building these, and that includes the wire. I could just do with an extra millimetre or two. The routing on this has to be exact. Really do not want to start getting into adding lengths of wire. That will just be a real pain. Alright, this is not working as well as I had hoped. there is life. It may not look like much. You can see there, that little light is on, which is way more than it was doing before. Now, I'll have to take that back out for now, because it is just barely on. And the reason being is that, I'm looking here, it's just touching in there. I couldn't get it to stay in that little hole.
Giggity, giggity, giggity.
As I was putting it in, it just wouldn't have it. So I managed to press it down with them touching.
That one is also sexual.
To make a circuit. So it's going to have to be a soldering iron job anyway. But fortunately, all I have to do is just put a little blob on and it will work. In theory, anyway. Okay. Let's go get the soldering iron. And let's see what we can do. Okay, right. Got me soldering iron. Well, one of them. I have 3 down in the shed. This one it has the finest point on it out of all of them. You can see it's pretty fine. Probably not fine enough, but it'll have to do the job. I'm not going to try and stick it in the gap. What I'm going to do is just melt the solder above it and just let a droplet fall in, and hopefully that will be enough. Now, it's a bit dusty and crusty, is this. I haven't done any soldering projects for quite some time, so we're just going to let that heat up. I think that's heating up. It's probably going to start smelling a bit. Yeah, there's definitely heat coming off of that. We'll give that a few minutes to heat up. There was an interesting looking spider sat on top of it when I went to get it out of the shed. It was, I believe they're called false widows. They're a distant relation, like a cousin to the black widows that they get in Australia. And they're one of the UK's few venomous spiders. They're not dangerous to you at all. I mean, even if one did bite you, it's unlikely to break the skin, and even if it did, I think it's said to be less than a bee sting. They're just so small, and they're not designed for biting humans, so they are completely harmless. But yeah, it was quite interesting. So let's give that a minute to heat up. Here we are, we can just see the little critter down there. There's the arse end of one of Britain's few venomous spiders. I'm try not to disturb her. No, she's not moving. Yeah, there it is. Okay, so it's hot enough. I've just put a little bit of solder on the end to check. It's staying on there. That's about as much as I like, but yeah, it's unfortunately clinging on. So we're just going to try and blob a bit in there. Hopefully it won't do too much damage as it goes in either. Let's just bring this a little closer. Let's see what we can do. Okay, I think that has done the trick. Just realising, this shows how long it is since I've done any soldering. I've had this, well, I don't know when Maplin's went out of business, but yeah, I bought this from Maplin. Christ knows how long ago that was. I used to like Maplin. I was sad when they went bust. I mean, I also fully understood it. I did used to go there regularly, but I almost never bought any big ticket items from them. They were brilliant for little components. If you needed a specific diode with a specific layout or something like that, they would have it, and if they didn't, they could get it for you. But unfortunately, high street shops, big retail parks, aren't really sustainable when people are only going there to buy tiny components for like 50p a time. I keep reaching for that to drink it, so I'm thirsty, so don't drink it. I mean, it won't hurt you, but it tastes manky. There we go, get some Pepsi Max instead. Okay, that's dried. Let's pop the batteries back in and see if there's still life in it. Hopefully. Oops. Helps if they stay in. And there is. It's intermittent, but there is life in it. It will light up and respond, but it is very dim. I get the feeling we're going to have to redo this positive terminal as well. I'll show you by comparison. This keyboard, which is working fine, you get a nice bright light from it. But unfortunately, that's not the case. You can see there, I dial caps lock on and off. But the light that I'm getting out of this is very, very dim. Okay, so it is working, kind of. I think it's struggling for power, but it is doing it. So I've just opened up Notepad here, I've plugged in the little dongle that comes with it, repaired it, and it now works. So yeah, I haven't put the battery compartment back together yet, but it does allow us to type. And it looks to have got every character. There is a spelling mistake, but it's an extra one rather than a missing character, so I think we might have fixed it. So I'll just show you on here. Those lights, the one on the left lights up each time it's connected. Now after a few seconds it goes out, but then as soon as you start typing it comes back on. It does occasionally keep dropping out, like if I don't have my fingers pressed into the batteries fully, but it is working. So we're going to put this seal in. I'm going to put the rubber seal back on and yeah, seal it all up with decent batteries in it, and then we'll give it a go. But I'm really quite happy with that because I now have a spare keyboard. Happy days. Okay, right. Taking the batteries back out for now. So we need to get this back case off to allow us to put this rubber seal back in, and then put it all back together, and away we go. I am still a little concerned at how dim those LEDs are. It's been such a long time since I used this. I don't recall if they were always like that. These appear to be all the same screw, so I'm not worried about putting them back in the correct order. But I do sometimes find the LEDs on my other version of this keyboard, the pink one, really rather bright. They're red, so they're not that bad, but they are quite piercing. If you're working late at night, it can really start getting annoying to the point where I've started keeping things just to cover them up. But then you have a cluttered desk, which is just as bad. What we'll do, once we've finished putting this back together, we'll use it all this afternoon. I've got some video editing to do, some writing, and if it keeps performing, it can stay in use. I'm not going to discard the pink one, it still works perfectly fine. It's always good to have a spare. Although I probably will take the batteries out of it. Seems like a lot of screws holding this together. How many have we got here? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. 18 screws holding this back case on. Why? If it was to do with making it watertight, I'd understand. But the case has holes in it, so what's it for? Unless I can figure out a reason when I take this case off, why it has so many screws on it. And this is going to be one of those where I'm perhaps not going to put them all back. I think that's perhaps why. I've figured out why it's got so many screws in it. This front part, as it turns out, is incredibly flimsy. And I'm just picking it up and it's bending under its own weight. I think I found the reason why it's like that. This bit is what gives it its rigidity. Okay, that makes sense now. It can have all its screws back. Let's just get this rubber seal back in place then. So I've managed to get most of the crud off it as well, left over from the battery, which is good. But you can see what I mean about the waterproof side of it. Some moisture, smells a little bit like vinegar, combination of water and vinegar is inside here, but it doesn't matter because with this rubber seal in place, it can't get to the batteries. That's just a wire, and then this circuit board here is sealed as well in its own little compartment. So yeah, quite a clever little design actually. Jesus, that is flimsy. That is so flimsy. Okay, let's get it back together then. Let's put the screws back in then. Start at this corner. The other thing as well is, if I put them all back, rather than leave some in the pot, they can't breed. Now you're probably thinking, Stuart, you fucking idiot, they're an inanimate object, they don't breed. Well, find something in your house, absolutely anything, take it apart, take all the screws out of it, wait a day, and then put it back together, and I guarantee you will have screws left over. They sit there and they breed like little metal rabbits. If you don't believe me, give it a try. You watch, I'll get all these screws back together now and the fucking thing won't work again. It'll have to come apart. Right, back in one piece. Nice and rigid again. Okay, keys seem okay. Let's finish putting the battery compartment back together. And we can rock and roll. Oh, that's something. I missed all the corrosion on these little plastic doobly-doos. That'll do the trick. If you look in there, you can see it working as well. Excellent. That one's got a bit less on it. Plop. We'll test it. Yep, still live from the old girl. To the point where it's actually restarted a YouTube video that I was playing in the background. Yeah. Alright. Going well so far. I'm just going to take the dongle out of the laptop for it so it stops doing that. Take these out. Clearly it's working perfectly fine. Lovely, lovely. Let's get this one out. That one's clean as well. Alright. Battery's in. Screw down the lid. Slightly different size to all the others. There we go. Right. Plug the dongle in. Check that the old girl's working. And it is. See, little lights on. You can hear it still operating the YouTube video. So yes, I am quite happy with that. It needs a little bit of a clean, which, as I said earlier, is purely a matter of running it under the tap. But I've got my nice blue rock candy keyboard back. Happy with that. Alright, just quickly before I sign this off. Interestingly, I said I've been using the other one, the pink one, for quite some time. And I have. I've been working from home for about 1.5 years now. And before that, I used this pretty much every day anyway. Well, maybe not quite every day, but it was my go-to keyboard for about 5 years before that. But since I've been working from home for, it's in use pretty much all day, every day. Now, I don't know if it's wearing. I mean, these membrane keyboards, they're essentially underneath all these little circles. They're just squashy bits of rubber. And when you press the keys, you squash it down and it makes contact with the membrane, and then through some circuitry wizardry, this little circuit board here knows which key you've pressed, and then it's relayed to the computer. Now, I never actually thought about it until now, but those bits and pieces must wear out, those little rubber bits, and apparently they do. So if I show you on here, because the good thing about these keyboards as well is you can connect multiple devices to one dongle. So actually at the moment, the keyboard, both keyboards and the mouse are all connected to it at the same time. So if I type in here and just listen to the sound that this makes. So a bit of a weird angle because I'm reaching around the tripod, so I'm just going to move it over a bit. So if we type in, and that's what it normally sounds like, and we'll show you the space bar as well on its own. It's just sounds almost mechanical in nature, like the mechanical keyboards. If we swap this for the blue one, which has had far less use, we'll see what this one sounds like. Pop the legs out on it. There you go. Much softer keystrokes. And here's the space bar. It was a bit vague at first, but I'm putting that down to it being taken apart when you're not really supposed to do that. It does say on the label on the back of it, don't take it apart, but I did it anyway. But it's working fine now. But yeah, clearly these little rubber circles under each keys are a bit more rigid, have a bit more bounce to them than the more worn out pink one. Curious to know just how long these actually last then before those rubber bits start breaking up. Probably years. There are probably people out there. I mean, I've got other cheap keyboards which I assume are going to be membrane ones and not mechanical ones, and they're still going, and they're like, I think one's 10 years old, the other's probably more like 15 to 20 years old. It still works, yeah. But, yeah, I'm happy with that. Like I said, the only reason I really wanted this one working is I much prefer the colour. The pink one's okay. I mean, granted, I touch type, so I'm not actually looking at it that much. And I'm not throwing it away. It's a perfectly good keyboard. I'm really happy with it. But I just like the colour more. So, yeah, I wish they did a red version. That would be cool as well. So, yeah, that is it. It started off as a bit of a project just to clean up the battery terminals, and sort of turned into a sort of something a bit longer, all about rock candy keyboards. So we'll leave it there. I'm going to stop going on about it. Like I said, it was meant to be a short video, this, and yeah, thank you for watching.